Hello there. Good morning and welcome, everyone. I am David Teicher, Chief Content Officer here at Brand Innovators with a slightly messed up collar. That's okay. We are really excited for today's program. I want everybody really enthusiastically engaged today. I'm so excited. We have a fantastic event. We're talking TikTok and opportunities on TikTok for brands. We have an amazing group of marketers from Del Taco, from MeUndies, from Dave & Buster's. We have a wonderful group of TikTok creators themselves that you'll be hearing from, and the whole thing is brought to you by our friends at Influential. So get ready for some conversations around one of the most fascinating areas in the marketing and advertising industry, which is everything that's going on TikTok. You're hearing about it left and right. My kids are talking about it. The New York Times is talking about it. It's a whole world of new opportunities, whether it's through influencer marketing, social commerce, or anything and everything in between. So I'm really excited to learn. And with that, I'd like to welcome our host and partner and guest MC for the day, Chris Dietert, CCO of Influential. So let's bring on Chris to run today's program. There you go.
Hey, what's up, David? How are you?
Good. Good. You know, just another day in Brand Innovators land, but we are really, I personally, as a person in this industry, as a general consumer, I'm really excited for today's program. I think you guys have brought together some amazing creators, some amazing marketers, and it's going to be really compelling content. So I'm psyched.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, David. I'll get it started.
Go for it.
All right. Well, as always, it's great to team up with Brand Innovators for our monthly livecast series. Hey, everyone, and welcome to a very special edition of Influential's livecast with Brand Innovators. For those of you who are not familiar with Influential, we are an AI influencer technology that drives actual business outcomes, including sales, foot traffic, and TV tune-in lift. As some of you may know, Influential recently announced our creator partnership with TikTok, and in celebration of the partnership and all the great work we're doing together, we decided to make TikTok our theme for all the content today. We'll be hearing from 3 amazing TikTok executives, brands like Dave & Buster's, Del Taco, MeUndies, Cantu, and Halo Collars. And we even have a special panel of 4 TikTok influencers who represent more than 30 million followers on the platform. With that, I'd like to introduce our first session of the day. Please welcome Brandon Coleman, CMO of Dave & Buster's, to the stage. Moderating this discussion will be Influential's CEO, my brother, Ryan Dietert. Hey, guys.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Brandon, how are you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Very good. Chris, should I tell them the story?
Yeah, please.
Hey, everybody, thanks so much for hopping on, Brandon. My brother can attest to this. For his wedding in Capri, I actually dropped D&B in the best man speech. That's how much
nice.
I have for D&B. And in fact, Chris, I'm very furious at you. You picked the one place that had no D&B on the entire island.
Yeah, Capri needs to move on that.
Yeah.
I guess the question is there a D&B Capri in the future?
Hey, you know, I think it's possible. Anything's possible. I think Capri D&B, we could get in the grottos and have some cool neon lights and make it happen.
Like it.
I love it. Well, thanks so much. Well, Chris, I'm going to kick you out of here. We're going to talk about some D&B love and some TikTok. And Brandon, thanks so much for making time.
Thank you.
Oh, listen, Brandon, it's almost impossible to tell you how much I've spent my life in the 20s and my early 30s in Dave & Buster's. You know, I still think dollar for dollar, half price Wednesdays is the best deal in town.
It is, and it's a great day for us, and a lot of people get to have a lot of fun and escape the week and get that winning feeling midweek for half the price. It's a great deal.
Well, yeah, the competitive nature of that place is real. Many friendships have been forged and lost inside of your walls. Well, let's get into it. So today is talking TikTok. That is the theme of today. And you know, with the meteoric rise of the platform, I guess just for those that are tuning in from the brand marketers, from brands, agencies, you know, how has Dave & Buster's adopted TikTok as part of your content creation and your social marketing?
Yeah, TikTok's been an incredible platform for us. Most notably because it hosts a totally different audience than we're seeing on a lot of our other platforms. It also resonates with our brand, right? Like I always believe that you should match your brand with the medium, and there's some things that some brands shouldn't participate in, but for us, TikTok's been exceptional. It's filled with positivity, it's filled with that winning feeling, and that's very much where Dave & Buster's plays, and that's what part of our brand personality. So it's fit really well. As far as getting into it, we got into it last November. I believe we have over 450,000 followers at this point. But we got into it. Actually, it was a bit of a funny story, and I'll tell that real quick. There was this trend on TikTok with the old Duke Nukem voice, and the whole trend was this recording that said, "Damn it, I've been banned from Dave & Buster's." And probably a lot of TikTokers are like, yeah, we saw that and we experienced it and it was fun. We had nothing to do with that. And so all of a sudden we're watching all this organically happen, and we're having a bit of a struggle. I'm having a struggle with our social team, who's on the forefront pushing to modernize our marketing on social, and we're getting flooded with requests to be banned from Dave & Buster's page. So the social team saying, hey, we want to ban all these people. And I'm saying, I love this trend, but I don't want to ban all these people, right? I don't want them to be banned from Dave & Buster's, because our goal is audience growth and getting a bigger following and making sure that we have an audience that we can engage with. So banning is kind of counter to that. So we had these big, roundtable debates about it, but ultimately we found a way to satisfy both the getting banned and the growing the audience. And that was really the start of our TikTok play. But it has been exceptional because of the brand fit and because of the unique audience that TikTok brings.
Well, I love those those viral organic stories where like it's a reaction to like the larger market and just the kind of zeitgeist of the world. I guess that was something where you guys reacted to it and obviously did it masterfully. Are there things you guys have done in the last year or so where you've just made concerted effort? We're going to make a certain type of activation, talking about your new, maybe half price Wednesdays or whatever it is. I guess what have you guys done on like the kind of planned out version of that?
Yeah, so I think influencers are key here, and I would say more so in TikTok than in any other platform. So I'd say influencers. I would say making sure we have live content has been really important, and partnering with people like Arcade Matt and Brent TV. They did a live feed from one of our stores, and that was great. That was really well received. But also, finding those winning moments and putting them into the post as well. We partner with Team Balmert, Morgan Rahm and her dad, and we've had some viral moments with the Angry Birds jackpot. I don't know if you've seen that, but it stacks all the coins. It's a coin pusher game, and it's slow motion tip over there. That's just been done really well for us. But I think for us, it's maintaining the brand personality at all times, and that's just having fun, right? And I think we have a benefit there that our voice is fun. We don't take ourselves too seriously, and that we allow ourselves to have fun on TikTok. And so I would say live feeds, influencers, and then finding that content that really speaks to our brand voice and shows the whole experience too. That is one thing that we found that was interesting is we got a lot of people in on just the games, but then as we started to evolve and test other types of content, we actually saw some outperform just games. So there's a lot of diversity on the platform, and people have different interests. And so I think don't limit yourself. Make sure you're exploring new ideas constantly. It's a newer platform and a lot of growth left.
Yeah, so I am on your. I follow you guys. I'm one of the followers of Dave & Buster's on TikTok, and the Angry Birds, the tower is great. I saw one of the recent ones is actually a little girl by accident just kind of hit the jackpot. So just those moments that people have. Would you say that most of the content you get is kind of crowdsourced UGC that you repost? Is it stuff you guys make a plan of action to go produce it in your locations? What's your POV on that? Yeah,
I would say that between influencers and UGC, that's the lion's share. We have a very small marketing team here. And we try to be nimble. We try to partner with great agencies But largely the UGC and the influencer program is what's been the most fruitful for us.
Very cool. Well, so we're talking about TikTok. Obviously, that's the day. But there's other platforms, and for many years they were reigning supreme, and TikTok came and dethroned them. What's your guys' thought? I mean, do you look at the whole overall media mix, and you gotta just kind of share content between platforms? Is it plans per platform? How do you think about it?
We try to keep it unique. Some things can go cross-platform. Larger campaign initiatives is one thing, right? Like if we are trying to drive trial of a new game or new menu item, that's certainly something that can live across platform, or channel. But other than that, I mean, I think the audiences are unique, and again, we see a lot of overlap with Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, even into our email audiences. But TikTok is one that stands out as being completely separate and distinct as far as who's using it. And sometimes we don't even see those people on any other platform. So I think that's pretty exciting for us. And we want to make sure that we give them unique content. I think that, just taking something and copy pasting it across is not the way to go about it. I think the audience appreciates having something unique that fits the medium. And I mean, just personally noticing a lot more positivity, a lot less, a lot less negative content, and just TikTok just seems, that's the place for keeping it upbeat, positive, fast, fun. And I think that if you don't take that into consideration when you're creating for that channel, then I think you're missing the boat there.
Yeah, every platform kind of has its narrative. I mean, Instagram is more aspirational. Twitter is more controversial with all the political stuff. Facebook is kind of where everyone goes to check out birthdays and talk to their loved ones. But yeah, TikTok is that joy platform, and it's something that we've watched from hundreds of campaigns we've done with clients. Like the sheer and the virality is super exciting, because we'll have micro influencers go live and they'll 10x what they ever did before, and it's a sponsored post. And I think and I don't think it should be on this. I guess in my mind, the consumer, as long as the content's emotive, they want to see it. The integration of brand is kind of irrelevant as long as it's done in a fun, enjoyable way.
Yeah, and I think if one of the things that we were guilty of a long time ago was treating these platforms like an advertising channel. And I think if you come with that approach, I would actually encourage you not to participate, because I think it's actually more detrimental to your brand if you think of it as just a place to put the next product, right? It's a place for content and for content creators. I know we're gonna have some great content creators throughout the day, and look forward to hearing from them. But I think you have to have some authenticity. You have to create something that adds value to people, right? Like, it's not just about plastering more products across the screen.
And let's change gears slightly. So we know this platform is a game changer. The social platforms are always evolving. I mean, you came in, let's talk about you for a second. You came in literally February 2020 to a location that requires in-person and touching of things. Like, that's the experience of it. So, I wouldn't heard the pandemic things, but you have specifically pandemic was more so for you guys, because it really is about community and playing together. How did you handle that? How did you basically take on that challenge? And I believe I heard that you guys are getting some record revenues in the last few months. So it seems like it's turned around.
Yeah. So it's all about the people, right? We've had an incredible team, both in the field and in the marketing side, and none of it could have been done without the teams. We are very fortunate to have a team of rock stars on the marketing side, a very small team. We've been as light as 6, and I think we're coming up on 8 now. So when you're trying to promote a $1 billion brand across multiple a myriad of channels, that is certainly something that is challenging, right? And so coming into COVID, we spent the first, I would say, 6 months kind of trying to exit everything. The first 3 months, every store was closed. So it was a race to zero budget as quickly as possible at the outset. In some ways that provided us an opportunity, right? it provided us an opportunity to rebuild and how a modern marketing department should function and what we should be focused on. It forced us to kind of focus on the things that matter. And so after 6-9 months of shutting everything down, I mean, kudos to the marketing team here. They came alive with all new direction, content, what we should jettison, what we should invest, and really have done a complete 180 on the brand in the last year and a half that I've been here. But it has nothing to do with me; it's all the team. So we've done everything from launch NFTs to enter new platforms, to put a 40-foot banana on Hollywood Boulevard, to completely modernizing our marketing mix. We were predominantly cable, and we are now predominantly digital, and so that's a big shift. It's a shift in mindset. It's a shift in approach and how we measure, how we create creative, how we inspire, and what our brand stands for. I mean, all of those things have changed within the last 18 months. And I think, COVID kind of gave us a blank slate and to do that. So as far as what's changed, everything. But we have an incredible team and so been very fortunate, both the team in the marketing side and in the field. I want to say shout out to them who've taken on the brunt of what's happened with COVID.
And I don't want to goad you into saying that TikTok is one of the big drivers, but obviously some of the growth in the last few months is obviously on TikTok and it's obviously happened in the business. Do you see a correlation? I mean, are you guys measuring, efficacy where whether it's from engagements or likes or footfall or otherwise, or how do you guys think about when you work with a channel like TikTok, how it aligns back with your kind of ethos and what you've seen in terms of the result, over the last few months?
Yeah. So I think each channel has its purpose, right? And there's multiple ways to measure each channel, right? And I think you should set out with a intent on what to measure. And you're right, we did just come off of the best quarter Dave & Buster's has ever had. So it's all positive right now. So what I would say is that when you look at each channel, don't be so beholden to the metrics to not see maybe the opportunities. I think that multi-point attribution is still something that needs a lot of work in our industry. And just looking at a singular channel and being like, oh, this person saw our TikTok and then they came in. I think that's a little bit narrow because there's a lot of other things, especially when you're in a window-based campaign type of approach. The TikTok might have been the last thing they saw, but they also got a Cardlytics offer. They drove by a billboard and they saw a TV spot. So I think it's tough to say it was absolutely just TikTok. Now that said, we've seen tremendous visitation off of being partnered in this space. So TikTok, Yelp partnerships, we've been able to track a lot of visitation back to some of these channels. Again, I think there's a little bit of art still left because the science isn't perfect of saying what is the correct mix for our brand and where should our brand be? What should we be? What should be our tone on these channels? And what's the intent, right? Because my TikTok's intent for me is not solely to drive traffic. Do I want it to drive traffic? Absolutely. I mean, that's what we, at the end of the day, are measured by, right? For success throughout the organization. But there's got to be a blend of creating a positive feeling with Dave & Buster's. So when you hear that name, you see it on a spot, you go, oh yeah, I remember that Angry Birds coin tower fall. And it evokes emotion, right? We all know this. And so forgive me for belaboring the point, but people make decisions emotionally first. And then they rationalize, right? So they go, I like that. Here's why, right? And so I think that's why it's important for us to make sure that we don't limit TikTok to just traffic driving, because I think that is missing the bigger picture of also creating emotional connections with the brand.
Love it. Yeah, the idea of sequential messaging, getting hit with multiple messages from different voices, whether it's mediums like TV or digital or creators or other platforms. Yeah, I mean that's all part of the funnel that we've all built, for brands to ultimately to get that result. But yeah, it has to be. Yeah, if you hit them over the head, coming for a limited offer only, they won't find that same connection as maybe that viral video they may have saw as part of a larger program. So
And Ryan, I mean, but don't get me wrong, Ryan. I love taking that TikTok report and putting it in front of our senior executives too, as well, because it does. There is the marketing's always been criticized for being a bit nebulous in how it approaches results measurement and delivery. And so I think that yes, we should absolutely we should all be performance-based marketers. And that should be our first step. But I want to make sure that, as I talk to people, is like, don't forget that the brand has a personality, it has a voice, and that isn't always, it's about the blend of the ROI, right? We should always be tracking marketing ROI, but you should look at it holistically instead of leaving each channel to defend or to fend for itself. Otherwise you'll end up with all direct response, right? Because that's going to guarantee, like, if you an offer, you come in. But I think we got to look holistically, look at the big picture, and measure, but also consider that there may be more to it.
Well, that's a great segue in terms of the brand. So, as you know, I'm a self-professed D&B fanatic. I've even held company functions in Hollywood and Highland. That's a great location. What is it about D&B that makes such a fervent fan base? Is it because listen, I was in my 20s, I'm in my 30s. I don't have kids currently. There are people that have kids. There are people that do it for birthday parties. It's used for sports. Have NFL drafts there. What about it has made it such a place that you can have a connection with?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it took me some time to really kind of hone in on what drives that American icon status. Dave & Buster's gives you that winning feeling, but I think also it enables play, and I think that especially in today's world, we have so much. There's so much serious time, and I don't have like a scientific explanation for it, but there's so much time where things are high stakes. They're very they're difficult. It's not easy, or it's challenging, or there's things you have to overcome, and there's responsibilities and just the myriad of inputs and channels, and to be able to escape and play, I think is something that is cathartic. I think it's something that is inspiring. I think it's exciting. It's fun. And I think that Dave & Buster's is probably I would say the best place to do that, to escape into play and to kind of let it go. And so, we talk a lot about, like at dinner, like if somebody brings out their phone and it can be distracting, right? Phones don't hold a candle to the neon lights that we have. Like everything is just blasted away and everybody is present because there's just this level of energy, excitement. And you can shoot baskets and you can throw ping pong balls to hit tiles, and you can throw an axe at a wall, or apparently I like throwing things, 3 throwing examples, but you can play shooting games, you can transport yourself, you can escape it all, you can have fun and with people that really matter to you, or somebody that you're creating a connection with. And I think that's another critical point, is that Dave & Buster's is a social experience. We certainly have people that come and game alone, but way more often, it's a group. And it's because when we go on a first date, for example, that kind of over the top energy just blasts away any sort of awkwardness or pause in conversation or anything like that. And it connects you because you're both playing and you're letting go of all the worries and concerns and insecurities that come with daily life. And so I think that's why Dave & Buster's has this American icon status, is because we've made adult play our product, and it's social adult play. That's our product. And people love that. They have fun. And hell, I'll go by myself, but I have more fun when I'm with others. And I think that's why Dave & Buster's has some stickiness to it.
I love it. I'm a big Mario Kart connoisseur. Always with friends. It's a great. I guess that's a good segue. You also have partnered with iconic movies, iconic properties, IP. I mean, your place is full of IP properties. Is that part of your decision making? Like, I look at the next year, what movies are coming out, what people come to you. How's that work? Because that's always the licensing I see there. I mean, the games are absolutely epic.
Yeah, we have a great head of games, and he's really driven that for us. And I would see us actually leveraging that even more from marketing side in the coming years. I think we can be more a part of pop culture than we have been in the past 10 years. We have the American icon status, so it's this amazing opportunity to leverage our history, but then also to play in the everyday. Drake, every time Drake's in a city that there's a Dave & Buster's, he rents it out, and he just has bottle service and just does it up. And I'm just like,
that's amazing
to be that much part of pop culture while also having the nostalgia. I've just been very fortunate to be a part of this brand, even for the last 18 months, because it's this unicorn. And I think that I think we as the marketing team need to be more forefront of pop culture and leveraging that. And so I think you'll see even more of that from us.
All right, I'm gonna pitch you something. How about this? New campaign, Drake, DMB, and we get his license to a song, Best I Ever Had.
Hey, I love it. We'll talk to Drake. I still have not talked to Drake. Drake won't talk to me, but so we'll see what we can do though. We've got people.
If you need any help, we'll put you with Drake. Yeah. He's part of William Morris, so we'll get you connected. Well, first I had no idea that's the case, and you guys extra cool now. All right, so you have that play mentality. I go there and I work up an appetite after playing these games. You guys actually recently released a new menu. Tell us. I've loved your food for years. What was the evolution there to make that decision?
Yeah, so I mean, Dave & Buster's has had a long, complicated history and relationship with food and beverage. When the original founders came in, or when they started it, it was good, really good food that surprised you, right? Like you were going to an arcade and then you went and you ate and you're like, I didn't expect it to be that amazing. And so that was how they approached it from the very beginning. I think, along the way, we probably diverted from that track, but we're back on that like you can go to Dave & Buster's and be like, whoa, this is really good. This is quality meat. This is creative. I mean, beer battered cauliflower with 5 spice on it. I mean, we've got some incredible menu items in a culinary team that honestly just need to be unbridled. They were pushing the edge, and within the last year, they've created an entirely new menu. So 23 new menu items launched this summer. It's an incredible menu. It's got, we kind of brought it up to modern times with making sure we have gluten-free options, vegetarian options, making sure that we have the classics, cheeseburger, your nachos, but then more the exploratory. We call it a core and explore strategy that we can, if you just want, straight down the middle cheeseburger, perfect, we got that. You want a pub burger that has griddled cheese that's been marinated in Guinness, like we've got that more exploratory for you too, whether it be the cauliflower or some of the other items that we have. But we have the core items, and then we have the explore items. And really the way we think about it is, if you think about Disney, right? You go to Disney and you are there for the entertainment and the fun that Disney promises. And then you dip into a restaurant. Well, you could dip into corn dogs, hot dogs, but you could also dip into fine dining. I mean, Disney has the range of it. And so for Dave & Buster's, we have to be broad, and a lot of restaurants win by being specific and focused. We have to be focused on quality, but we have to have this core and explore mentality, that we have these core items that everybody can have, or the explore items that push the boundaries and give us food credibility. And they've done a great job of making some really delicious items. Like, wow, like this is Dave & Buster's kind of food. And so my favorite right now is the Korean spice ribs that are absolutely outstanding. So
it's amazing. Yeah, the over the years is obviously there's a number of favorites, and my favorite also. I'm an adult beverages, Jack and Coke with whatever you guys at the burger you have. It's delicious.
We got an entirely new beverage menu coming out. We actually have a feature that is my favorite. We're using the peanut butter screwball whiskey, and we make a peanut butter old fashioned, which, like, as a purist, I was like, please, do I have to try this? And then I tasted it, and like, they have to keep it locked away from me because it's so good. Like, you're going to try it and you're going to go peanut butter old, and you're going to go, wow, okay, I get it. You're right, Brandon. Y'all can hit us up. I think that's going to be our next TikTok trend, is peanut butter old fashions.
I mean, I like both of those things by themselves. So yes, now I have to try them together. I've been tempted. I appreciate that. So with that, you've obviously grown, the business alongside your amazing team, but you yourself came from, Romano's Macaroni Grill, Del Frisco's, a number of locations before this. One, how has that served you at D&B as you guys evolved the business? And two, what made you go into the restaurant, QSR, essentially the food space?
Yeah. I started off at McCann Erickson in New York and kind of built my base there with advertising, and really got a global perspective on the approach to marketing and advertising. From there, it was actually a coincidence. I met someone who was in the restaurant space, two co-CEOs that gave me an opportunity that was probably beyond my skill set at the time. And so what I did is I put everything in it, put everything towards it, failed some, won some, but we put it all on the line. And that led to a partnership with one of those CEOs that led across multiple companies. And I was very fortunate for all the opportunity that he gave me along the way. And opportunity to try new things, to put myself out there, to fail, and to learn and to get better from those failures. But in that, we achieved some incredible success stories. And Macaroni Grill was an incredible brand that I learned a lot about restaurants and big brands there. One of the things that we were very much on the forefront of is bringing digital. We actually launched online ordering in 2010 at Macaroni Grill. And so that's a lot of things that a lot of restaurants are just now getting into with the pandemic. But it was 11 years ago that we were already there. And so what I learned from these opportunities is not to sit back and play it safe, but to kind of take a 70-20-10 approach of, hey, you've got to deliver the results. So the 70% are the proven tactics. 20% are new spaces that you can kind of correlate with the 70%. So it's kind of got some sort of familiarity to it, but something familiar and something new together. That's 20%. And then 10%, you got to get out there. You got to push the edge. You've got to not sit and be comfortable. If you find yourself being comfortable, I think that's a time to really shake it up. And for us, that led to NFTs, that led to bananas on Hollywood Boulevard. I know I mentioned that before, but that's the current conversation around D&B. But what I learned in restaurants, I think probably most importantly, was it comes down to the frontline team. And the frontline team in a brick and mortar store is what creates the experience. So if you're not creating for them, then you're not creating for the guest. And so for us, we've been very, very much cognizant of how our actions impact operations and what that means to them. And so that's probably what I would say I took away most. I got even more of that when I was president of Del Frisco's, seeing more of the operations side and all the things that they have to deal with on a daily basis and the decisions they have to make. And so really creating marketing that doesn't ignore the functional parts of the organization. And I would say that's been my biggest contributor to my success is being conscious and aware of not only the guests, but of my partners internally.
I love that line. Yeah. The 70-20-10. The 10% is like the bleeding edge. What can you essentially push? And it's the highest risk, the highest reward scenario. And obviously, has done a tremendous job over the years. It's a great kind of alley-oop into NFT. So that's over the last year plus. I mean, while crypto has been around for years, NFTs obviously adopted into in the last year or two. But most brands are just trying to figure out what the acronym is. You guys have obviously started doing things. I'd love to hear about what you guys think about NFTs, and it all ties back to the 40-foot banana over in Hollywood and Highland. So I'll let you kind of take away and talk about what you've been doing.
Yeah, for us, I'm a big believer in you shouldn't do everything, right? Like you shouldn't, if it doesn't make sense for your brand, if your brand was a person, would it make sense for that person's character to behave that way or to participate in that? And if it doesn't, then don't do it, right? Like you should focus on where it makes sense. Like don't do an NFT just because NFTs are hot. I think that's a bad play. I think you'll come up empty-handed. For us, we have a winner's circle, right? We have a place that we're actually rewarding content and physical items. And so for us, it was a natural play. We have 3 city coins per our 84 different cities. One's ultra rare, one's rare, and one's common. And so you can redeem your tickets to get a chance to open up a ultra rare NFT. And if you actually collect all the cities and the game NFTs, you can redeem it for a $10,000 Dave & Buster's gift card or power card. And so, there's some real world / there's digital ties, and we partnered with Sweet, who did a great job of getting this set up for us. And, it made sense for us because we have a way to redeem it. I mean, I'm not saying, you can't experiment or you can't run with something. I know Taco Bell did like a unique piece of art that they released and they got press for that, and that keeps them relevant. And I think, as long as you understand what the intent of the piece is and you're not just doing it to be a part of it, then it can be valuable. So for us, that was really led by our team here, and they did Pete Thornfield and our digital team with Kevin Fitzpatrick and all the team members there did a great job of making sure that we had relevance with it. And Mother, our agency, did an amazing job of helping us get that along. I'm sorry, Ryan, I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Sorry, my apologies.
I can hear you now.
You think after 18 months, 2 years, we get better at this. Is there any relevance back to the actual the 40-foot banana? Is that something that's part of it, or is that just something you guys did for separately from that?
Yeah, so one of the key initiatives for our business is sports, right? We believe that Dave & Buster's has one of the best sports watching experiences out there. We have these 40-foot wow walls that we can divide up content from sports betting lines to fantasy numbers to games that are live to other sports content. And so we have these incredible 40-foot wow walls that are in a space, and again, kind of that sports excitement, energy fits right along with that adult play. And for us, that's not our primary offering. And so, somebody like a Buffalo Wild Wings, that's their primary offering. So when you think of Buffalo Wild Wings, you think of sports and wings and beer, right? And so when you think of Dave & Buster's, you think of games and food and drinks, right? And so, okay, well, let's add sports to that. How is that going to manifest? And I think there we have to take even more risk, right? Because we have more at stake in order to educate the audience of it. So banana for scale, that was the idea. Obviously something that you see across the internet. And we looked at it as, okay, well, how do we get a banana for scale for a 40-foot TV, right? So let's make a 40-foot banana. And so we took a 40-foot inflatable banana and we stuck it on Hollywood Boulevard, and Jimmy Kimmel, posted on his Instagram account. I think one of the first days it was up. We had some back and forth with Chippendales about it, but largely, we just wanted to say, hey, look, this is a big banana, and this is how big our TVs are. And so just have some fun with it. Again, that falls in the 10%. So are we measuring it? Absolutely. Are we looking at what it does for us? Yeah, but am I saying, geofence the banana, how many people then came in? I don't think that's the purpose of that, right? So it's part of our blended mix.
I love that. I have many questions here. So actually, let's go back to the first part. So let's go back to the NFT part, because that's obviously more the nerd part. I love that. I'm super into them. You blended real world and NFTs, in the digital world. Is there some sort of, like you said, is it 86 cities? You basically can, if you go around them, you can win them. Is there Is there a goal where maybe one day the power cards, the NFTs are all interchangeable? Is there some sort of, you think with a 10%, is there like a 5-year plan type scenario?
Yeah, I can't go into public company. We won't go into too much detail, but I'll say there's just scratching the surface of our play in this space. Dave & Buster's is naturally a digital brand, and a brand that has a lot of tie-ins with collectibles and pop culture and things like that, where I think there's more there. And I think, I think the whole NFT blockchain, the whole technology set, it's in its nascency, right? And so I think there's a lot more that we're going to be able to get to with that, and we're going to be pushing the boundaries with it and making sure that we're right there as new abilities or new functionality comes along with it. And I think there was some concern about some of the coins and their impact on the environment. So that's something we're watching out for. But I think that the proof of stake methodology that like Ethereum is evolving into, and some of the others, I think maybe Polygon is another one that I think is proof of stake, Cosmos, a few of those other ones. Forgive me if I'm mistaken on those, but I think that proof of stake eliminates a lot of the work that the miners have to do, and can help us, create a more sustainable NFT space. And so I think there's just a lot of innovation that's coming in that area. So we will be on the forefront of it. We do have some plans for what's next, but I'll hold those a little bit closer to the vest.
Smart move. So now we're in the last 7 minutes with the Q&A. So I ran a little long asking a bunch of questions, but a lot of great questions coming through. And actually, it's a good question because it relates back to the Banana and Jimmy Kimmel. So the question is, how do you balance macro influencer campaigns versus micro influencer campaigns? What role does each of these kind of play? And obviously, you're getting some of those mega or super celebrities that are sharing that authentically because they love your product. But how do you think about the micros and macros as you guys go about your activations? Yeah,
it's a great question because, do you ladder up a bunch of micros or you go for the macro? And I think it depends on the brand. We're very fortunate, as I talked about, that American icon status, that we naturally get that. If your brand doesn't naturally get that, then I think you probably have to think about a strategy to get the macros and pay into them. For us, it comes pretty natural. So I hate to give that answer because it doesn't give you a plan for the future. But what I do think it's important to have a balance. And I'll actually take it back to Del Frisco's. That was one of the things that we made bigger investments and macro influencers for the messages that really mattered to us. An example could be a new menu or a new product or something like that. And then for the micro, it was more just like, hey, what content can you create for us? What is your perspective on the brand? And I think that's something I'll bring it back to is no matter if you're going macro or micro, and you should have a balance there. No matter what you're doing, try not to be too heavy-handed in what you're asking for from them. I think the audience really, even when it comes out and says it's an ad, like they really can feel the difference between when it's very heavy-handed versus allowing them the space to create. And if you can let go of that control of your brand, you may get something way beyond your expectations. So I think balancing the two is important, but it's going to depend on the brand. But either way, make sure you give them the ability to let their voice shine through.
You said the word balance, and one of the other questions is from someone named Todd Wallace, and he actually says, how do you balance the kids versus adult attraction of D&B? And I guess mine would be kind of on top of that, and it relates to your marketing mix. So you think of like, I'm going to identify families who've got kids. Obviously, it's a holistic family piece as opposed to targeting kids. But then the other one is like, people like myself that love your new stuff and want to go hang it out. So do you think about that in kind of different tiers in terms of types of influencers, put them in the micro macros?
Yeah. So we predominantly focus on the young adult because we believe it's aspirational for, parents to take their kids there. They go, that looks like fun. because it has that youthful nature to it, and they can see their kids playing video games. So that's not a big leap, but we try to make it more aspirational. And that's a little bit newer for us. So I'd say there's still some development there of how much we focus on both different channels. That was one thing in our most recent run, looking at YouTube for some of the younger audiences because of just the way they consume media. And so for us, predominantly we want to create a culture of that young adult and that aspirational status. And then we want to pull the younger kids on that. I think there's more development to do though. I think that's certainly something that Dave & Buster's can continue to hone. I remember when I was a kid and that I got to go to Dave & Buster's, and it was a really big deal because we had to go at lunch and we went until like 4, and then we had to leave because at 6 there were no more kids allowed, right? And that's changed over time, but to me that was like, whoa, I'm doing big kid stuff today, right? Like I'm doing something that's out of reach for me normally. I can't go at night. I don't know what happens there at night, but I can't wait till I'm 18 and I can go, right? But I think that is an important positioning for the brand that I think needs a little bit more refinement. So I think it's a good call out. But right now we're looking at more of a aspirational pull strategy.
And another question came in kind of related to that is the idea of young adult. Have you guys taken a deeper dive into the NIL space, the collegiate athletes? Obviously, they're the aspirational athletes inside of the kind of young adult space. Any POV on those?
Yeah, we don't yet. I think we've got a more sports push coming next year, so I won't go into too much depth on that. I'm happy to see it that it happens, because of just everything these kids are putting in for these teams. So I'm happy to see them being rewarded for that. I want to make sure that there's equity across the team and that we don't create more disparity based on positions and performance. So I want to I hope to see some level of equity there, and I do think it's something we'll participate in. But we're not going to talk about our strategy on that just yet.
Makes sense. And then last,
we
have a couple. No, yeah, good job, guys. Obviously, there's so many different tactics to take around the creator market, creator economy, and that's just one. And another one that exists also, whether it's them or families or individual influencers. You mentioned that you guys which is very progressive, already got into the live space, TikTok Live, other live platforms. I made a prediction in 2019 that by 2022, 10 to 20% of people's budgets would go towards live. Now, I think more so it's accelerated in the last 6 months because obviously the platforms have jumped from live streaming to live shopping. What is your POV? Is live going to be a big thing going forward? Is it actually gameplay from influencers at your locations? What do you guys think about live?
Yeah, 100%. We have a great lead on our team who's leading this for us, MK Flores. I am even hesitant to say her name because I'm like, don't steal my team members. But she's done an incredible job. And what when her and I were talking about, TikTok and just kind of making sure that we were in sync on some of the questions today, she just put a huge emphasis on live and just said, that's the future. That's where we see the most engagement. That's where that really drives our brand forward. And so, I think I mentioned this earlier, but we had Arcade Matt and Brent TV do I believe they did a co-host thing with us. I know the Arcade Matt's done a couple with us, but we have different influencers doing takeovers and giving them the keys to the kingdom and saying, what do you want to do with Dave & Buster's? And again, that goes to letting go of control. And you kind of have to let go of control when it's live. But, I think if everybody's aligned and kind of heading the same way in a positive space and keeping it upbeat and fun, that you can really do a lot with live. And yeah, huge proponent of live. A lot of it's really important to our strategy.
I love it. Well, Chris is the playoff music here.
When
it comes down to
I ruin all parties.
Well, I mean, you can tell by our fervent love in our family for DNB. My 18 to 20-year-old self is very proud of me that I'm talking to the CMO of Dave & Buster's and talking all things DNB. So thanks for making time. Really appreciate it, Brendan.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
And before you go, just quickly, I wanted to tell you, I think I told you over email, I recently made my glorious return for my fantasy football league, and your buffalo chicken crunch roll is awesome. And
Nice.
I think the best thing of my return was I'm a big mezcal fan, and you guys never had it, and now you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we're more to come on the drink front and food front as well. But thank you guys for this opportunity. You know, TikTok's been a big part of what we've been pushing and driving, and it's driving our success is just being in this medium. But also, thank you guys for your partnership. It means a lot to us at Dave & Buster's as well. So thank you, everybody.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
Thank you so much, Brandon. See you soon. All right, so we're on to the next one. We have our first all TikTok session of the day. We actually have the General Manager of North America for Global Business Solutions, Sandy Hawkins, is joining us in one moment. And we actually are going to keep Ryan on stage to interview her. So we'll give Sandy a minute to get locked in. This is going to be a good one. Hey, Sandy.
Hello.
Sandy.
Welcome to the show. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing great. I'll turn it over to Ryan so you guys can have a session. Enjoy.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris.
You got it.
Sandy, the best. Thank you for making time. Really appreciate it.
Sure. We're matching.
Yes. It's the Steve Jobs look. I like it. Very good. I'm not sure if you saw any of the last session, but Chris and I are DNB fanatics. Is Dave & Buster's a part of the Hawkins household? Do you guys go? Is that one of the things you guys do?
We're not there age-wise yet. I would say if it wasn't for the pandemic, we probably would have embraced it already. We're close.
Yeah.
I'd say we'll be there soon.
Oh, very cool. Well, I mean, age-wise, if not DNB, your kids must think you're super cool. And if you're heading up TikTok, are you like the coolest person in the family? Are you outpace everybody else?
Yeah. I mean, my daughter now thinks I have the coolest job ever. So that counts for something.
I think she's right. Even I think the grown-ups feel the same way. So very cool. Well, let's get right into it. And we're super excited to both be your partner and work with you guys tremendously over the last 4 years. And I'd love to talk about you specifically. Let's kick it off. So you came on in June of last year. I mean, everyone knows what happened in the work world, the regular world. What was it like? Not just the pandemic, but you guys you were already in massive growth and ramp stage. You only somehow doubled it since then. And what was it like coming onto a rocket ship?
I mean, that's what we all came over to TikTok for, is to be part of that rocket ship. I think what's so incredible about it is to see how the platform has really matured and the type of content that you see now. I think there's still this misconception out there that TikTok is for singing and dancing. And what I love personally about TikTok are all of the DIY that I get. So I mentioned I have a 9-year-old daughter who, just to be perfectly candid, does not have a TikTok account because it needs to be 13 plus, but we do co-view together. And so there's a lot of great science teachers on there and like math tricks, which I never would have found if it wasn't for TikTok. And there's so much other great content on the app as well. And I think that that's really what's accelerated the platform's growth over the past year and a half is just that diversity of content and how the community has really just leaned in.
The science talk is a real thing. Neil deGrasse Tyson is one of my favorite. It has become this. I was talking to Brandon about this. Besides being a joy platform, it's an informational platform. It's 20 to 60-second bits of information, or even less than that sometimes. That really does kind of lead into your passion. Is there a reason why DIY, and is that just something that your family is into, or you watch it on TV and now you watch it on TikTok?
No, it's interesting. So I'll joke. I consider DIY also, just so you know, cooking, because I'm not a chef at all. And so TikTok just makes everything look very easy. And even when it doesn't go well, you kind of are saying like, okay, I can do this too, because I'm not so good at it and it doesn't matter. I can still try to pull this off. So I mean, we've made a ton of different TikTok recipes. Of course, the feta cheese, the feta pasta recipe, but I've also made the cloud bread and a bunch of other ones too. So it's been fun, I guess, joyful to find all like recipes that I can make and enjoy with my family.
Amazing. And actually, it's a great segue into the quote you gave when we first joined the company that I want to read out loud to the viewers and then ask you some questions. But it's a great quote. So basically, TikTok is a platform designed to inspire rich storytelling experiences. And for brands, this opens up a new window of opportunity to create content that includes them in cultural moments, inviting the community and encouraging their participation. How is your, first off, you kind of painted a great picture there. How has that evolved? Because obviously that's when you first joined. Is it hit all those marks? Is it taken different tack? Has it gotten bigger? What do you think about it?
I think the first thing is that TikTok is different from every other platform is that it's built on a content graph and it's built for discovery. And so what makes TikTok so special is that any type of content and anyone can be discovered on TikTok, and anyone can also be any brand, right? The algorithm is working to deliver content that's relevant to you. And so my For You page on TikTok is filled with dogs and science experiments and cooking. And some, I'll say I do like the dad jokes too. But it's different for everyone based off of what they like. And that's what's so incredible about the community that TikTok has created, is that all of those different elements are there for everybody who's on the platform. And when something ends up taking off on the platform, and I'd say like the most recent example, which is one, and I have to say, like I tried to buy it and then I could not get it, was the Peter Thomas Roth eye cream. I saw the TikTok on a Friday morning, and basically within an hour it was sold out everywhere. You couldn't find it. And I think that's really what the power of the community is people see something, they gravitate towards it, they watch it, they like it, they comment on it, and it gains more traction on the platform. And that's the discovery element of the content graph, which is as more different types of people engage with that content, more people are going to see it. And that's just the beauty of what TikTok is delivering.
I love it. Well, it's a philosophical question. So there's communities. So the For You page is to get, for us, individualized content. But there are trends that basically go across the communities.
Yes.
And the zeitgeist is leveled up. Do you believe that the future, like almost the way that used to be trending topics on Twitter forever ago, that was kind of the way to do it. Now it's like you guys have your own trending pieces. Do you think the future is like every kind of major trend that's happening across multiple mediums is going to basically either originate or have a life of its own on TikTok, even if your community might not even actually be about that?
So, I mean, I think that communities are going to be the new demographic, and communities, just to be really clear, right? It could be like hashtag clean talk or book talk, right? They're people that share the same interests. And so I think there are going to be new types of communities that are created, not just on TikTok, but everywhere around similar interests, right? It's what, I'll call it, at least when I was, first a parent, right? It's the mom group, right? The local mom group. Now there can be a TikTok community that's, hashtag mom talk. You can find those communities elsewhere as well. But I think what it's doing is it's bringing people together. And that's the new community, right? Is bringing people together around similar interests or similar products.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's the first platform, and obviously I've been in the influencer world for the last decade, and it's the first platform that is both outwardly helping creators, but also the content. Really, if you're not using creators, that's the lifeblood of the UGC, everything happening. I guess talk about how the For You platform, the contextual advertising integrates with this which has been around for a while, but really this new renaissance of creator content.
I mean, I think you hit it on the head, Ryan, which is creators are really the lifeblood of TikTok. And just to be clear, right, creators are anyone, right? Creator could be you, it could be me, though probably not really me because I'm not that creative. That's what the power is that I could sit in my kitchen and I could make my favorite dish. I could put it on TikTok and that could become the next big cooking sensation that's out there, right? We're both wearing black t-shirts. We could make a TikTok and just talk about our black t-shirts, and everybody might want black t-shirts. That's what the power is of creators on the platform, right? It's, I think of it as you're having an opportunity to showcase items that you love, items that you use, or just things that you like to do in a very authentic and real way. And that's why creators are so essential to TikTok, is it keeps that authenticity and that realness, because you have everyday people showcasing what they love.
I love that. And there's as a consumer, someone that spends hours and hours each week on TikTok, it gets me every time just to see all the creativity there. If I'm a brand, and a lot of brand marketers tuning in, they're always looking at, well, what is it that I can do as a brand marketer to tap into that, creativity and that joy? And I guess I know you guys have announced some great stuff at TikTok World. How can they best activate creators in your mind?
So I think with working with creators, you have to find the creators that I would say align with your brand or help to accentuate something around your brand. And so if you think of things that have worked well, so like some recent creator examples that I've really liked, there was one last week that was with Angry Reactions and Pizza Hut. And what was so great about it is, and I don't know if everyone on the phone knows Angry Reactions, but essentially he is a very large person, like a big presence person, I should say. And it looks like he's going to yell at you, except he's so positive. And so what Pizza Hut did is they leaned into that, and he basically was yelling about how amazing the pizza was. And you laughed, and I probably watched it like 3 or 4 times because I thought it was so great, because he's doing what he does, right? He's being himself, and Pizza Hut is allowing him to be himself with their brand. Another great example that I liked recently was with Jif, and they did a hashtag challenge, which is one of our products, with Ludacris. And so the challenge was to put a spoonful of peanut butter in your mouth and then rap, which is crazy because, why would you ever want to do that? But it was so funny. And then I loved watching all of the different TikToks that went along with it of people rapping with peanut butter in their mouth. And I think that's why, right? It sounds, when you think about it and say it out loud, you kind of have to pause for a moment, but it works because it's real. Because I'm sure everybody's had that moment where they've taken a bite of their peanut butter and jelly sandwich and somebody asks a question you can't answer. And here was a TikTok encouraging people to talk with their mouth full with peanut butter.
Amazing. I actually remember as a kid, a Got Milk advertisement about the idea of that. So those indelible moments of obviously that was a commercial, but to have someone that you find relatable, find funny, and then the fact that you guys then allow for that creativity to live in a specific product to the hashtag challenge. I don't know if you know the number off the top. I assume that was billions of views. It reached probably the universe, right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly off the top of my head. I can follow up if anyone wants to know, but it was billions of views.
Yeah, it's amazing. So that's indelibly in a bunch of people's minds for the rest of their life, and that's it. Another example I love. Emily, I'll probably butcher her last name. Emily is a Zugay.
Yep.
Zugay. She's the revamping logos a woman. And the deadpan nature of how she delivers. Actually, I saw the one, the Amazon one she did, which is called Amazon.
Yep.
And then I saw the actual reaction is the brands are now leaning in. They get the joke. I feel like the brands get the joke on TikTok. Other platforms, it's always being kind of stuffy. Why is that? Why do they get the joke so much more on this platform?
I think it's just about the community. And I should just call out, Ryan, that Washington Post, NASCAR, Tampax, Tinder, Ocean Spray, McDonald's, NFL, Amazon, a lot, and TikTok, they changed their logos on TikTok because of it. And McDonald's actually changed theirs across all of their different social platforms. And I think it's because TikTok is really all about, you mentioned at the beginning, right? It's all about the joy and that you get as being part of the community. And we're also seeing more and more creators on the platform that are just making TikToks and asking brands just to comment, right? So there's this new, it's probably not new, but I think there's this brand as celebrity is really taking off on TikTok, where people want to interact with brands, right? Brands are personalities, and that's what's showing through on the platform. I don't know if you saw, there was a really funny TikToks between Target and Walmart. Did you see those at all?
Oh, I missed those.
So basically, a Target person, meaning like wearing Target clothing, an employee, stole a Walmart shopping cart and said that they were keeping it hostage. And then Walmart responded on their official TikTok, essentially putting a Walmart worker's uniform on top of a Target ball. And so then Target responded through their official account, included other brands, and did like a Power Ranger type of a team, basically showing like, and it was all of their different partners that they have in store. So they highlighted Starbucks and Ulta Beauty and Disney and Apple as like their team that's going to go after Walmart to get their ball back. I mean, it's incredible the fun that brands are having and the fun that the community is having.
I mean, it's brilliant. It elicits 80s movies where like you would steal the mascot and try to mess with his head. It's brilliant. And it is, and you guys obviously have, the 13 plus, but really it's the entire family. It's people that have, seen movies and content. So many sounds I've seen like that are just throwbacks for things that I grew up with are now in there. So, I mean, yeah, you guys have done a tremendous job. And I guess one of the things I was going to ask you, I was actually later, but it's a good segue now. What is it about your platform and sound? I mean, for years, YouTube, Instagram, they all had sound, but it seems like everything is driven by music or sounds, and then the redubbing or UGC of it.
Yeah. I mean, it's so funny. I don't know. Maybe it's just me because I'm on TikTok all the time. But now when I drive in my car and I hear a song on the radio, I can picture the TikTok in my head. And I think that speaks overall to the power of sound. And we've put out research that speaks that when you're using a sound or a sound that people recognize, that it helps to drive the recognition of whatever the product is or whatever the creator is doing. So I don't know, and I know we can't do a show of hands. Maybe we can just have people, comment in the Q&A or something. But, I hear a sound and I immediately can think of what the TikTok was. And I think what's a great example is that sound is transcending off of TikTok and onto television. So I don't know if you saw the recent TV commercial for Burger King, where they use a sound that is very specific to TikTok. And I actually heard it on TV. I didn't see what it was. I heard it. I recognized that it was a sound from TikTok. And I immediately looked up at the television to see what it was and what TikTok they were doing. And that to me is the power of sound and the power that TikTok is having on culture and transcending off of the platform right now.
Yeah, the actual sound. Yeah, I think we spoke about last time. It's like the one where it's explainer video. It's like now it's the song in my head for explainer videos. I use it internally to explain our own internal stuff we're doing with our company. Like how to explain things that are pretty complicated in like a short form version. So I don't want to prognosticate here, but I feel like if teachers haven't started doing it, teachers are going to start using it as like a lesson plan. Like I start like condensing down things into like 60-second TikToks.
Yeah, and again, like that speaks to, I think everybody's always thought that the attention span is getting shorter, and I think it just all depends on how you're communicating out the content. And so people are spending time, on TikTok, right? Almost a movie's worth of time because they're being entertained. So think of how much content they are consuming. And if you're able to deliver content, so going back to your comment on being a teacher, in short, entertaining ways, then people are going to pay attention to it.
Yeah. And I think it was last month. Congratulations. I think you guys actually beat out even YouTube in terms of amount of average time spent watching, even though it's all short form video, like the compilation together. Yep. I mean, yeah, for years, it seemed it was impossible to compete with them, but that's tremendous.
I think it's what, when I speak of the power of TikTok is, I'll go back, right? It's the authenticity and the realness. And so when brands are thinking about how to show up on TikTok, it is leaning into that authenticity and into that realness. And so, right, what makes the content so compelling is that, again, you're seeing people succeed, you're seeing people fail, you're seeing everything in between. And all of that is entertaining if you're being real to who you are as a person or who you are as a brand.
I love that. The testing ground is very fertile. We run the NBA campaign, where the smallest influencer had the most viral video. It didn't matter that their follower size. Also didn't matter that it was a sponsored ad. Just the fact that it was just a great moment. That's what I mean. That's the resonate. People how they resonate with it. And kind of pursuant to that, you mentioned we talked about the Sound On platform. We did a campaign with McDonald's. It's on you guys' website with Bella Porch, who's amazing, who's like transcended into being a celebrity in real life. With her different cool videos. But yeah, that was based on a sound. It was like a tasty new beat by Ricky Desktop, and that became a thing that she basically edited or made into her own video. Then everyone else made one too. And yeah, I think it's just it almost goes back to the old jingle days. Like you can somehow like marry a jingle with like an image or a video, and it's just indelible.
Yep. Well, and you think about it, right? You're letting the community help with that jingle, right? And in this instance that you're talking about with McDonald's, you're letting Bella Porch have fun with it, right? And showing how in her way, because she has a very unique style and approach to everything that she does on the platform, you're letting her use that new McDonald's beat and do what she does. And that's what's so much different around what TikTok offers, right? Than other platforms is you're working with Bella Porch and you're letting her have fun with your brand versus saying to Bella Porch, right, this is what we want you to do, and this is how we want you to do it. And that's, again, like coming back to the realness and the authenticity and the power of sound. You're bringing it all together.
And I love that because, it's crowdsourcing content, crowdsourcing, integrations. Let's get into the hard-hitting questions.
All right.
You guys are in a tremendous place right now, massive growth, but I'm sure there's always a way to improve the platform to make it better and better. What's been the biggest feedback you've been getting? Is it the main focus is about enhancing brand safety? Is it cost effectiveness? Is it measurement? Like, what are the things you guys are looking at and hearing back from the market?
I mean, for us, we always want to basically create the most trusted environment for brands. And so we are focused on being the place where it is the safest, most transparent, and most accountable platform that's out there. And so that is our overall goal. And so we hear back from brands all the time of what we can continue to do as we aspire to do that and to do it. And so we announced in our TikTok world, new brand safety partnerships, new viewability partnerships. And then we also announced on Tuesday, our new community guidelines. So I think a lot of times what people lose sight of is that, and this is, I always joke when I say, or like people think I'm kind of joking, but it's really true, is that brands worry about their brand safety. From a TikTok perspective, we worry about community safety, right? So it's not just about brand safety, it's about keeping people safe too. And so we launched our updated community guidelines report because we want to continue to be a leader and continue to show our progress towards taking proactive behavior against, right, hatefulness, bullying, harassment. We don't want that on the platform. And so we every quarter come out and showcase what we've pulled down and how we're working to continuously improve the safety for our community, which, by the way, is both people and brands, because if we're doing it for people, the brands are safe too.
I love that. Yeah, the first, our platform, we're partnered with IBM Watson. All the sexy AI talk means nothing if you can't be brand safe. You can't have that level of safety. And a lot of our early campaigns were with automotive brands, which are extremely about brands. They're very conservative, and checking for everything from online pieces like certain keywords or hate speech or profanity. Obviously the imagery and video pieces. So yeah, what you guys have done is it's kind of like the first checkbox. Almost like the doctors do no harm Hippocratic oath. Like right. That's the first step. Is you basically have allowed that. And yeah, I mean I think and maybe it's because of you guys are. And I'd love to talk about this. Maybe it's because of your POV and what you guys have been doing. Most brands, I think, a couple of years back, were extremely afraid of the idea of a UGC platform. I remember even early days on Twitter, I used to do like a UGC kind of like contesting piece, and brands are like, I'm so deathly afraid of like what they might take it and go run with. On your guys' platform, it seems like brands are like, well, we're going to roll with the punches, and we're going to be part of the the community.
I think the other thing, Ryan, just to call out too, is just our advertising formats by design. Right? They are 100% share of voice. So they take up the full screen. You have to click into the comments. So that's a separate page that you actually have to take action to do. And so just overall as well, right? what we are providing to brands are brand safe formats on their surface, without even talking about brand safety partnerships. And so it's one of the things, again, like we want to make sure we are going to be a leader in this space. We still have work to do. I think every company has work to do in this space, and in making sure everything is safe for brands and for people. And so that is really at the forefront of the way we think about everything.
I love it. Well, and that's like the part one for consumers and the brands. I'm a media nerd at heart. You come from you've been a staple in the industry for years. Measurement to me is, that's what we pitch and talk about to our clients, saying all of this is part of the funnel, from the upper funnel fund to like the middle funnel, lower funnel. In terms of, just personally, I've watched the paid media and the measurement team evolve, and in the last 2 years, it's been night and day. You guys are now offering, I think, for the most part, what every other platform is, and obviously trying to go beyond that. Talk about the measurement piece and how important that is for you guys to focus on.
I mean, I'd say we're maturing as a platform. I think what a lot of people forget, because of the size and the number of users that we have, is that we've really been in the US for about 3 years. And if you think about how much we've accomplished in that short period of time, we constantly have work to do. From a measurement perspective, when I started a year and a half ago, we were just kicking off our measurement. Now, Ryan, thank you for the kind words. We have a full suite of measurement solutions that we bring to brands every single day. And so it is important for brands, right? They want to see how it's working, not just on platform, but how are we actually driving off platform or in-store sales. And so we've really advanced our measurement to help brands find those, have those solutions on the platform.
And I love the idea of efficacy. Efficacy can be the full closed loop or foot traffic or sales, whatever it is. But it's also the efficacy of attention. How do you drive attention and viewability and stickiness? One thing I'd love to get your POV on. You talked about it the other way. You talked about how Burger King took one of your trends and put it on TV. What is your POV on brands that are coming on with like produced content versus creator content? Some of you guys are saying that you should do a mix of it. Is it like one or the other? What's your POV?
I've seen some good. So there was a recent one for the new James Bond movie. I don't know if you saw the TikTok, but essentially what we have brands doing now is they might take a TV spot, but they'll cut it vertically. And so they'll make a vertical video that fits on TikTok that showcases the same things that you might see in the TV spot, but obviously it's cut much closer so that you're just having that experience. And so brands are using TV and translating it into TikToks, right? I think the key is that they're translating it into a vertical video. And so what they focused on was highlighting James Bond, right? And the key elements that you know of that are Bond related. And that's what was cut from the TV spot.
Entertainment, which creates entertainment properties create tremendous, trailers. I can see how that would be a tremendous example, because in that scenario, everyone has an iconic love of that action and a highly produced content. I imagine that studio also put out some fun, kind of James Bond creator stuff as well. So yeah, I think for us, when we tell brands, they say there's no right way automatically. Normally, we see much better virality attention when it's using a influencer or creator's name and likeness and using a Spark ad for one of your products. But yeah, I see a lot of Apple campaigns, a lot of things where you open up the app and you see a bunch of that kind of glossy content. Yeah, it sounds like there really is a place for all forms, as long as it fits the formats.
Yeah, and what was interesting, Ryan, is also with the Bond TikTok, is one of their TikToks was, you had mentioned when you were doing the McDonald's, maybe it wasn't the McDonald's campaign, another campaign that you ran, which was one of the creators who had the least amount of followers. Actually, their TikTok had the most amount of views. And what's interesting is they did a red carpet TikTok that was not an ad, and it got so many views they actually did turn it into a Spark ad. And so even though it was still an entertainment brand, right, they're still taking content that they've built that they were just posting to their, right to their business account. And it did so well that they decided to use it as a Spark ad. And so that, again, I think it speaks to, you want to just stay engaged with the community and keep them excited keep them involved. And when you see something that works, then put it out there.
And I guess, do you see the future of, I mean, the line of celebrity and creator is so blurred right now. Do you think the future is that, I guess per community, like they become celebrities in themselves and they basically just become multi-platform, go to TV, go to streaming platforms? Like, what's your guys, POV on the creator economy and the creator kind of community you guys have built that they weren't on Instagram. These are brand new people that jumped in on this. So how do you guys foster that? And what do you think about them?
It's such a great question. I mean, where do we think creators versus celebrities are going to go? I think at some point they intersect is probably really the answer, which is a celebrity is probably going to become more of a creator and a creator is going to become more of a celebrity. You look at people like, and I'm going to butcher his name, but Khaby Lame, I think is how you pronounce it. And he's never said a word. I don't know if you're familiar with his TikToks, but he shows TikToks of other people where they're doing something that's really easy to do, but they make a TikTok to show that it was hard. And then he does it the easy way and then just puts his hands out and goes like this.
Yeah.
And right. I think he's now the second most followed person on TikTok behind Charli D'Amelio, but in a much shorter time frame. And, is he a celebrity? I don't know if he walked into, my local coffee shop, would I recognize him? I don't know. But is he a celebrity on TikTok? Absolutely. Right. And so is that helping him to build a career off of the platform? Absolutely. And I think that's where we kind of have to figure out, like, what does really celebrity mean? Like he's absolutely recognizable on the platform anytime he puts something out there. It gets millions of views. And so he's a celebrity on TikTok. Does that mean he's not a celebrity because he's not a celebrity outside of TikTok? I don't know. I think it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Prediction here. So we had asked by a reporter before around, do we think that there'll be TikTok stars in Super Bowl ads this year, kind of jumping the shark and becoming do you think that's going to happen? Do you think it's going to be the year where like maybe him or Charli or those are going to pop up in a Pepsi ad or some random, Super Bowl ad?
So I'll maybe it's different than that, Ryan, because if the power of the platform is the sound in the community, I think it would be bigger if there's a TikTok as a Super Bowl ad, right? So similar to the Burger King ad, which used the sound and used the TikTok sort of question answer. I think that would be the moment, right? Are TikToks in ads?
Yeah. If it's literally indeterminate between the two platforms, that would essentially make it so that it's equivalent.
Yep.
I think that we have about 4 or 5 brands every year that we work with on the Super Bowl, and I will say that they've all asked about it. None of them have made the final choices yet, but I think I think we're going to see a TikTok dominated Super Bowl if I can.
I hope so.
Yeah, it's exciting times. Well, here, so let's talk about another kind of important topic. The TikTok made me buy it. So that community, that hashtag, that UGC. Tell everyone that doesn't know what that is, why that's something that is obviously a big part of the platform, and really what the future of the TikTok made me buy it concept is.
So TikTok made me buy it. First of all, I talked about the community and communities being new demographics. I think what's so incredible about TikTok made me buy it is I wish we could take credit for it, but we can't. It's something that the community came up with. They started using the hashtag when they would see TikToks and then they would buy it and then they'd make TikToks of themselves with the products that they bought. And that TikTok made me buy it hashtag has over 6 billion video views. And so, I mean, it's crazy. So again, my daughter does not have her own TikTok account. She's 9, but we do watch TikTok together. And so she and I watch TikTok. We watch all of the TikToks that are sponsored or ads. And she is curating her Christmas list based off of things on TikTok. And so we have saved videos of things that Santa is going to buy her. So I don't know, maybe that's a new hashtag. Santa, TikTok made me buy it from Santa. I don't know what that would be. I'm not that creative. But it's incredible to see that she's seeing it working. And then, I've bought the feta cheese to make the feta pasta. I mentioned before, I tried to buy the Peter Thomas Roth eye cream. I couldn't, it was sold out everywhere. But that's the power of the TikTok made me buy it. And then I would just add to that, Ryan, that it's also, it creates an urgent need that people need to buy it. So they see a creator using it, wearing it, and all of a sudden you need to use it too, or you need to buy it, right? Because maybe it's going to fit you as well as you see the person in the creator who's like doing splits or doing a cartwheel, because that's how comfortable the leggings are, or, whatever it is that it might be. That's the power of the hashtag, is like, you see somebody doing something and you're like, I do that too, I should get it.
And is that going to be obviously on like a platform level? Is that something you guys incorporate into your shopping functions? Obviously, that's something that you guys have kind of touched on briefly, but is that something where you think the next year is it the year of live? Is it a year of live shopping? What's the next year thing look like?
So we're definitely focused on commerce as a platform, and we launched a bunch of new features for our auction products that do incorporate shopping elements. So we have our TikTok shopping, TikTok storefronts, which live within the business accounts on the profile pages. We've introduced product links where you can link products to purchase right from the TikToks themselves. We have our collection ads, which also allow you to purchase right from TikTok and land on an H5 page. So there's a lot of different ways that we're trying to further collapse that purchase funnel of, you see it on TikTok, you can buy it from TikTok. And then I know you mentioned live. That's definitely, we are going to have more live on the platform. I would say that's sort of where everybody's saying, oh, great, there's going to be live. There are definitely steps that brands need to take before they're ready for live. But you will see more live commerce on the platform next year as well.
Yeah, we were just talking to Brandon from Dave & Buster's, and yeah, they've made a big bet on that as well. It depends on the brand. If the brand is about competition and capturing lights and fun, like, that makes sense. Yeah, you have to be careful if you're I don't know, maybe the Fords and GMCs will do some sort of like showcase of driving a car, but it's a very different kind of feel. I guess with the last 2 minutes left, you've been there for a month and a year and 4 months. What are you most proud of? What's been like after all that, like this whirlwind, what are you most proud of for being a TikTok?
I think we're changing people's perception of the platform. And I think it's the perception as we are an entertainment platform. We're driven by community. I love the fact that brands are leaning into the authenticity, right? We talked about Emily Zugay and her, deadpan delivery of logos that brands are embracing and using, right? And that's what I love so much, is that we are teaching people, we're teaching brands how to embrace, finding joy, being creative again, right? Being inspiring to the community. I think that's what I'm most proud of, is just how we've really we're taking a different look at things. And I just love that. And I would say it's paying off in the time spent and the number of people who continue to download TikTok and join our community.
Well said. And as someone that is both, obviously runs it, but also is an avid TikTok user, are you creating content? Is the family, I know they have their own account, but are you guys creating family content yet?
We do. My daughter and I do make TikToks. So I keep them on private mode, so they're only viewable for my friends, I guess, people who friend me or follow me. So I do keep my content, other than I do make TikToks of my dog every now and again. But we have so much fun with it. We use lots of branded effects.
Right. So you're both a creator and user of the platform. So thank you so much for taking time out of your day. You're very busy to give us some insights on the platform. Very sage advice. And my brother's here, which means we're getting kicked out.
No worries. Hey,
well,
Chris.
I had a question, but he stole it. But it actually gives me like a part B of the question.
All right.
Obviously, you're doing some of it. internally, I could imagine, especially having young people at the company, do you guys have like creativity just going nuts? Like, is there all kinds of like stuff being sent in our office and people doing dances and all sorts of stuff like that?
We do. We share when people, I guess what happens, Chris, is that some people they don't want to share their TikToks with even just TikTok, even though they're up on TikTok. But we do, when people are brave enough, we do share them on our all hands.
Nice. Has anybody crossed over to influencer creator level from working with you guys?
We have people who are actually verified creators that work at TikTok that are on our client solutions team and our sales team, which is great because then they're able to give brands some insight into what works.
True experts. Love it. Well, thank you so much, Sandy. It was so great to have you on, and we look forward to working with you a lot more in the near future.
Thanks. Me too. Thanks so much, Ryan. Thanks so much, Chris.
Right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Bye.
Bye.
All right. That was a fantastic session. Up next, we have somebody whose company is making me very hungry right now. It's only 10:30 here in LA, but I think I want to go get some tacos. Please welcome Aaron Levzow, the Vice President of Marketing and Technology at Del Taco. And the session will be moderated by Courtney Ray, our Senior Director of Sales at Influential. Welcome to the stage, Courtney and Aaron. There we go.
There we go. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Courtney. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing well. Just waiting for Aaron here.
Yeah, a little bit of a technical difficulty this
Yeah,
morning.
there's this little glitch thing that, like, when you get promoted to the stage, there's like the second where you're like pressing the button so fast to jump on there. Hey, Aaron.
Hi, thanks for having me.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. We're so excited to have you on here today. I'll let Courtney take it away.
Great. Great to have you this morning. Like Chris was saying, also huge Del Taco fan, love the quesadillas, and a huge TikTok fan. So this was a great intersection of everything. But just wanted to start off. Obviously, we're all here because TikTok has become this huge emerging platform. I think, if we could have predicted what was going to happen over the pandemic and the growth of this platform, it was just, I think, beyond a lot of people's beliefs. But kind of as you guys started to see the growth of this platform, at what point did your team feel that this was really something that they needed to be a part of?
That's a good question. I think it, like many social channels, when something first starts, you're like, oh, that's interesting. And if you're anything like me, like when Facebook came out and I was in college, I was like, this is never going to do better than MySpace, right? Like you just like, your first gut is to go, is this going to do well? So we've learned a lot through the years that we should watch it. We should observe it. We should look at the engagement as well as the other brands that are starting to partake in it. Sometimes being the first early adopter doesn't pay off the way we would expect it to, right? The same way that there was an Uber before Uber, but Uber hit it big because they learned from the other guys. I would say that it wasn't until the pandemic that like we stared at it and went, okay, this is going somewhere, right? And I think a lot of brands did that, especially because this just blew up during the pandemic.
Yeah, it's fun. That's kind of when I got on it personally. And it was very interesting to kind of see, I think, how much time I started devoting to like watching TikToks before bed and things like that. So it kind of leads into something else that I wanted to chat through. So do you guys kind of have an internal process on how you review platforms? You guys kind of always keeping your eye on things that are up and coming? Or is it kind of, or you do want it to be a little bit more mainstream before you join specific platforms?
We're always watching. Doesn't mean we're always there, no, but we're always watching, and with anything. And I don't think there's a cut and dry process for that. And I think anybody that says there's a cut and dry process for like, hey, we know exactly when to jump into each platform, but you can't. They're all so very, very different. So we observe, we watch, and when we feel it's right, we start to dabble with it, and we learn from other people in the QSR industry, as well as other people just in other brands that are doing it well.
Mm-hmm. And kind of going off of that, how has that kind of changed the way that you guys are going out and creating content and kind of tackling social marketing? Because I think we had all kind of come to terms with how do we create content on a lot of the established platforms. But now that we were having, actual short form video that's very highly produced, kind of how do you guys, go about that? And how are you kind of, focusing on this specific channel in terms of marketing efforts?
So I don't know, when was it? Like 3 or 4 years ago, maybe it was longer than that. The phrase that you read everywhere was content is king, right? Content is king, content is king. No one could actually tell you what that meant. Like if you ask someone like, what does that mean? Well, it means content's important. No, I know what that means, but like, what does that do? And what it means is content needs to be specific to the platform, right? And you need to be producing many different facets of content. So for us, it's no different than if we were to look at Facebook or Twitter. Like the same thing you put on Facebook isn't the same thing you put on Twitter or Instagram or on your website. Like your content needs to be specific to your channel. The more channels you have, the more content differentiation that you need. And as we've seen, TikTok is a very different type of content platform. What works on TikTok doesn't work on other channels, and that's okay. It's specific to TikTok. So it's adding that into the mix of like, all right, let's understand what the best practices are. What have we learned from other people? What's working, what's not? And the great thing about any of these social channels is it's okay if something doesn't work, because you have another shot tomorrow and another shot the next day, right?
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting. And I like that you bring up the point that there has to be this differentiation between platforms, because I think people that might kind of be starting out in the space don't really understand that. They'll be like, oh, we'll just create one content and we'll just upload it on every social channel. And you're like, that's not why people, I use Twitter. I go there for news, or like, in LA, you're like, was that just an earthquake? Things like that. Versus, I go to TikTok for almost a media outlet at this point. It's like an alternative to TV. So I like that you guys are starting to see that really, content does have to be customized to the platform.
And TikTok's super curated for like each person, right? So what I see on my TikTok is very different than my daughter's TikTok, which I monitor, which is very different than like my friend's TikTok. I see like middle-aged mom videos that talk about like not wanting to have children anymore some days, or like annoyed with their husbands. Or I see funny cat videos, like very different than the dances that my daughter's watching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's definitely a good point as well. In terms of, I know you were kind of mentioning, you guys are kind of keeping an eye on what other people are doing in the space and just brands in general. Are there any initiatives that either you guys have run or that you've seen on TikTok that you think has been really interesting and really a great use of the platform?
There's a lot of things that I love about TikTok. In fact, I ask my husband often, like, do you want to see all the things I hearted on TikTok? He's like, no, like it's funny to you. It's not funny to me. But so from a personal standpoint, I think there's a lot of things that have worked really well. From brand standpoint, what I see working is very authentic, very grassroots video, right? Do not overproduce it. Being able to, as much as you can, based on like copyright and things like that, playing off the trends that are really trendy. What's always interesting to me is sometimes I'll heart a video that I'll see and I'll go, that's really like, that's funny. This is really funny. And it's skyrocketed, right? It's had a ton of reach. And then you go to that person's profile and you see that they basically remade the same video 600 times. But only one of them broke through and did great. And I find that fascinating that like they really had to keep trying and keep trying and trying for that breakthrough one that made them an influencer, made them quote unquote go viral. I think for Del Taco, we have a lot of great people that talk about us. And so it's made it really easy to learn from them, learn about what they talk about and lean into that.
Yeah, I think we had kind of quickly chatted about this before, that I had gone into the platform and saw that the hashtag Del Taco had been used around, 30 plus million times. And that you were seeing people that are just organically going out, giving reviews, trying new products. And it's, I think, such a great native element that you're getting. Do you guys kind of use any type of metrics to kind of measure that, in addition to maybe something that you're doing that's more promoted?
Yeah, we're constantly socially listening, right? So social listening has been big on all channels, but like understanding who's hashtagging you, what are they doing? And I joke because like our life lives on social, right? Like that's where we're at. But then whenever I talk to any type of person who's like meditation, me time, you should really get off of social. And I was like, that's not gonna, like, that's my job. Like it's legit what I do for a living. So no, but listening to those people talk about us is really interesting. Again, we lean into that. And if you watch, like I watched a young woman today who she just ordered, she goes, what's the least ordered thing on the Del Taco menu? And they said something and she goes, that's what I'd like. She was like, this is pretty good, like for being the least ordered thing. And I was like, that's great. That's fantastic that she liked it. A lot of people do taste tests. There's some funny videos where they compete our brands against other brands. It's just really enjoyable to see what people do. One of my favorites is I think it's a brother and sister duo that say every Taco Tuesday is at Del Taco, and they're literally in our lobby doing a TikTok dance, and it's wonderful.
Wow, that's that's cool to see. Do you find when you're doing social listening that you guys are kind of changing your strategies in accordance to what you're seeing, or just kind of monitoring what people are saying and keeping that in the back of your mind?
It's a little bit of both. It's preparing to be spontaneous, right? You have an idea, you have a good understanding of anything. This could work for anything, not just TikTok, but then you have to be ready to go with the times. And luckily or unluckily, depending on how fast you move, TikTok changes so quickly, right? So what's trendy today might not be trendy tomorrow. I don't know if you guys saw, but Burger King had one of the TikTok songs. And I don't know what the song is, but it was in the background of their commercial. And you know that commercial was ready to go. And they just put the TikTok when it became trendy, because guess what? Next week, not going to be trendy anymore. And something new will be cool.
That was something I think you were mentioning earlier that I think some people have had a challenge with, because they're like, oh, we want to lean into an existing trend right now. And I'm like, okay, that means you need to be up and live tomorrow, because we can't say Friday that it's going to still be a thing. So are you guys kind of monitoring trends and quickly activating to align that? Or are you kind of trying to start new trends? I know hashtags are just so big on the platform themselves, and creating challenges have become a huge way to kind of gain that native traction. Are you guys kind of trying to go down both paths, or is there a preference?
I would say, if I said like, yeah, we're really good at listening and activating super fast, I would lie to you, right? Like, I don't think there's any one of my peers that would be like, we're phenomenal at hearing and moving quickly. Like, we all wish we were faster at it. Do we do a pretty good job? Yeah. But could we be faster? Absolutely. And part of that is just learning that, think about where we were not that long ago. You had weeks, if not months, to put together a campaign. To ask someone who's used to having lots of time to go, no, you have to make a split decision on this, is a challenge. That is changing. That is true change management in the way we think about how marketing structures have ran before. So I think we're all starting to get there in the industry, but I think we have a little ways to go. And I'm sure you see the same thing when you're asking brands to move and activate on something quickly.
Yeah, I think it's kind of something that's going to be challenging, I think, as we kind of progress, because I think, obviously this very custom short form and even longer form video content is here to stay, and it's definitely not going anywhere. But from the content creator side, they're great. They can turn around content so quickly. They have this full level production. So from their side, they're typically ready to go. It's more, I think, when you add in those great, legal aspects of approval or things like that on the brand side, that it's going to take a while, I think, before we're catching up to a place where both sides can function very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
And then I know we've talked that QSRs have become very big on this platform. I've seen, with the Charlie Puth Subway initiative way back kind of at the beginning of the pandemic, more consistently seeing, and like you're saying, that Jack in the Box TV spot that has the song that's been added. QSRs kind of just all over the space. And I think it's great because there is kind of that food TikTok community that exists, and a lot of those hashtags. How do you guys kind of stand out amongst the crowd, especially if there are direct competitors, and kind of, I know you said you're looking at what competitors are doing. How are you ingesting, what's working for them and kind of replicating it in what you guys are doing?
Yeah, it's constant social listening with them, as well as the QSR industry is small. So it's like, we all know each other. We're all talking to each other about what's going on and what we're doing. We know that every content piece we put out is not going to kill it, right? And so you don't want to spend millions of dollars on something that you just know may not go so far. So you're constantly producing content, trying to hit it, right? And what we've seen is consistency is key. Consistency across all these brands. You see them like, they go from like 3 times a week to a couple times a week, like somewhere in there is where they find their sweet spot. But if they go completely dark for a long time, it takes them a little bit more to ramp up. So, and we know that not everybody's going to see everything you post. So it used to be, you would think I put out this ad and everybody's going to see it. And I'm going to put out a new ad. I'm going to tell a story if they go to your profile, but for the most part, they're flipping through the feed and what shows up is what shows up. So your goal is to get in front of as many eyeballs as possible and to create enough of a content engine so that it's consistently having something to be seen.
Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of people in the QSR space have kind of utilized that hashtag challenge or kind of a broad awareness, trying to get as many views as possible. Are you guys using the platform for kind of that general awareness and leaning into, you know, cultural trends? Is it a little bit lower funnel? Is it more product focused? Or are you guys kind of doing a good mix of everything?
Yeah, you hit it on the head. It's a good mix. We try and keep it a good mix. I think I don't see a lot of posts without hashtags. Like everybody needs to be using the appropriate hashtags, right? And it's not just hashtag Del Taco, but the hashtag of what is trending and working right now is important. But again, it goes back to your point, which is what is cool today might not be cool tomorrow. And if that's the case, you have to stay on top of those. So it's a lot of social listening, a lot of monitoring. It's not just because I did it this way before means it'll always be relevant. And that's really important to remember because that is what it used to be. It used to be like, we know what works, so let's stick with it. It's not that way because what works today might not work tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. And kind of going off of what you're saying, I know, you know, some brands jumped on very early, some kind of waited to see how people were reacting to the platform and then kind of gone on. And I think some people may still be a little bit hesitant to get on the platform just because there is, I think, a lot that goes into creating content, like you're saying, social listening, monitoring trends, seeing what other people are doing. Do you have any advice for brands that are looking to get on the platform for the first time?
I would say you always start by doing your research with anything that you're about to do. So I think we probably fit somewhere in the middle. We observed, we watched, we waited, and then we jumped in. You don't want to wait too long either, because you don't, if that's the case and it's not relevant to your strategy, then that's okay, but be okay with that. So I would say for all brands that you have to decide if TikTok is the right place for you. Some brands have limited personnel or limited production or limited resources, and they just can't invest in it, right? They can't, and their target audience, they can't find them there. And that's okay, but you need to be okay with it. You can't be like, well, I'm going to just like put up this one piece of content and see if it works. You're in or you're out. So if you're going to invest in it, you need to be consistent and continuously posting.
And going back to kind of when you were saying that content needs to be obviously specialized to the platform, do you guys kind of prioritize certain platforms at specific times? I know with QSR, you're fortunate in that you have kind of this general audience that you can look to, you know, really reach on a number of different platforms. Do you guys kind of prioritize certain ones during the year? Has TikTok kind of become more of a priority just because of the virality of, you know, the content, the growth and the user base?
Yeah, I think, again, staying on trend, TikTok has really skyrocketed during the pandemic. And so it would be silly for us not to be paying attention to it, right? Now, if someone told me like MySpace is back, or I don't know, I'm making that up, but something is back and we need to pay attention to it, we're not going to jump right in. We're going to pay attention. We're going to watch. We're going to see how it does. And then if it blows up, yeah, during isolation, when we all couldn't leave the house, my daughter is the one that was like, Mom, I really want to watch TikTok. And so I wouldn't let her have it on her phone. So I would pull it up on my phone and we'd watch. Then of course I got addicted. And now I can't stop watching. And then we would make family TikToks and family dances. And then I entered one of our family TikToks into a competition and my husband won a bunch of dance lessons from it. So it was, it grew not just for brands, it grew for our family, it grew for a lot of people. And because of that, And all the people that it grew for, brands have taken notice and went, that's where our audience is now.
Do you have, since you're on the platform, just like me, I like get that notification that it's like time to get off all the time, but do you have kind of a favorite content creator or kind of a favorite area of TikTok that you've stumbled into?
There was, I don't remember it, but it's a guy and he lives in Austin and his boss is in New York. And she hired him and they created these TikToks where it used to be just him. And then like he answered a Zoom call one day with her on it and then posted it and people loved it. So he makes all these TikToks of him talking to his boss in meetings. He's constantly eating in the meetings and it's just I'm sure it's staged, but it feels very real and it's hysterical to me. And he reminds me of Charlie Day from like Horrible Bosses and like Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and it cracks me up. So like he's one of my favorite. Because of my daughter, we watch a lot of dances on those things. And then I love the women that do voiceovers of the comedians. I watch a lot of stupid stuff on TikTok.
I'm like right in the middle of, I don't know if you've heard of Emily Mariko. She does like the salmon. And I'm like right smack dab in the middle of that TikTok right now. And a lot of like dog puppy video TikTok right now too. I think it's interesting that we've all kind of gravitated towards it because I think, during the pandemic, it was such a weird experience. And I think people were looking for commonality and shared response. And I think now it's interesting because you want to see how people are, going about their day, or we have seen a lot of like Zoom, what it's like to be on Zoom during the pandemic or working in, corporate America during a pandemic. And I think it's very interesting to kind of be able to like quickly judge how everyone else is feeling or to get like news updates. But it's been very interesting to kind of see, I think, how much time everybody's really devoting towards the platform.
No one should monitor the amount of time. It's excessive how much time I probably spend on that platform. But it cracks me up. And then I end up hearting all these things. And when I look back at all the, like, I like to rewatch the ones that make me laugh, and show them I'm proud to show them to other people. Like, this is funny. You should watch it. Nobody else thinks it's as funny as I do.
I do the same. I send it to my brother like every 5 minutes. And I'm sure he's probably like, stop sending me TikToks all day. And I'm like, oh, jumping back into kind of the Del Taco conversation, I think, how do you guys kind of envision? I know a lot of brands are kind of looking towards 2022, which is terrifying to think that we're already at the end of the year, but how are you guys kind of thinking about 2022 when it comes to kind of overall social and TikTok specifically?
So again, it goes back to content generation, right? Making sure it's a priority for us and continuing to look at that. So it's twofold, right? It's the influencer piece of it. It's the people talking about us, whether working with us or not, they are sharing our brand and paying attention to that. And then that's the content generation on our end as well.
And then when you're doing kind of that social listening aspect, as you're kind of monitoring things, are you guys even taking back that feedback to even more like product teams and things like that? When you're seeing, I know I saw a ton of reviews. I also saw, I think someone did a lot of drive-through experiences on going to drive-through, doing a lot of Del Taco drive-throughs. Are you guys kind of sharing all of that feedback that you're seeing? Because I think this has been such a great platform to get that quick response, I think, from consumers, where, typically we had to do, focus groups and kind of wait for feedback.
Yeah. So the good news is we have a woman in Del Taco. Her name is Christina, and Christina leads almost everything as it relates to social media. And she is amazing. I cannot say enough good things about her. She is absolutely a rock star at what she does. And she does this for all of our channels and looks at what's working, what's not, and analyzes them. And she pulls that information, and when relevant, make sure the right departments know about it. And that's amazing. Like, not a lot of organizations can say that they're nimble enough to be able to pass information back like that. She really does a really nice job of that.
Yeah, it's very interesting to hear, because I think we've worked with some brands where there's a lot longer of a response time to get feedback from, they do social listening just the way everyone else does, but they compile a report, they talk about it internally, and then, 3 or 4 months later, you're starting to see potentially shifts. So it's very interesting to hear that you guys are able to, kind of quickly take that feedback and kind of address it in real time.
Yeah, she does a great job at it.
Do you guys kind of have specific touch points or specific product launches throughout the year that you guys kind of look for things like this to lean into, or is it kind of just you guys have kind of tackled this as an evergreen kind of overarching social initiative?
So we have lots of different promotions that go on throughout the year. And so our TikTok ebbs and flows with them, just like all of our social channels do. So what it becomes is, hey, this is what the story is. And then the story gets curated based on the channel it needs to go on.
Gotcha. I think it's so interesting because a lot of times just personally going through TikTok, I've seen, I think we were talking about this on the panel before that, shopping through TikTok and kind of having to buy what you've seen on TikTok has become such an interesting element to this.
Mm-hmm.
And that product specific launches are kind of new things that are available. I think I had seen like the Beyond Meat taco kind of push natively for you guys kind of pop up. And seeing those types of things, it's been very interesting to see how I think we're just becoming more aware of specific products, and kind of that drive to go out and buy, or that drive to go out and try has been kind of growing specifically for the platform.
Yeah, you're right. And the good thing is we work in something that everybody needs, which is food, right? Like everybody needs to eat. And we know that food sells. When people see food, whether someone else is eating it or using it or getting it, it works, right? There's a reason that when you watch a pizza commercial, it's like, look, here's a pizza, and look over here, here's a pizza, because people know when they see pizza, they're like, oh, I kind of want pizza now, right? Like tacos are not that dissimilar. Like you see a taco and you're like, I do want what is today? Is today Thursday? I could go for tacos today. Like Taco Thursday sounds good. That's all it takes. And you're right. Like Beyond, our partnership with Beyond is outstanding. We've had that partnership for a very long time. If you are a Beyond Meat lover, or not meat, right? It's delicious. And so when people learn that we have that, they're like, why didn't I know this? So we want to make sure that that story comes out as often as possible, as well as some of our other products that are just amazing. And I encourage everyone that's listening to go to Del Taco as soon as they possibly can, because, well, you never know when tacos are going to run out.
And then another thing that I was kind of listening in on the panel before from TikTok specifically, I know that they are looking for aspects of like live initiatives and things next year. Do you guys ever envision yourself kind of getting into the live space? Maybe it's taste testing, or actually, going through the drive-thru experience, or have you guys ever thought about kind of how that might shift if, live kind of becomes a big trend for the platform?
I will say that I don't know that any of us have given it a ton of thought. And I don't think that I am like the only one. It's like what's here and now. We think about the future, but like I can pontificate about a lot of things. But I think if it takes off, if it gets added and takes off in a way that we're discussing and what we had heard in the conversation before from TikTok directly, then yeah, we have no other, like, of course we're going to get involved and we're going to want to be part of that. And either, like you said, taste testing or live events that we're at, different things that lifestyle wise just fit with our brand. However, as of right now, as it stands, it's not something that we're spending a lot of time thinking about.
Yeah, I think also too, it can be kind of tricky from the brand side because there's, no direct over, it is live. So you can try to script things as best as possible and give direction as much as possible. But at the end of the day, it is still, live. And I think for some brands, there might always be kind of that feeling of hesitancy when it comes to, just giving a creator a bit of free reign to just go ahead and go live and give, especially if there's any talking points that you guys want addressed.
Prepare to be spontaneous.
Exactly. I believe we're about to get into audience questions in a second. Let's see if any of them are popping up yet, but
everybody's like ready to go have tacos.
I know. We had a Del Taco specifically right next to our, I went to USC right next to our college. And so a lot of times we'd all grab Del Taco. So it gives me very fond memories to think of grabbing tacos, right before class, but I was very into the quesadillas.
Nice.
So we do have a question from the audience. So they're talking about how reaching Gen Z isn't just about having kind of a solid TikTok strategy. What other types of new media and what other content should brands be leveraging to reach younger audiences?
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. It's not just TikTok when it relates to Gen Z. Gen Z is, it's funny when millennials were the youngest generation, people would say, we're so weird. Like, it's so different. It's so hard to reach them. And now, like, you hear that about Gen Z. But as it relates to targeting Gen Z, it's through where they're at, which is on their phones, right? They're on their phones almost all the time. I mean, you could say that for a lot of generations at this point, but they definitely are. And they're on multiple screens. So I think that one of the things that I spend a lot of time researching is sonic advertising and this idea of like the sound advertising, right? The reason that I looked up and saw the Burger King commercial with the TikTok sound on it was specifically because I recognized the sound. I recognized the song, which was trending from TikTok. And I was like, why would that be on TV? And it was there because that's what they use, which is truly sound advertising to get me to look up. This is the generation that sees more advertising around them than any other generation has at this age, because it's everywhere all the time. And because of that, you have to find a way to break through. And I think sonic advertising is part of it. I think looking at what screens you're on when and how you can really vie for their attention, knowing that the attention spans have only continued to get shorter and shorter is really important.
It's interesting that you mentioned that because I was watching television last night, but I also had TikTok open and I was like, am I even processing both platforms? So it's interesting that, you know, you're talking about phones always being open, and kind of how do you balance, you know, they're always on their phone. How do you kind of balance that? And it's also interesting that you brought up, I'm starting to feel old where I'm like, oh, I've seen a TV spot. And I feel like Gen Z's like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're only doing streaming. They're only on their phones.
Very true.
So kind of a follow-up to that question, how do you target this demographic, this younger audience without kind of losing that older segment? So how do you kind of marry the two where, you know, potentially you're trying to reach both and not cut one or the other out?
So years ago, we used to say, as it relates to like other advertising, we'd say, we want to get to the right person at the right time with the right message, but it's still true. We want the right person, which could be multiple different demographics at the right time, whenever they're looking at the screen or looking at listening to whatever they're listening to, with the right message, mean curated content for them. And so it sounds like such an easy phrase, and yet it's so hard and difficult to do. And all of us brands, like it's not just us, all of us are constantly challenged in looking at how we do that. So whether it is TikTok or one of the other many platforms, it's figuring out what content works there, how we can create a system and process that works to get it produced and getting to the right audience with that content. So it might just be slightly different. It might be vastly different depending on the content we're producing.
Makes sense. And kind of going off of that, the next question, aside from TikTok, what other platforms are kind of central to your social strategy?
Yeah. So like everybody, we're still on Facebook. Like, no, like we weren't like, oh, we have to get off of that. No, we're still there because so many people are still there and you can still target. Instagram. All of those are very much central to how we engage with our audience. Different message, different content based on the platform, but definitely relevant.
And then in terms of, we know some brands like to lean into more content creators, some kind of go that more celebrity route. Have you seen more success using, you know, celebrities, especially on TikTok, or is it really more of a, you know, tried and tested TikTok content creator type, you know, focus that you guys are looking at?
It's both. And luckily people love us. So, it's like I said, it's a little bit of both, but if you watch like the Real Housewives constantly talking about Del Taco, you watch some of these other celebrities, they just bring us up and we're not reaching out to them and being like, hey, can you talk about us? They naturally love us and naturally talk about us. And that's a pretty amazing brand to be a part of.
Do you guys, I know some brands, they love when people are doing that organic conversation already. Do you guys kind of send, things to those celebrities as you guys kind of hear? Yeah.
Of course we do, right? Like, no, I don't think there's a brand out there that'd be like, I heard that celebrity talked about me and I don't want to do anything with it. Like, you absolutely want to do as much as you possibly can with that to share the love, right? And we love that they love us.
And then I know we've kind of talked a bit about, how crowded the QSR space is on the platform, specifically with tacos. I know, Taco Bell is kind of, I think the main competitor, but do you guys have any specific focus on things that are more maybe direct competitors than, kind of the broad QSR space?
Well, everybody's our competitor if you're hungry, right? So nobody's like, you know what? I can only think about people that serve tacos right now. I mean, maybe they do, but for the most part, when you're hungry, you don't immediately think of a category as a consumer. You think I'm hungry. Then you think, do I want to cook at home or leave? I definitely want to leave. Now everybody's our competitor. That's a restaurant. We heard at the beginning of the pandemic, a lot of the competitions for restaurants was the delivery of home cooked meals, right? Like, so once you get through that, then they narrow it down to tacos, then we can win. We know that we have a great product. We've been around for a very long time. People love us. You talk to Californians, they say, oh my God, I love Del Taco. It's amazing, right? And we're branching out and we have over 600 locations throughout the US. So now people can get it. I talk to people who literally, when they travel, they're like, oh, thank God I can go to Del Taco. And you're like, oh, that's crazy. All right, that's awesome. I love that. So we love about our brand. And we know that we have a superior product in a lot of ways because we cook our food fresh, right? Like, we slice and dice and our cheese is grated in the restaurant. And so it has a fast casual type quality while still being a QSR.
It's funny you mentioned that. Tacos are always my go-to. So whenever I'm like, I'm not cooking tacos, it is. But I think what goes along with that too is a lot of people were like, oh, I don't want to cook. I also don't want to have to go out and get it. I'm going to lean on delivery service. So can you talk about kind of how the importance of delivery services, so, your Uber Eats, your DoorDashes kind of play into that added strategy?
Yeah. So we saw the same thing. Pandemic hit. I don't want to leave my house. Who's going to bring me my food? And delivery took off. And what it did was it got people over the hurdle of like, okay, how do I do this? Do I download an app? Like, I just want to order people who had never ordered DoorDash or Uber Eats or Postmates or Grubhub before are now ordering for the first time. And now they love it, right? Now you have Dash Pass and Uber Pass and all of these other things, and they want their food delivered to them. Now, it's important when you go to that platform, there's a lot to choose from. So you want to make sure that your listings are great and quality and people know you're there and it's geo-targeted around you. So there's a lot of algorithms that go into that, but there's also making sure your content's appropriate for the channel and the marketing you do through them. But getting the eyes in front of you so they know they can just reorder next time. You open DoorDash, I want to reorder what I had from Del Taco next time. And we also know that our business, late night, breakfast, we can deliver that to you. You don't have to get out of bed at night, in the morning. You have a great night out. You want some Del Taco, we'll bring it straight to you. And so we've seen a lot of success with our third-party delivery.
Chris is joining, so I think we have time for one more question. Let's see. I think we've kind of talked about this kind of peak times for advertising for Del Taco. Do you guys kind of lean into that Taco Tuesday? Do you kind of lean into, I know you're mentioning kind of nighttime, and there are other QSRs that are kind of lean into like late night eats. Is there kind of a strategy when it comes to that?
The great thing is we have great business, whether it's breakfast, lunch, dinner, or late night. Late night is great. In fact, when I first started working for Del Taco, they were like, have you had it? Like, lots. And I was like, well, when I lived in Vegas, I would eat it often at 2 a.m. And people would be like, oh, that's awesome. But that's how I knew Del Taco, because that's where you went after having an amazing night out. Now I would eat it any time of the day. And our breakfast tacos are amazing. So we're able to lean into all of those day parts, which is so awesome as a restaurant. Many restaurants can only say they're a lunch and dinner, or they're like one day part. We're all of them. And we have you covered no matter what. If you want to have a breakfast wrap in the morning and an amazing, like our double Del cheeseburger is like it's the thing I get every time I go there now, and we're a taco restaurant. Like it's so good. And then you can have like a horchata shake, and it's like it just blows your mind how good our food is and the quality and the research that goes into every product that we roll out. Honestly, it's all the different day parts, and there isn't one that I would say is like, oh, don't go during that time. Like they're all very, very good.
Chris, I don't know if you had any other questions. I'm hungry. I'm ready to go to Del
Yeah.
Taco.
Well, I have, first of all, I wanted to congratulate you. I saw that you are on the Future is Female shortlist for Adweek. So congratulations, Erin. Very
Thank you.
exciting.
Thank
And I
you.
saw that you're going to be in New York at the Brand Innovators dinner next week. So I will be there as well. So I look
Oh,
forward
good.
to meeting you in person. A question that I'm going to ask both of you that will actually serve as a segue to my next segment. How many TikTok followers do each of you guys have?
Probably, can I look?
Like
Hold
10?
on. Let me tell you. I don't know that anyone watches my TikToks because my son's favorite TikTok is that TikTok that goes, someone in here is possessed by an owl. And he goes, who? And then we look at each other. And it's his favorite thing. So we've reenacted it multiple times. I have 47 followers and 275 likes. And that's a lot for the enormous, like the few TikToks I have on there. But my daughter has overtaken my TikTok a lot as well.
Well, I would give you well done on that. I think I have like 6. It's totally a voyeuristic platform for me. I don't think I could. I mean, maybe if I had a child, I would do the dances with them or something, but I can't bring myself to do it.
That's what they want to do at night. They're like, Mom, Dad, can we do a family TikTok? And I'm like, this is what we're doing. This is our Friday night. We're going to do a family TikTok. And yeah, that's what we do. I mean, it's a couple glasses of wine in, but that's what we do.
Sounds about right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, Erin, and I look forward to meeting you in person next week.
Likewise.
Thank you for a great session, Courtney. Absolutely. All right, guys, on to the next segment. So I asked that question as a baiting question. So obviously none of us have really any followers, but the next panel of presenters have way more followers than any of us could ever dream of having, as TikTok followers. The moderator for the session of the following TikTok stars is Barbara Jones, the founder and CEO of Outshine Talent. The TikTok stars themselves, they are Mai Nguyen, Parker James, Christian Dennis, and Tyshawn Lawrence. Welcome to the stage, everybody. We'll give you a couple seconds. I know everybody's got to punch in for a quick second, so we'll wait for you guys.
Hi.
Hey, Barbara. How are you?
Good,
Doing great. How are you?
Doing great.
Great to see you. Hey, Mai, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Welcome to the show. So glad to see you guys. We'll wait 1 second for Christian and Tyshawn to join us as well.
And Parker. We're waiting for Parker too.
Oh, yes, and Parker as well. Say full stage today.
All right.
Hey, Christian. How are you?
Good. How are you? Hello.
Welcome.
I
Seen Tyshawn's popping on in a second.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Tyshawn? How are you?
How are you? I'm good. How are you?
Good. Welcome to the show. I guess we will wait 1 more second for Parker and then we can get started. And if there's any lag, we can go ahead and get started and have him join in the fun.
Sure.
Yes.
I'll just
He might be creating a TikTok as we speak.
Yeah, exactly. There were some minor technical difficulties this morning. So
oh yes, I did hear about those. And this is a bigger panel than most. So to get 5 people on at once is a tall order sometimes.
Okay, so he says he registered. Let's see here. Hold on, guys.
Hold on.
Hold on. I thought he's the one that shared the link. Hold on. Sorry.
No,
I like
no
your
problem.
background setup. It's really nice and organized and clean.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I probably should have the talking TikTok background on, but I just decided to go with my own. And actually, I'm wearing red and black today, so I thought me and Kennedy kind of We're matching today.
You're matching.
Wait,
Nice.
we're all wearing
Gotta-
black.
Yeah.
Kind
So
of worked out.
Chris, he said he registered, and maybe so someone hasn't found him just to pull him in.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is go ahead and let you guys start the session, and then I will work in the background to get them popped on there. So go
Okay,
ahead
great.
and start, and then we'll have them join us as soon as possible.
Okay. Grab you. Okay, fantastic. Okay. Thank God for texting during Zooms. Okay. So, all right, we're gonna get this party started here.
Go ahead.
Hi. Okay. So my name is Barbara Jones. I'm the founder and CEO of Outshine Talent, and we represent social first creators and building them into global brands. And very excited to be here talking TikTok. And so first I thought we would do is just go around to each person and give us a little bit of background on each of you and how you got started on TikTok. So let's start with you, Mai.
Okay, me first. Hi, everyone. My page is My Healthy Dish, and I would say I'm almost like an OG influencer. I was an influencer before the word started. I started on Instagram. I know we're talking about TikTok, but I started on Instagram 9 years ago when it was a photo sharing app. I think I'm aging myself a little bit, but I just progressed from there, and I shared healthy recipes on that page. I just saw something there, and I knew social media, there was a power in social media. And ever since then, on Instagram, anytime a new social media platform started, I would just say my name, give it a shot, and see what happens. And so TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, I love all four. And I do healthy recipes on all four.
And how did you get started on TikTok?
I started on TikTok because of you, Barbara. You know, that one night you called me and you said, like, I have this girl named Charlie D'Amelio, and she has 3 million followers in a few months. I'm like, 3 million? It took me like 8 years to get to like 800,000. What's the secret sauce? So I downloaded the app and I played around with it, got really confused. And then I went to my 11-year-old daughter at the time and asked her how to film some TikTok videos. So my twin girls actually filmed my first viral video. And when you have like 100 followers and you have 300,000 views, there's just something there to be said. So the pandemic happened. And what happened? The pandemic happened, and I took it really seriously and started filming 3 to 4 videos almost a day during lockdown because the whole world shut down, and my calendar cleared up. And then 3.5 million followers later, and here we are.
Excellent. I love it. Love it. Okay, so which Christian or Tyshawn, who wants to go first? Who was on TikTok first between the two?
Tyshawn was on TikTok first. Well, he was there before it even became TikTok.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Tyshawn, why don't you introduce yourself, tell us what you do and what how you got started on TikTok.
Okay, hi, I'm Tyshawn Lawrence. So I originally started off on Musical.ly, and let me tell you, it was not a great start because I was doing all the transitions, did not know exactly what I was doing, but I was just playing around with the app and stuff like that. I stopped for a while just because I just thought I wouldn't go anywhere with it and stuff like that. So for a good 3 months, I just was not posting. I didn't care. And then I got back on, I did one of my first, when it transitioned over to TikTok, I did my first viral video. It was basically, it's embarrassing, but it's my first TikTok that went viral. It basically was me pulling my pants all the way up to my shoulders, and I didn't have any arms, and I was just doing the left foot two stump or something like that. And basically that TikTok took me to places that I didn't even know the video could get. It was on commercials in different countries. It was on billboards. It was on TikTok, when they rebooted and they made their first commercial or whatever like that. They used that video and all that. And I was just okay, wow, I can actually go somewhere with this and stuff like that. So once that video happened, I just started making videos I made 3 videos every single day for, I want to say 2 years. I would post 3 videos nonstop. All types of videos. I would play around with comedy, play around with like talking and all that stuff. And then once I just continued, I got to 12 million, and that was just amazing. So the fact that I kept going on was just like, it was a blessing. It was a blessing. I'm happy I didn't stop.
Exactly. Well, thank you for that. So, Christian, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about how you got started on TikTok?
So I am Christian Dennis. It's actually funny because I have been like kind of doing social media for a little bit, but kind of just like had like half my foot in the water. I wasn't really taking anything too seriously. I was just having fun. I was on Vine. I was on Instagram posting stuff. I did a lot of I was a crazy like Ariana fan. So a lot of my followers came from that because they knew how much I admired her and stuff. And I kind of built a following from that. And then I met Tyshawn and a few other people through that I met through VidCon and stuff. And they're like, oh, you should post on this app, Musical.ly. And I was like, oh my God, Musical.ly, what? And I started posting on it because I was like, why not? And I wasn't that consistent. And then Tyshawn, we started talking and then started dating. He was like, you need to get on the app, you need to be posting. And so I started out really just posting probably like 3 times a week. And my engagement was pretty good because actually, I don't really know why. I think people just were like kind of confused. They're like, oh, like, who is this? Like, what's their gender? What's going on? And I was like, not really answering the question just because I thought it was obvious and just having fun on the app. And then once Musical.ly became TikTok, and I saw Tyshawn like in ads everywhere, I was like, oh, wait, I want to be making videos. Like, I want to try to do stuff. And we started making a couple of videos and I started doing like my makeup or transformation stuff where I go like without makeup to makeup and stuff. And so now I kind of do a lot of different things. I do makeup videos, I do hair videos, I do fashion. I feel like I'm really just in like the beauty and fashion space. And yeah, I just been doing that for, I think I've only been taking it really seriously for like 2.5 years. Like I've been doing it for a while, but these past 2.5 years is when it's really been like, okay, I want to do this. This is my career. So yeah, it's worked out.
Amazing. Okay. And Parker James, wanted you to like introduce yourself and tell us how you got involved in TikTok.
Okay, so I'm Parker James, and I was never really a big like social media guy. I don't know, it didn't really appeal to me. I didn't really see like the hype about it. And then one day I broke my arm really bad, and I had to be like homeschooled. So I was at home a lot. I had a lot more free time, so I downloaded Musical.ly at the time. And I started posting on it, and I was like, hey, this is kind of fun. So I just kept doing it and doing it and doing it. I posted every day, and then I started getting a following, and my videos started getting featured, and all this stuff. And I got invited to the TikTok Musical.ly party to where they announced the new name of the app, and I've grown from there. It's been just a really crazy, unexpected, wild ride. And now I do see the hype around social media. At first I didn't, now I do. And I'm really happy that I actually chose to get involved in this space and all that stuff. Cause I got to meet amazing people and be involved in amazing things. So yeah.
Well, let me ask you guys something. Obviously you have profiles on all different social media platforms, and this isn't about hating on any other platform, but we're talking about TikTok. What do you like most about it, and what makes it different from some of the other platforms? Let's start with you, Christian.
I would say my favorite thing is just how it can be a good thing and a bad thing, but I think that it's what makes the app like amazing, how fast it is and how interactive it is. Because things are always happening, and there's always something new to do. With other apps, they're just like kind of just posting and it just like whatever. There were some trends on Instagram that went viral, like different makeup trends, stuff like that, different comedy skits. But like with TikTok, they've kind of figured out a way for the app to, I guess, never die because of how quick engagement can happen for you and how fast you can grow. And it's like, even if people get tired, there's always going to be someone that wants to try to, do a trend or try to do it differently and stuff. So like, they just done a really good job of making the app like really fast and interactive and like really direct. It's, I don't know, it just has been like, you can grow so fast, like out of nowhere. So I think that's
I kind of love, it's almost like buying the lottery ticket. Like anybody really could, it could happen to anybody if you're just making great content and you're posting consistently. It's very possible that you could get on the For You page and it could change people's lives, and it has changed people's lives. But I think it's fun for me, not that I'm a creator, I'm really more of the voyeur. It's like just the discovery option to me is very exciting. I'm always looking for new, interesting people to work with. And that for me is very exciting. But Mai, what about you? What's one of your favorite parts about this versus other platforms?
I think each platform has their own unique style. And I think what TikTok has that the other platforms don't have is they're like this, almost like a trailblazer and a trendsetter, where all the other platforms kind of follow suit like days or weeks later. But what I use TikTok for is how entertaining it is, where I'll go to YouTube for something to learn something, if I need to, like a recipe. And I feel like Instagram is where we go to catch up with our friends and maybe and somehow see a recipe or see some cool stuff. I know they're trying to change it up, but with TikTok, it's like pure entertainment. But if you could just take that, as me as a creator, take that entertainment and also give value, that's where like that shift, and that's where you build that following, and that's where you build that fan base, is that when you take your content to that next level and not just entertain them, but give them something of value that they're learning at the same time. And I think that's just the shift that TikTok is going towards. But I think that we all as creators, that we're here now, that we've already kind of gotten to that point.
Yeah, for sure. What about you? What about you, Tyshawn? What do you think?
I feel like TikTok is different just because I feel like with other platforms, you have to be more updo, you know what I mean? Like more like, I don't know, like you have to put on like this like baddie on Instagram or on YouTube. You have to like do certain trends, or on certain platforms, you just have to just keep up that like high status of yourself. And I feel like on TikTok, you can create a like just show off your personality more. And you don't have to do these long form type videos for people to be like, oh, like that's you. Like when they think of something, they be like, okay, that's him. Like that's how I know him, you know, when he make those like certain videos and stuff like that. So I just feel like it's just a way to, TikTok is just a way to like show off who you really are, depending on what type of content you make, obviously. Sure. But like, I feel like it's more easier for your followers to get to know you on that platform.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Parker, you have very you have scripted comedy bits that take time. You use a fun filter for another character, and you do that kind of thing. So what do you love about TikTok versus maybe other platforms?
I just like how supportive everybody is. Like on a lot of other apps, I know Instagram sometimes the hate can be overwhelming, and I feel it could be that way on any app. Like there's hate everywhere, but I feel the TikTok community is just very accepting of everybody, and I feel they really kind of started the whole movement of like the whole come as you are type thing. So when I started doing these short form to long form scripted videos, it was kind of semi new, especially using a filter. So to see the positive feedback and the kindness from everybody, I was like, hey, this app has standout qualities that other apps don't necessarily have. And then the other apps, the communities became just as positive. So yeah, so I'm really pleased with the positivity side of TikTok.
That's good. Well, we have a lot of brands and agencies and brand marketers that are watching this live stream. And just as far as working with brands and TikTok, what if you could give advice to a brand or an agency that wants to work with TikTokers to make it a successful campaign, do you have, one or two things that you might like to share on what has made a successful campaign for you? And if that means, mentioning a specific campaign that you worked on and why you liked it, that would be great. Mai, can we start with you?
Yeah. So I think with TikTok and brand partnerships, I think it's still kind of definitely the wild, wild west, and brands are still a little bit hesitant. And there is some education involved in it. So when it's a big campaign, I always want to do a kickoff call and just to go over the deliverables, the key messaging, but also just educate the brand on how the algorithm works and how the followers consume content on the app. It's different than any other platform. And I want to bring it back to the whole point of just entertain them first with deliverables and not make it look like an ad. I mean, we've tried to do that on every platform, but the more you try not to make it look like an ad, the better. But also pick an influencer or creator that fits your brand, where it flows so easily and seamlessly. And for example, Sam's Club is one of my campaigns we're working on this holiday season, but they were actually new to influencer marketing in general last year, and I was kind of one of their guinea pigs for their summer campaign, and they didn't even want TikTok, and I was like, no, give it a try, you don't know. So we threw TikTok in there as a freebie because we already had the content, and the summer campaign went off so well. They came back in the API month, and then their summer campaign, summer, holiday, and now another holiday. So it's holiday, API, summer, and now we're doing their holiday campaign. And the holiday campaign with their new deliverables, it was TikTok, and then, so I could tell that they're on board and they see the numbers. And what's great about TikTok, it's a clean slate with any influencer you choose, as long as it's on brand, is that if the video does well, you're going to get the exposure that you want. But it's almost like a billboard. So I like to say, choose an influencer that has a fan base and not a following, because that's when they're really going to trust her word or my word, where you need to come here to get all your holiday finds at Sam's Club or Walmart, because this is where I shop. So instead of finding maybe someone who is not organic to your brand, or even have a smaller following, or doesn't have a fan base. And when I say fan base and following, it's different, because anyone we know could go viral on TikTok and all of a sudden have 1 million followers in a week, but those people don't know you. So throughout the months and years we've been on this platform, we're constantly giving value. I'm constantly giving value. So my word is trusted. And that's where, as a brand, you should really look into this influencer, read her comments, look at her likes, look at her, everybody, read the comments, look at the engagement, and see if these followers are fans and not just followers.
No, that's a great piece of advice, because you're right. Anybody can have a lot of followers really on any platform, but are those fans? Are those really, stans really? So, okay, Christian, why don't you talk to us about what advice you might give a brand that you want to work with, and maybe an example of a good campaign that you like.
Just piggybacking off of what Mai said, I think, like she said, definitely making sure that you are studying the person that you want to work with, because the best campaigns, the way that I think campaigns perform the best is when they come off very authentic, and it seems natural, like it's something that your followers or that person's followers would see on a regular basis. Because once they see something that looks like an ad, they're either going to scroll past it, or they're just going to be like, oh, this is obviously an ad. But if they see that it is an ad, but it comes off as oh, wait, yeah, this makes sense, this is what they do, then they're going to be into it, because they're going to trust what you're saying. They're going to trust that you actually are genuine with how you're representing the brand, because it makes sense for you. And also I would say, well, a good example of a brand that we work with, well, it was for TikTok. With me and Tyshawn did like a TikTok for good thing. That was like, we basically give relationship advice. And so one of the biggest things about me and Tyshawn, if you know us, you know that we're in a relationship. We've been together for 3 years. We were long distance and we've been through a lot of trials. We're always messing with each other. We're best friends. And so the fact that TikTok came to us knowing how perfect this would be for us and gave us a lot of creative, not really creative, well, yeah, creative freedom, but like they scripted out this stuff, but they were like, say what comes naturally. It was basically just us answering different questions that people had about relationships and stuff like that. So it came off very authentic because it is us. So I feel like brands should, like I said, like study the person that they want to work with and also trust them when they say that like we want to post something, we want to do something that's going to look good for us and for you. We never want to put out anything that is, you know, not 100%. We don't want to put out something that might look bad on our page. So when we suggest a better time to post, or we suggest a better creative direction or something that might work better, or if like something as small as like maybe, oh, I think instead of doing a voiceover, I should talk because I talk in my videos, like small stuff like that, that won't seem like it's just like the brand has their hands all over it. I feel like it will come off very genuine for followers and it will always perform well. I think my favorite campaigns have always been like that when I have creative freedom and stuff like that. So,
no,
yeah.
I think that's an amazing point. And it's easy to say just, you know, give creative control, be authentic and all of that. But it really is understanding who you're picking and why they're doing so well and really trusting them. I think coming with a brief and coming with guidelines is great. You want that sort of those guardrails. But I think we're seeing a trend more and more of asking the creators for their concepts so that we're all on the same page, and then moving forward and trying to be like, you definitely have to give some trust. There has to be some trust there. But I think for the brands, I think actually listen to your TikTok reps, because TikTok actually does some of the best campaigns themselves, right?
Yeah.
Like the TikTok
Yeah.
for good and stuff, like because they really know, they know obviously creators, but I think they're an amazing resource. So you should probably, deal with your TikTok, people if you're a brand. But I do think it's like really listening to the creators to say, I think I know what might work better. And being open to those changes. And sometimes we know that these campaigns start at one place and then go from the brand to the agency to the third party person to the, and it gets kind of like diluted along the way. But I think, you're right, having a kickoff call, having a conversation, submitting a concept and all that stuff. I think, what we're trying to do is also avoid tons of reshoots, tons of re-edits, going back and forth. I mean, Christian, you and I were on one recently that was just like, there's got to be a limit. And it's just like, by that point, it's just, you've just like kind of crushed the whole thing. You know what I mean?
It just feels like by the time it comes time to post it, it's like, I really hope that it performs well, because you just like all the genuine work you put into it kind of gets stripped away a little bit. And kind of going off what you said, like talking to your TikTok people, like, every time we have a call with someone or with a brand and there's someone from TikTok involved, that TikTok person like will know. They're like, oh my God, I love your closet, or I saw this video, or it's like they really watch our stuff. So like trusting the creators and trusting the TikTok people who actually like are watching these videos and are actual like fans, or like they intake like the creators' content, it's gonna perform really well for you when you trust that. So
yeah.
And Barbara, I also am not afraid to push back when I don't believe a concept will work. And I've been known to take another second meeting and say, look, this won't work. Let me do it my way. And with Kind, they wanted an unboxing with their new vegan ice cream. And I said no. And I pushed back. And that was one of the best videos for them after I pushed back and did something more fun.
Right. Exactly. Everyone wants to have fun. You guys want your content to perform as well as they do. So it's like, your audience. Tyshawn, do you have a campaign that you really enjoyed working on recently?
One of the campaigns I worked with recently is probably my campaign with Michael Kors, just because they really they knew exactly what they wanted, and it was just an easy process. It's better when you work with a brand and everything is very organized and it makes sense with everything, including your brand and all that. So working with Michael Kors it was a great experience. And if I could thank
Yeah.
everybody, obviously I would do that. But it was great.
Yeah, because that had a lot of moving parts. This was for Pride Month, and it was tied in with Paper Magazine, and had a lot of moving parts. But they really understood TikTok, and they understood what they were shooting, and it was a joint thing between a few creators, photo, video, on site. So they created some content, and you created some content. It was a very sort of well-oiled machine in that instance. But you could tell that they understood the platform and what needed to come out of it. So that's always a great experience for sure. Parker, what about you? You've been working, you've been working on a whole bunch of different things, but something that was just fun and just, a good experience.
I've done, like, over the years, I've been doing this for about 6 years. So I've seen good brands and ones that want to work with you, and then ones that are like stick to the script type thing. And probably one of the best ones that I've ever done was with Idahoan Potatoes. They sent me a bunch of mashed potatoes, like a goodie basket, all this amazing stuff, and basically gave me things so I can be hands-on with their product. And what I've realized is if you go and make a video and be super business like forward and be like, go to www.whatever to get this product, like me watching a video and I see someone do that, I'll be like, bye, and scroll past it. Like it's boring. Like, okay, it's an ad. But if you make a funny video that's super entertaining with that product and their logo's everywhere, or you mention their logo or their brand, people are going to be like, what the heck is that? I need that. Like, my favorite creator's using that, or look at what he's doing with this product. I want to do it too. So I've realized if I do that kind of video, it's not only good for the brand, but it's also good for exposure on the app, because it just looks like a normal video, you know?
And also, things like, I like brands are always looking for, I think, creators who are already using their products, or potentially, they're really like, they're part of their lifestyle, like Charlie was with Dunkin'. But I think, you and your character, Steven, were always talking about Chibos, and then Cheetos came around and said, like, okay, now it's a perfect time to do that. So I think that, brands are looking for that. And I think creators want to know that they're being reached out to by brands who understand their lifestyle and think it's a fit. So how do you guys see the role of creators on TikTok evolving and growing into the future? Like, it's so different today than it was even a year ago and a year before that. And you guys have actually all been on it a pretty long time. So where do you think that it's TikTok creators how they're gonna evolve? Mai, what do you think?
I think it's constantly evolving. I feel like every month is just a different landscape for influencers, and I feel like I'm in a marathon that I haven't sat on the sidelines to take a break yet. But every day is something new. My job title changes. I wear many hats. But I think with TikTok, I think the influencer is really changing the new celebrity. Like, I think TikTok influencers are becoming the new trendsetters and the new trailblazers. And I see it every day where, like, traditional media is like reaching out to us. Like, even last night we got the email from a show, and we're just on the doctors this week. They're really reaching out to TikTok creators to be on mainstream, because I think mainstream is really like the turtle in the race, and they really want a piece of the action. But I think just me in general, I'm using TikTok as just another stepping stone to build my big personal brand. cookbooks and TV shows and appearances and cookware. But I know that TikTok in general is going towards like live streaming, live shopping, and of course I'm gonna start studying that. So like whatever TikTok is moving towards is where I'm gonna really put my focus on, and like especially the live shopping is what I'm gonna be investing in the next couple months to a year, because I know we're behind Asia with that one.
Yeah. I know my nickname for Mai is the goal crusher. She sets her sights on something. She's like, I'm going to do live shopping. And I'm going to do it. And then she just crushes. So, all right, great. So Christian, how do you see your creators on TikTok evolving and growing into the future?
Honestly, I feel like the best example of this is seeing like stuff like the VMAs and seeing the TikTok creators or the influencers that are there. It's like these brands and different networks are really realizing that like we are, or not to say like myself personally, like obviously I'm very confident in myself. I'm not gonna, I don't want to be too cocky, but I feel like we are definitely like, we hold a lot of power, because with celebrities, I feel like there was so much pushback on having social media because you need to stay in your lane. But now like people are kind of over things that look too done up and look too perfect and pristine, like really like raw, unfiltered, kind of seamless content. And we like feeling like this is like our everyday. People like getting an inside scoop of like what we're doing and stuff. So we have a lot of power because a lot of people are watching us and stuff. So it's really cool to see brands kind of acknowledge like, okay, like influencers are holding a lot of power now, sometimes even more so or as much as actual celebrities, because we have a fan base that like we're all in different niches and stuff, and we can sell product just as well as different celebrities can. So I feel like things are really the lines are getting really blurred between like influencers and celebrities, and how much pull we have with brands and how much we can contribute and help brands succeed and stuff like that. So I feel like things are definitely like, I think within the last year, it's just been like, how is this possible? Like we're at the Met Gala, like we're at the VMAs, like what? We're working with like high fashion brands. And before that, like 3 years ago, that was never, you would not see like Naomi Campbell and a TikToker in the same room, but here we are and it's happening. So it's really crazy to see how far we've come. And I think it's only going up from here.
I'm going to switch it up a little bit. Tyshawn, goals for you moving forward based on growing on TikTok and other things. What do you want to?
Ooh, child. Okay. I have a lot of goals, but I ain't gonna tell y'all everything. But just some of the goals that I feel like is definitely like with me, I am getting more into modeling and stuff like that. And I just really want to thrive in, that aspect of things. And I just I wanna like take myself to a different level. I feel like with TikTok is like Dennis was saying, there's no limit of where you can take your career. And, if you decide like tomorrow, like, hey, I want to do acting, all you have to do is just, stay focused and, do your acting classes just so you don't, embarrass yourself or whatever. But, but yeah, like, I just feel like my goals is to I don't have like, the sky's the limit. Like, I feel like, being an influencer has changed over the years. It went from, us just doing like, small things to us doing all these huge things. So that's my goal, to just keep growing.
And I think, I think the other place where TikTok, I think, is really strong is their support of creators and their internal growth specialists, and the way that they really develop relationships and support creators. I do not see that in the same manner on other platforms. And I think them sort of doubling down and investing in those relationships is really paying off for them.
Yeah, I didn't know, but like, I know a lot of production companies have TikTok behind them, like some Netflix movies, some brands or all that stuff like that. Like, I didn't know that. Like, you look into it and TikTok really do be right behind, and you're like, oh wow, like TikTok has really changed the game in everything. So it's great.
So Parker, you're trying something new on TikTok too with your animation.
Yeah.
And what about just like being able to experiment on TikTok and shift and change your brand? How are you feeling about that? And what are you doing?
It's really fun. I like the whole aspect of the whole like creative control thing. Like I can like your career is in your hands. Like I just started this thing with Toonstar, and I turned my little Steven character into a cartoon, and branch out. That could possibly branch out to cartoon places like Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, and all that stuff. So it's really, really nice to have creative control. Like I make I make these Steven videos, and then now I can make cartoons, and then on the side as a creator, I'm playing like a music festival. Like I would have never thought, like before, music festivals are such like tight-knit communities, and like they're all musicians that have been doing it for years, and it's just the same musicians over and over and over. But now it's like, oh, it's now Parker James is playing a psychedelic rock music festival with another big band and his band, but also has a cartoon and makes funny comedy videos for people. Like it's wild, the titles that a creator can hold. And it's all in their hands with how creative they can get. It's crazy.
That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. Well, it looks like we're at time. Chris, is there any other things that you think you guys would like to cover, or you think might be interesting, or are we good?
I think we're at time. We've got to unfortunately move along, but I did want to just quickly say to all of you creators, you have literally the best manager in the business. I hope you guys all realize that.
Oh, Justin, we know. We know.
She is
Mama Barbara.
She is awesome. I met her only like a month ago, but she's the best. And I'm sure you guys have an idea of what we do, but she just passed you guys all along into our system. So we will definitely be bringing some business your way. The TikTok fun will continue, and I can't thank you all enough for being here. So, and an extra special thanks to Barbara for pulling this all together.
Great. We're so happy to be a part of it. Thanks to Influential for hosting. Thanks to Brand Innovators for having us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you guys. We'll see you soon.
Thanks.
Bye.
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 All right, audience, if you're not following Win, Parker, Christian, and Tyshawn, you're missing out. Please go follow them immediately on TikTok. Lots of great entertainment there. Also, obviously, an extra special thanks to Barbara. She put together a tremendous session. Those are all her clients, and she put a lot of time and effort into that session. I really, really appreciate it. So thank you, Barbara. Next up, we have someone from the TikTok world, but he works for TikTok and is not a famous creator. He's one of our favorites at Influential, and we're excited to hear from him. Welcome to TikTok's Manager of Strategic Partnerships, Oliver Silzer. Our moderator for this segment is Mackenzie Sims, our Director of Client Success and Technology Solutions. Welcome to the stage, guys.
Thank you, Chris.
Absolutely.
Hey, Chris. Good to be here.
Hey.
Thanks for having me.
And a big congratulations out to Oliver. This is a recently married man, back fresh from his honeymoon and ready to jam with us. So congrats to you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, off the market for all the interested. Maybe next time.
The hearts are breaking. I can almost hear them.
I love it.
I'll let you guys go. Have a great session.
Well, thanks, Chris.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thanks, Chris. Welcome, Oliver. How's it going?
It's good. I actually just got out to California myself. I'm in town for someone else's wedding, so enjoying the nice weather so far.
There you go. Well, we've got beautiful weather over here in New York, New Jersey. I woke up this morning with a pleasant surprise of almost 80-degree weather, so I'm not complaining. That's for sure.
Isn't that nice this time of year when everyone kind of gets something good for them?
Absolutely. All right, cool. Well, let's dive right into it. I've got some questions for you, and I think our audience is really kind of interested to hear from someone, on the TikTok side and really get your POV on, how you guys have been dealing with this immense boom of business headed your way and everything like that. So I'll just kind of dive right into the first question, if that sounds good with you.
Perfect. Let's do it.
Cool. So, as manager of strategic partnerships at TikTok, can you tell us a little bit more about TikTok's focus over this last year and how it's evolving come 2022, really particularly as it relates to the strategy behind the different partnerships that you guys are building?
Sure, absolutely. I think the past year was a lot about getting to parity with some of our first-party offerings. As a third-party partner program, obviously the most important thing for us is making sure that for solutions that we have in a first-party capacity, we have the partners who can help accelerate that. And for anything we can't offer ourselves, we have the right partners in place to do it. So we really want to make sure we're creating a thriving ecosystem. So 2020 and 2021 was a lot about building that foundation, identifying what new programs needed to come to life, and making sure we were bringing in the right partners to do so. I think in the coming year, a lot of our focus is making sure that our partnership community is evolving alongside the platform and the ad offering we have. So every time we get to innovate natively, and every time we're bringing new solutions to life, our clients are looking for new things, we want to make sure we're bringing along the right partners to help us develop it and take it even further. And we want to work with those partners who are genuine in their approach, who really want to collaborate and who want to find mutually beneficial relationships. We also want to scale what we have, so while we think about the forward movement of programs and what else we want to introduce, we also want to make sure that we're bringing in the right partners in the categories we have, and also diversifying them so that advertisers of all types can get the service they need. So whether it's finding the right partners for SMB, they might be different from the partners for enterprise level clients, or the auto vertical, for example, might need different solutions than the direct to consumer vertical, or for sales versus brand awareness. So really, we want to make sure that as we make TikTok a robust environment for everybody to partake, we want to make sure that whatever their needs are, whatever type of client you are, whatever sort of solution you're looking for, we have the right partners who can do that, and even think strategically about what our clients might need in the future so we can plan and grow together.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, there are so many verticals and different categories and ways to tap into creators now. I think, not only do I see new creator categories popping up in my own time, but, we Influential every week are getting an RFP for, a new type of vertical or category tapping into creators that you wouldn't have even imagined. So really understand how you want partners that can kind of hit on all of those different categories for sure.
Exactly. And I think as we grow, it's going to be important that we are bringing in the right partners to specialize in certain solutions. So while we encourage all of our partners to be diverse in the type of services that they offer and the type of clients they serve, we also want to begin to identify, which partners are blazing trails in which specific categories to make sure that we're really leaning in heavy and bringing the best of the best for the right topics.
Absolutely. Can you tell our listeners a bit more about the TikTok Creator Marketplace API partners that TikTok brought on this year, and how the program may be evolving kind of throughout the remainder of this year and into next year?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're really in the infancy of our program. We launched our program initially with 3 partners, Influential being one of them, as a way of sort of building the foundation of this program. As we developed our API, it was important that we were bringing on partners who could fully integrate with that, doing everything from creator identification and discovery all the way through to activating paid media, because we really wanted to bring on partners that had a nice balance of service and also technology. It's important that the API is available to provide that data, but we also wanted partners who could help our clients better understand what to do with that data, and we're really strategic in nature on both the TikTok side, on the creator side, and on the brand service side. And I think as the future of our program evolves, we're going to look to tap into different types of partnerships. For example, I know we're really leaning into a bunch of new prospective partners that are purely SaaS plays, so that whether you want to leverage TikTok Creator Marketplace in a first-party capacity or use one of those tools, whether you do currently or looking for one, there's partners to support in that capacity. We're also bringing on more managed service agency type partners. So as the demand continues for helping our clients understand how to best manage that media and execute that, we have the right partners to do so. Because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that whatever that sort of need is, again, we have the right partners to do it. And I also think that it's about evolving our program in lockstep with our business. So as we open up new opportunities for our advertisers, as we think about topics like live streaming, like the evolution of music and sound on the platform, on our commerce initiatives, we want to make sure that our partners are really leaning into that and are not just kind of keeping it level with the TikTok playing field, but also taking it above and beyond and using their proprietary features and their experienced teams to make sure that they're really elevating that experience top level for their clients.
Absolutely. Yeah, that makes sense. And in terms of the value behind, to both TikTok and its partners when integrating with the TTCM API, what's your POV on that?
Yeah, I think there's a ton of value. And while we have our first party solution, which is amazing, we want to make sure that we're everywhere so that accessibility is really, really easy to obtain. And when I think about from our end, partners, lots of value here, right? It allows them to access TikTok's amazing creator base that are helping create these amazing ideas on the platform and are really inspiring the culture that's developing. Also getting best in class creative. So it's not just, hey, can I work with this creator? But the creators know the content best. They know how to churn out that content. So how do we make sure that not only are they working with creators, but the creators that truly understand the platform, and also allows them to add on their proprietary value on top of what we're already offering from a creator and data standpoint. So there's a really big benefit there where we can say, we've kind of organized all these amazing creators. We've got great insights that showcase how valuable they are. Now, how do we enable our third-party partners to really level that up? And that's where some of the value comes back to TikTok. We want to make sure that we're working with the best creator marketing companies in the industry to make sure that we're driving that mutual success. We want to make sure that TikTok is included in these platforms alongside some of the other channels that advertisers might be on so that we can be there alongside them. But overall, I'd say most importantly to us as our focus continues to be on making opportunities really available for our creators, is that by being through the API in more platforms, we're giving more opportunities for our creators to access brand deals. And so at the end of the day, if we look at kind of the ecosystem as a whole, there's a lot of value for a lot of parties there. But most importantly, we're putting forth our creators to connect with more brands and more places and hopefully really begin to scale their businesses as well.
Yeah, awesome. And I know just from experience, integrating with the API has brought tremendous visibility into creator insights for us, for our clients, and even just allowing us to kind of push TikTok on more of our campaigns and really, allow clients to have more visibility into things from that end. So it's been great and looking forward to more for there for sure.
We'll keep it coming.
All right, cool. So this next question, really interested to get a better understanding of some new products that TikTok is offering to partners and advertisers that you're particularly excited about and why you're excited about them.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first one I'd say, especially as it pertains to the creator marketing opportunities, is our Spark ads. Spark ads are really taking the amazing foundation that our creators have built with the investment and enthusiasm of the brands to drive that mutual success. The creators can get a deal, businesses can get first in class content and have their creators really bring that to life. So for those of you who might not be super familiar, Spark ads are basically the ability to boost creator content in a paid media capacity. So we're already seeing some really exciting stuff there. We know we've been working with Influential quite a bit on getting a lot of those initiatives off the ground, but that's a huge undertaking, and I think this is really just the beginning. And as we think about the evolution of that, another really important focus area for us is commerce. We want to continue to invest in this space so we can make sure that businesses are able to achieve their goals, and that in terms of discovery, which so many users of TikTok come to the platform for, they're able to find that content and then even take the next step in purchasing something. So we really want to make sure that we're continuing to lean into the narrative of make TikToks not ads, and really bringing that vision to life in terms of collaborating with our creators and with our brands to do so and to actually hit those business goals. When we enable commerce, it goes above and beyond let's just show people our brand and let's let them know about it, to let's really let them take action. And And personally, I cannot wait to be able to purchase some things on TikTok. I constantly encounter all this awesome stuff, and I just can't wait for that process to be a lot more seamless, because maybe my fashion sense will get a lot better, which is totally neat.
I mean, I could not agree with you more. I'm on TikTok. I'm seeing, someone go through a particular recipe. I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to run to Whole Foods. I got to go get all of that stuff. And now I need to try that. So no, I totally
tried a few times to really catch up. Some of those chefs on TikTok really know what they're doing.
Yeah, no, they absolutely do. They're some of my favorite. But no, I mean, that makes total sense. And, at Influential, everything we do is about media and measurement, and really drives everything that we do for our clients in order to prove those real business outcomes. So, I mean, we're using Spark Ads on all of our campaigns to achieve kinds of KPIs like foot traffic for McDonald's, in-store sales lift for CPG brands. So, yeah, I mean, that's a component of your new offerings that we are, particularly excited about for sure.
Yes, and I think you touched on a great point there. It's really about taking the awesome collaborations that brands are doing with creators, but taking it to the next level from a data and measurement standpoint and an attribution standpoint, where those dots can be connected a lot easier. So we see a momentous opportunity, not only to enable our brands, but also to enable our creators who can really showcase the value of the impact they're having just beyond reach, but also everything from engagement, but down the funnel through to conversions and sales.
Absolutely. Now, what would you say have been some of the biggest challenges as the demand for TikTok continues to rise for advertisers, right? I mean, I'm thinking back to last year, this time at Influential, I think maybe 2 of 10 campaigns that we were doing are on TikTok. And now every single campaign we have running, I'm almost positive has a presence on TikTok. So, and if not, it's just about every single campaign. So would really love to kind of get a better understanding from your end of what some of those challenges have been on your end and how you're dealing with that demand.
What challenges? Everything's running smoothly. We're good. We got this. No, but seriously, I think as the demand continues to rise, and we love to see that it is, and part of that is being fueled by our partners like yourselves. But there's a couple of kind of core factors that stick out to me. And I know I struggle with this one, but staying on top of cultures and trends. What are the activities happening on the platform? What are people talking about? What are the sounds being used? And I think the best way to do that is honestly just to spend time on the platform, see what people are doing, engage with those creators, figure it out for yourself, try your own different things, and really just getting involved with the platform. But certainly because it evolves so quickly and so enthusiastically, it's really important to have your finger on the pulse. Additionally, I think developing the right content. TikTok is a really different beast in the sense that it's not only just let's make, here are these 10 bullet points, and if you do all of them to a T, you'll get exactly the performance you want. It's really about also finding the sincerity and the creativity to connect with the audience. So kind of balancing your brand persona and your objectives there, but also sort of letting your guard down in a way that the TikTok user base really loves to see. And then lastly, I think, for us as a challenge as we grow and scale is make sure that we're enabling the unique experiences and functions that businesses want to achieve their business goals while also maintaining the user experience. I love the user experience of the app. I love the interface. And so we want to make sure that stays true to itself while also enabling our businesses to connect with the amazing and explosive user base on TikTok.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you talked about earlier leaning into trends, I know that's something that our creative team has really kind of been pushing brands to do, because it's only going to make the content for their campaigns feel more natural, and really not look like an ad, but look like a TikTok.
Sure.
I know we recently, or we're running a campaign right now with Mattress Firm that's leaning into the tell me without telling me trend, seeing really cool results there. And it's really awesome to be able to kind of take a trend, give it to a creator, and just see what they come up with in order to loop in different brands and make it relevant. So I think really a key component.
Yeah. And we talk about how do I stay up on trends? How do I make sure my content is in tune with the trends and the activities taking place on the platform? And who better to help a brand do that than the people that are actually making those trends and making that culture come to life? So there's amazing parity between the two. And it's really about understanding how your brand fits into this ecosystem, and then working with the creators and the cultures on the platform to seamlessly integrate those.
Absolutely. So, what would you say is one of your or TikTok's or both biggest accomplishments this year?
Well, there was that fad a while ago where people were folding over the sandwiches like in a tortilla, and I made one that was really good. So that's one of my biggest accomplishments of the year.
Love
Making TikTok online and making it into my real life successfully. The first time I've probably actually been able to do something cool I've seen on the platform in my personal life. But more importantly, speaking a little bit about the company, reaching 1 billion monthly active users globally. I mean, that is an extremely significant milestone and a testament to our platform and the creators and users that are on the platform. So, a lot of people work behind the scenes to make this app amazing, to make the platform the experience it is, and to make the business the experience it is. So shout out to everybody doing all that stuff, but also to our creators and users. People wouldn't be here without the creators, and the platform wouldn't be what it's able to be without the users who engage with that. So that's really an amazing opportunity for us to validate all the work that's been done, but also motivate us to continue to do those things. On a personal level, I think we talked about a little earlier, but the rollout of the TikTok Creator Marketplace API and the subsequent Creator Marketing Partner Program. So we're building a whole marketing partner program with a focus on the companies that are enabling creators to work with brands in the best way possible. I think this really speaks to the evolution of where our creative program started, kind of more in the video production space, which is still there, still rocking and still doing good, but also understanding some of the needs and demands of our clients and able to take that to the next level. It also demonstrates our commitment to our creators. Aside from wanting to make sure that our brands and our partners have the opportunity to succeed, we also say this is a perfect way for them to get even more exposure and opportunities to drive revenue for themselves. And ultimately, there's still a ton of work to be done, but it's been a pretty significant undertaking. And I think really it has the potential to be an impact for all the key stakeholders that are involved in the TikTok platform: users, creators, partners, brands, us, and hopefully we can really drive some success for everyone there.
Absolutely. What would you say is your favorite thing about the TikTok app?
Ooh, where to begin? The amount of time it takes out of my boring days. No, I'm just kidding. Seriously, I think the most, my favorite thing, and I touched on it a little bit before, but is the interface and the experience of using. It all feels very natural. It's extremely engaging. It's full screen. The sound is on. So just kind of the way that it gives you that full sensation and that full experience rather than just kind of passively scrolling in the background. So that's one thing about it. The other thing would have to be just the community. I mean, aside from the creators who are making awesome content, and shout out to all of them. I mean, I see hilarious comments all the time from people using. I see videos go viral overnight because so many people are engaging with them. There's such a robust diversity in expression, opinion, interest, background. So I think really having this broad and diverse community and a system that is specifically designed to let you explore it without having to search for things, but to give you not only the stuff that would be a fit for you, but also expose you to stuff that might be different. I think that really speaks to the unique experience of the platform. And as we look at, the kind of environment of a lot of media technology today, where it's sort of catering to your desires or your opinions or the stuff that's going to get you all worked up, I think TikTok does a really phenomenal job of saying, hey, this is content that we think you'd like based on what we've seen, but also let's make sure we're exposing you to some stuff you're not used to, diversify your opinion, engage with different types of creators, and really let you kind of do a lot of personal exploration within the platform.
Yeah. I mean, TikTok it's just like the most exciting place to be on the internet. And I really feel like I came to realize this summer when, I'm on the beach with my family and we're getting off the beach. We get into the house and my nieces and nephews, they're like, all right, I'm going to go watch TV, but it's not TV that they're watching. It's the iPad they're opening and then they're going through TikTok and everything. It's really unbelievable. So I mean, I totally agree with you there on all of that.
That's awesome to hear.
And what would you say you think makes TikTok so different from any other social network out there? Of course, from a consumer standpoint, but even from an advertiser lens as well.
Yeah, first and foremost, the discovery piece, the organic experience of getting on and just allowing the system to run wherever it takes you and bring you with it. I think it exposes you to different types of people, different subcultures, different ideas, different concepts. And that's great for both users who are trying to get exposure to different things, but also brands who are trying to not just say, let me make sure that every time you open your eyes, my brand is right in front of you, but actually makes that experience a little more organic in the way that people are uncovering your brand, the content you're putting forward, and whatever goods or services you have. I also think just the creativity and memeability. There are a bunch of amazing platforms out there that all have really good stuff, but it's the constant evolution of content and the way that it's presented and the ideas and how it evolves that I think is so fun. I mean, you see people jumping on trends, stitching things, replying to things. There's just so many ways of doing that, the way the sounds evolve, that I think really makes the platform super fun. And then last, I'd just say relatability. TikTok has really grown and has been able to thrive by allowing for an environment where everyone's about to be honest who they are, what they like, what they stand for, and not necessarily trying to curate an inauthentic experience or something that isn't true to them. And I think when everyone's allowed to let their true selves breathe, you realize how many different people are also looking for that experience. And that's what we've cultivated here at TikTok. So it's also that I'm super proud of. And I think that stands out among some of the other platforms in the space. We're not a social network. We're an entertainment platform. We're a content discovery platform. And I think it's even in that way that it's less about who you know and who you're comparing yourselves to. And let me get out there, let me entertain myself, let me connect with different types of people and actually generate that organic experience.
Yeah, I think, the ability that creators have on TikTok to be themselves and to be so organic really kind of then further leads to the consumers, because it allows them to kind of let their walls down, and it also gives them more of a desire to participate, right? They hear someone talking about something or showing a certain trend, and it's so organic and natural that they feel like they can do that too. And I think that's also kind of what really kind of brings the community together on TikTok as well, which is so cool and really so different than anything else out there. All right, cool. So what do you feel is particularly special or unique about advertising on TikTok? And this kind of touches on a little bit of what we just said, but what do you feel it really brings to the table to advertising outlets that others may not?
Yeah, so first and foremost, the sincerity of the platform. I just talked a little bit about how the creators are so genuine and the people are coming there for that experience, but it's also an opportunity for brands to connect in a more genuine way and try to reflect the organic, honest experience that is taking place on the platform. I also think the audience is a huge piece of that. I mean, if you look at statistically, we're one of the top apps, not the top apps for Gen Z, but we also have a rapidly growing and engaged millennial, Gen X, and beyond audience. I mean, some of the fastest growing age segments on our platform are actually not the younger people, but are people of different ages who are now getting exposure to TikTok and diving into that. So it really is a testament to all the different types of people that are on TikTok, from an age standpoint, from an ethnic background standpoint, from an interest standpoint, and caters to and provides an audience to reach all those different types of people, which we know is important to a lot of our brand advertisers. And then lastly, the experience of discoverability on the For You feed. People are there to inspire, to uncover new products, new services, new ideas, new concepts. And I think when you put an experience like that, it allows people to let their guard down, and also brands to let their guard down to engage in a much more honest and meaningful way than they might get in other places. And I think as we continue to evolve as a society and as a community, especially on the platform, people are going to continue to seek out that honest and sincere experience. And so when everyone kind of lets their hair down, is themselves, and is able to connect in that honest way, I think it caters to a much better experience for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny because my parents they hear about TikTok and they're like, my mom's like, should I be on this? I'm like, go for it, download it. Yeah. I mean, my sister, she's older than me and is always on TikTok, always sending me TikToks. And you kind of initially think that it's like this younger audience, but no, there is certainly a desire from those that are older, and really also just kind of shows brands that they can reach any audience that they're really looking to, across the TikTok app. So
yeah,
really awesome.
Unfortunately, my mom is on TikTok as one of those monthly active users, but even more fortunately, she hasn't become a content creator yet herself. So we'll see how she fares over the next few months. But
we'll push that.
Massive.
Honestly, some of the posts we've had for campaigns have been from creators who, are much older, and their uniqueness that they bring to it. It's really awesome to see. So, I definitely think that how all different ages can tap into it and use it both from a creator and a consumer level makes it very unique for sure. All right, cool. Well, then one final question before we wrap it up today. What would you say is your favorite TikTok video or your favorite TikToker?
That is a tall order. That's the problem. There's just too much good stuff out there.
I hear you. I can't pick one.
One of my favorite content creators is at Art by Demarcus Sean. Just super funny. I'm honestly, most of my TikTok usage is in there for the humor, bring a little levity to the day. And I gotta say, he really makes me laugh quite a bit. But there's just so many funny people on the platform. In terms of favorite video, I think it's hard to say, but I'd say categorically, I've been really, aside from the humor stuff, I've been really into food TikTok lately. I always end up being hungry and looking for more, but that inspires me to usually not cook, but probably order something delivered to satiate my needs. And then the other thing I'd say is TikTok is a lot of music discovery. There's a lot of people out there either creating music or who curate their own sort of playlists and different things like that. And so I've actually been able to uncover a lot of amazing music in this discovery kind of method, which previously wasn't available to me. So as a big music fan myself, that's also been great as well. So no favorite video, but a couple of my favorite categories.
Love it. Yeah, I mean, the food videos on TikTok, I feel like I'm now on this trend of like every Sunday morning I'm going through TikTok food videos, and then I'm like, okay, let me run to the store and figure out how to make something that I just saw. So yeah, I mean, I could only imagine the rabbit hole that you can continue to go down when looking at all of that.
Yes, it goes everywhere. And I will also say recently, fantasy football TikTok, I've been getting a lot of advice from different people. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it misses. But as a fantasy football player and an NFL fan myself, it's also been really fun to engage in that community. And I think that is also something that's super interesting about TikTok is, that's not something that's talked about year round, but it kind of has this rise and then it'll go away. And then I'm sure the next year it'll be back. But it's the first year I've been able to take some interesting pointers and recommendations from this online community and environment. And some of them have worked. So grateful for those.
Awesome. All right, cool. Well, we've got a few minutes left for Q&A, and we do have some listeners chiming in here with some questions. So I'll go ahead and kind of rattle them off to you if that sounds good.
That sounds great.
So what would you say is the best example of a brand integration that you've seen on TikTok?
Woof. That is hard to say.
That's tough.
That's a tough one. I mean, I don't think I can think of one exact example of a specific brand that I think is necessarily doing it the best. But I think the brands that are really leaning in and are committing to the platform, not just necessarily taking, hey, this is our brand identity on television, or this is our brand identity and out of home. Let's just do that. But the ones who have showcased that they want to be involved in the community, that they're trying the trends that different people are doing. I think even as I look at, some of the professional sports leagues have done a really good job of hiring people who understand TikTok and allowing them to produce the type of content, jump on the trends, do Q&As with their players in a way that is a lot of fun and is also, again, just kind of a more genuine experience than necessarily seeing like a picture of a guy on the field or on the court, but actually seeing them, asking them a fun question or having them do a specific challenge or different things like that, I think has really created a nice experience.
Yeah, no, and I thought it's so interesting how you mentioned the sports organizations. We work with the NBA and we're running a ton of TikTok activity with them. It was something that, they originally they've been a partner of ours for years now. And it was always Instagram. And finally we're like, let's tap into TikTok for you guys. I mean, what a collaboration for the NBA to use TikTok creators and really bring that uniqueness to it. So definitely hear that there.
And it also amplifies their communities to have their creators or their players and their executives and all that stuff also build their own unique persona on TikTok. Aside from the brands bringing or sorry, the leagues and the teams having the players produce content and showcase that. I've also seen some of those players now going down kind of their own way and putting out their own stuff. So I think it's just, again, a testament to the fun way that people get involved, and sort of once you get started and you're excited and a part of the community, it's hard to just walk away from.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So for this next question, what effect do you think the Gen Z generation will have on corporations and brands as a whole as they move into leadership roles in the next 20 to 30 years?
That's a great question. I think a lot of the Gen Z audience and people of that community have a couple core focuses. They want to see more sincerity from brands. They want brands to sort of reach out and connect in a meaningful way and not just kind of shove ideas down your throat. They want to see accountability, and they want to see brands who are focused on topics like sustainability and inclusion and all these various topics that I think are going to be instrumental in making our society a better place. And that, while every individual should do their part, it should also be on brands to do their part. And then lastly, I think it's a little more about letting your guard down. I think there was kind of a shift to being super polished, presenting yourself in this very, I don't want to say manufactured, but curated way, and I think that's kind of shifting back where it's, don't tell me who you want to be, like, tell me who you are, right? And I think for people trying to connect with brands in those ways, I think that's a really good thing to challenge the brands on. And we already see a lot of brands doing a really great job of it. And, personally, I think that's for the best for everybody. Let's be who we are. Let's express that in the right ways, and let's find ways to connect and converse and challenge each other's thoughts and make sure we're all doing the best we can to make the world as strong a place as possible. So, I hope that trend continues, and I implore brands and individuals alike to just try to be better, try to be honest with yourself. And I think if we can all do that, we'll all be okay.
Yeah, could not agree there more. And I think TikTok kind of helps bring that honesty out for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you have an audience of brand marketers here. What advice would you give to them in how they can most effectively usher their brand onto the TikTok platform?
That's a great question. I think first and foremost is encourage people to spend time on the platform, and everybody's busy and everybody's working, and I'm not telling anyone that they should take 3 hours out of their day job to spend on TikTok, unless your job is figuring out how to be on TikTok, in which case go for it. I mean, that's the most important thing to do, right? It's hard to, and I know back in early 2020, we were toying with this, and it was, how do we help people understand how to do this the way that it's meant to be done? And part of that is just spending time there, but also finding your own voice. What are the sort of characteristics or tenets of our brand that we want to bring to the platform and express? Not everybody's going to be funny. Not everybody's going to be serious. Not everybody's going to jump on all the trends. Some people want content that's a little more polished. Others want super raw stuff. Work with creators, work with your internal teams, do studio productions. Like, there's so many different ways that you can involve in the platform. But I think at the end of the day, it's about understanding the cultures and the activities that are happening on the platform so you can be a part of that, and also not taking yourself too seriously. Being on the platform is a lot about being honest, being real with yourself, having some fun with it, and coming across in a genuine and creative and inspiring way. So, don't necessarily try to put yourself in a very specific box or say, we have to curate this a very specific way, because I think what a lot of brands have found is that, you don't necessarily need to come across the exact way you are everywhere else, but come across as you want to present yourself in this unique context. And that's how I think everyone will drive success. So, come in, figure out the platform for yourself, work on building an organic presence even to start. And then as you start to find your foundation there, then really start leaning into some of the paid media opportunities that are going to help you reach new consumers, build your brand in a specific light, and get even more exposure than you previously had. I think it's the perfect place where all of those things tie together: the usage, the organic, the paid, the creators. And so, but just really leaning in, feeling like you're part of it will help you elevate your brand and will naturally come across that way.
Yeah. Awesome. Really, really great advice. Are we out of time, Chris?
We are. It's just about that time. So I come and I ruin all parties. Everybody's having fun. I'm like the Oscars playoff music. No one wants to see me or hear me. So just ignore me, but I am here, sadly.
The fun sucker.
Exactly. I try to make the bad news good,
Yeah. You're bringing Oliver straight next, I'm sure. So that's the silver lining.
Exactly. Yeah, we keep the heat coming. That's the game over here at Influential. So $1 million question, Oliver. You just got back from getting married and honeymoon. Did TikTok play a role in this? Did you guys have a TikTok dance? Was there anything filmed? What can we see?
So we're working on aggregating some of the footage. I will say one of my now wife's friends has a pretty big TikTok presence, about 70,000 followers, and she put together some content. So we're working on getting that so we can distribute to the masses, because, you know, I think after, you know, the royal weddings, ours was probably the second most highly one. All like 100 people at it. I'm sure everyone's so curious, but nah. But we'll see. Yeah, we're working on gathering some content, and we'll see if it gets out there. We'll see if I can build myself a big enough following to get on Influential's platform.
Oh, there we go. Goals. I asked actually too, because my wife did one for our wedding. So I'll have to share. It might give you some inspo.
Inspiration.
Yes. Yeah, I'm all for it.
Love it.
Maybe now with wedding videographers, you're gonna have to you know, contract them for a TikTok snippet.
I was gonna say that's got to be a clause in there. It's like,
yeah, exactly. That's rights usage right there. Well, Oliver, a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for joining us today. I don't want to embarrass Max, so I saved this till the end. This is her first time doing this. She acted like an old pro. She is fantastic. And I am going to go to her to join me in future months. So you doing well has gotten you more work. Congratulations.
All good. I'm here for it.
Thanks for having me on. Really appreciate it. It was great chatting. All the content's been awesome today. So thanks so much.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Oliver.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone.
All right. Take care. All right. So we're moving on to yet another amazing session today. We have Cantu's Melissa Canty. Wow, I didn't even realize how perfect. Oh, no, Melissa Carnegie. I don't know. Somebody gave me a typo there. My fault. And our session is going to be moderated by Tiffany Pettit, Influential's Director of Sales, and also who I call our MVP of Brand Innovators. Let's see, Melissa is coming on. And Tiffany as well.
Little smooth transition there.
There we go. Hey, Tiff, how are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Excited about this. I think there she is.
Hello. There's Melissa. Hi, how are you guys?
Hello.
You
and
are
Chris,
the winner
I think
of the what?
I think you got her name right. That's your maiden name, right? Canty is your maiden name.
Yeah, I got married recently, so I'm trying to. Everyone wants to keep using my maiden name, and I'm like, Canty is gone. I'm a new girl is in town. So yes, you had it right before, but now it's Carnegie. So
all right, well, good. You know, this is probably better for people getting confused with your brand name and your last name. So maybe Carnegie is turning over a new stone. I was also going to say you are the winner of the best background. That is super cool.
Thank you so much.
Is that a whole wall or is that one single art piece?
It's a whole wall. I have a whole neon sign up here too. But it's not on. But yes, it's like a whole
light that up next time.
Situation.
Oh, hell yeah. You win all Zooms.
Hence why I use this background today. I can't compete. I really can't like at this point.
Tiff, I gotta say that you got some good light going. We both got the little light thing going.
Gotta have a ring light.
I bought into one of those last month. I'm like, I host too many of these things not to do this. So here's to good lighting.
Yeah, that's our CEO, your brother. He helped me out. Really.
Yeah.
Showed you the light. All right, I'll leave you guys to the session. Enjoy.
Awesome. Thanks,
Okay,
Chris.
bye.
Hi, Melissa.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you? How's everything?
I am good. Everything's great. Just coming off Cantu's first event. And that went great. So I'm back in Charlotte, North Carolina now.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm excited to dive into that too. I know Cantu generally has done so much in the marketing space and the social space with influencers. Today is all about TikTok, although we'll lean into everything as a whole, because I feel like there's so much to say and there's such a strategy behind the way brands and marketers are leaning into that platform that kind of their strategies have to do with what they've done in the past across other platforms, perhaps, and then really thinking about what the platform lends itself to do. So I want to start just by talking high level, a little bit about your role and give the audience some background into your experiences in social. I think your entire career has really been digital, if I'm not mistaken, both on the professional side and personally. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I am Cantu's head of community and communications, all pretty much community facing. Our PR team, our social team, I kind of manage all of our agency partners. We work with a few agency partners there just to make sure our voice stays the same across global channels. And we're working with the right teams and influencers to make sure we're storytelling and educating on our products and how to use them for naturally curly, coily, and wavy hair. And yeah, I started with Cantu. Oh, wow, it's been a while. So I started with them as an influencer. Started with the brand as an influencer, worked with them. Then I became a national ambassador. So I would go all over the world educating women about the Cantu products, on how to use the products for their hair type, their textures, getting their stories, and making sure that they feel beautiful from the outside. And it was great, and the team loved me. I was very educated. I'm very educated on this product because it's something I've used since I went natural in college. And I just became so obsessed with it. I loved it. My hair loved it. And after a while, they're like, yeah, can you just come on over on this side and work for us? So now that's where I am now, started with the brand. And it's been great. I'm learning a lot. I've helped them create a lot of amazing content, work with a lot of great content creators. And we have so many things coming next year that I wish I could share, but you have to stay tuned and make sure you follow us.
That's so exciting. You guys have had such an experience in leaning into, I mean, you kind of said it, it's like the blueprint, working with an influencer in one way and then bringing them in-house to not only like have sort of like the inside scoop when it comes to what do people want on the other side, what do talent want, what do their audiences want, and all of that, to not only have that expertise, but to just like be able to lean into and kind of have like a mini, I wouldn't say focus group, but like a mini insider, like on the brand side, you know what I mean? To like learn. And I'm sure that not only from a social standpoint, did you help them create certain ideas or like bring certain ideas to life, but you were probably able to lean into some of the insights that you had personally, like the way engagement works, the way content works.
From new product development, I test product, I let them know what works, what's trending, what's not trending, what we should jump into, what may be coming, but is not there bubbling up yet. So I get to do so much around the brand and storytelling, just storytelling, the brand becoming a lifestyle and just a part of your everyday life is what like I preach and love to do. And it's so excited about helping Cantu get to that point and be authentic and have a very authentic, true voice in the community.
I love that. I mean, you're speaking on behalf of me and everyone around us, so no pressure. Huge fans in general, so that's super exciting. Let's talk a little bit about, TikTok. What has been the company's sort of excitement or eagerness to lean in? Was it an easy road? Was it a no-brainer? Like, let's lean into it. What has that process kind of been like with you and your teams?
Yeah, so our Cantu team is very lean and mean. We're lean, but we get tons of work done. And when it comes to new platforms, sometimes we don't like to jump straight into it. We like to research, we like to learn, we like to test, we like to test a lot and get a lot of research back just to see what's working, who we're hitting, what audiences are there. And that's what we kind of did with TikTok. Instead of jumping straight into it, we knew it was a younger audience there that we wanted to tap into. Our audience kind of grew with the brand. Like me, I started using the brand when I was in college and now I'm 35. So we've kind of grown with the brand and we wanted to basically understand that younger generation and meet them where they were. And we felt like TikTok was a place. So we tested, we worked with Influential and did some tests and tested over there and just saw that it was there. It was eager to learn more about their hair types, about their hair struggles. And we're so excited to take a deeper dive into it in 2022.
Yeah, it's so funny because Cantu is a brand that is definitely around, right? Like you're online, you're in stores, you have a massive appeal. And even if the presence from a brand perspective was limited on the platform, people were still talking about you and like leaning into it and mentioning Cantu's name in different ways. What does that process look like, and what kind of insights even have you gained in thinking about what people are talking about on TikTok, and I want to say social as a whole? Because the one thing about, I think, Cantu's audience, thankfully, is that community is engaged. They talk to you, and then from a brand perspective, it sounds like you guys are speaking right back to them. So what did that look like on TikTok?
Yeah, a lot of conversation, a lot of education too, because Cantu, we're all about educating and how to create these different looks and these different styles, how to use the products together, how to cocktail the products together. And our audiences, even on TikTok, taught us new things about, ways they use products together. And then a lot about the storytelling, about learning about Cantu from a cousin or aunt or uncle or family member who kind of brought them in, and knowing that they kind of started with Cantu. So Cantu is always that product you kind of start with. You may try other things, but it's like your holy grail. You know it's going to work. You know you can always go back to it. And just kind of reintroducing them to Cantu, to what they started with on their natural hair journey. That was always cool. So we definitely saw some of that. We saw some really cool challenges that women were already doing without us kind of, feeding it to them and having the platform, having our page kind of set up. They were into those challenges, into, styling the hair and coming up with very unique styles and out of the box styles using the Cantu product. Great feedback as well. I love going to TikTok, even just, as my personal page, and just looking and getting that feedback, good feedback, bad feedback. We like it all. We want it all to look internally and figure out how to make the brand better and how to make the products better. So a lot of information, a lot of education, I like to call it edutainment. I know we'll probably get to this, but Kimberly Sherrill is one of my favorite TikTokers when it comes to hair, because she makes it funny, she makes it fun. It's hair. I always say, like, we aren't doing brain surgery or open heart surgery. It's shampoo and conditioner. So have fun with it. And she definitely does. So we saw a lot of that, and it made us kind of think and want to look like edutainment may be the lane for us there, just doing something a little different, making it fun and light and funny and cool.
I love that. Yeah, definitely want to talk a little bit about, because you guys have, again, done that in the past. I'm curious to know, like, what that looks like moving into the next year. But you mentioned even briefly your personal experience on TikTok. What has that been like? And what was TikTok maybe before you leaned into it from a personal standpoint, leaning into it now? What's your experience now? Not even thinking about Cantu, but like your personal TikTok experience.
Yeah, so at first I was like, oh, another platform I have to learn and get into. Like, wait a minute, I'm overwhelmed. I can't do anything else. Hold on. And then I think I just downloaded it and was like, okay, let me just see what it's about. And I can't stay off of it. I'm always researching. I'm always looking for something. I always tell people, like, now I don't even go to Google. I go straight to TikTok. If I want to go out to eat, I'm like, oh, where should I go? Let me go on TikTok and search Charlotte restaurants or something. And you get all these reviews. You get to see the food. You get to see a review what someone thinks about it. Even like new sneakers. I'm a sneaker girl. I always go there, like, to see what's come out, what people are into right now, what women are loving. I feel like it's a lot of information, but also entertainment. Funny. You can always find lighthearted, funny stuff. When I need to decompress from a long day, I go there and I kind of, look for the fun, lighthearted, funny things. And, we have group chats. So me and my friends are like sending things back and forth all day for sure. And TikTok is a very interesting place. So it was one, I just stumbled upon this like young lady. I've never met her before, but she was like going through a breakup. And she documented her feelings and what she was feeling each day and how she was feeling and like answering questions. And she like blew up. Like, it's so like a personal connection and personal feeling you can kind of get off of TikTok. You can let people into your personal life and into like excuse me, a little more behind the curtain, I like to say, even with Cantu, wanting to start like integrating us, our team, and who we are, and what we do for the brand into that content so they can understand that we are a Black-led brand and that we are Black women and men make decisions for the brand. And that comes from just that storytelling on TikTok. Anything goes over there. It's very different from any other platform.
Yeah, everything you said, I'm just like hit the nail on the head. Like, yes, that'll work.
Yeah.
And then even from a personal standpoint, I think all of us were like nervous. Like, okay, social media, we're already on our phones a lot. Like, what could be what's next? You know what I mean? And then all it takes is a download, and then we're there. And then one thing also is that the fact that at least the algorithm for me, it's been exactly the kind of content that I'd want to see. It's like too much of it, but it's all of what I want to see. So like hair
that's why we
talk
can stay off of it.
Exactly. So that's so funny that, yeah, that experience and just like the wealth of information on the platform, it's all beneficial. You just have to understand, I want to say balance in a nutshell, because I mean, you'll get lost on that platform. I've been on there, you know, ever since last night looking for this one TikToker that I cannot find again. But yeah, it's
yes, you have to follow, you have to screenshot when you see someone, because I don't like that either. When you like find someone you like and then it's like they're gone. I can't find them. But yeah, I love the storytelling on TikTok. I love just like how unique everybody is with how they deliver their message. Yeah. And then, like you said, very informational and educational. If you want to be a content creator, you can go there and see what's trending. Learn how to do certain transitions. Like, it's very informative for sure.
Yeah, that actually brings me to another question that I was thinking, and it has to do with, I want to say, again, starting with Cantu's involvement or the importance of music when it comes to Cantu's. I know you've done experiential, like outside events, you've done virtual events, even on social, you might have created content that has a music component, knowing that TikTok is very much so like music first, audio in general as well. It's an audio on platform, I think is the way that the platform touts it. What do you think? Is that exciting to know that music can become another huge part of your social strategy? Is that, what does that mean for you?
For sure. Like, think about it. When we wash our hair, we have a playlist playing while we're doing our hair, styling our hair, doing our makeup, getting ready for the day. So it all just kind of makes sense and meshes very well together. And it's very funny how like music plays hand in hand with like hair, only because like music videos. So this has always been happening, but it's sort of like short form now. It's songs even with the word Cantu in it. Like rap songs with Cantu in it that, you know, we had no idea about until TikTok came along, and we were able to, you know, download those and make videos from it. But I think it's awesome. I think it's another great way to educate, but also entertain. A great way we do a lot of wash day playlists on like Instagram and other platforms. So adding that, infusing that into wash days and things that we want to share on TikTok, I think is very important. And challenges, that's something big on TikTok and exciting for us to want to kind of take a deeper dive into in 2022 of using some of those unique sounds, using some of the music that already has the word Cantu in it or talks about braiding my hair with Cantu or twisting my hair with Cantu, and getting really creative with that with influencers and having them create some challenges. So we're excited to see how that plays out. And with those sounds, you can go viral because it's when that music is trending or when those songs, certain songs are trending, and you can find all that out on the app, which I think is like mind blowing as well.
Yeah, I know. The first thing to go quickly back to when I was talking about finding the influencer I couldn't find, they're like, what was the audio? And I was like,
right, what was the sound?
It was just her talking. It was just her talking. They're like,
Not good find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the audio helps. A lot of people search audio too. They search the audio. That's how they find other creators, other people they want to kind of tap into. As for brands as well, when I'm searching and researching influencers on TikTok for Cantu, a lot of times I do go off of the sound and search off the sound and locate influencers that way.
I mean, Wash Day playlist, you couldn't have said it a better way, because I mean, it's not just a 20-minute, 30-minute shower. Like, Wash Day is a day.
Right, a full day, okay? A full Sunday, Saturday, whatever day. You need your whole 8 hours or a little bit more if your hair takes longer to dry.
Right.
And you need something to get you through that. You need some music. So
yeah, I see.
I think it's a great kind of parallel, a great meshes very well. And I'm excited to see what we can do with it.
100%. So thinking about influencer strategies and what you've done in the past, of course, leaning into influencers who celebrate and have, you know, naturally textured hair, whatever your ethnic background might be, so long as you're leaning into that direction, that's kind of been the focal point. How has that influencer strategy kind of crossed over and thinking about TikTokers? And then what generally is it massive influencers that you're looking at? Is it those who might be more like stylist forward? Like, what does your influencer strategy look like? And are you open?
So we kind of like to mix it up. Yes, having stylists in there that are professionals and can educate and know about hair, the science of hair, but also mixing it in with those influencers of different ethnic backgrounds, like you said, different age groups, but focusing on those crews. So we are in the process of like building crews for different platforms. I think that's helpful. I think when you work with an influencer, you never want it to be a one and done kind of situation. Like, you want it to be a long-term kind of partnership or deal. So when their community is looking to them, they know that this is genuine and this is real. This is something this person uses on a regular, and it's not just a one in and out sort of thing. So coming up with Cantu crews, I like to call them our Cantu crews for different platforms, and knowing that, you know, they specialize in certain platforms, and like they specialize in TikTok, and they know exactly what their audience likes, know what the community likes on TikTok, and working through those crews to educate and to share our voice and our message. And even on the Cantu platform on TikTok, using them in that way to actually educate and talk to consumers through the lens of Cantu. Because we always like to say, like, our community, you are the brand. We always go to our community first with anything. If it's questions about what should come next, if it's questions about how do you use a certain Cantu product, they taught us all about cocktailing. We learned that from our community and made sure we engulfed that and educated them and told them about it even more and brought it to the forefront. So I think, you know, creating our crews and having our crews deliver that message in a very, very authentic way. And like I said, opening up the curtain a little bit and letting, you know, our consumers and our fans and our followers know who we are as we continue to build this brand. And you'll get to meet Demetria, who's our VP of marketing, and Nakia, who does a great job as our brand director, and Perry over at VP of sales. You'll get to meet like our crew and who we are as people and what we want to do for our community. So I'm very excited on what's to come for TikTok and influential. Always looking out for the kids crew for sure.
I mean, it's such an opportunity, like hair, and again, hair, TikTok, the category, the fact that people already, it's very well recognized brand. Like there's the barrier entry is low. So it's like leading into that. Influencers are excited. They're like, you know, I'm already doing this. Why not celebrate this in a way that, you know, I can actually make Cantu can support my revenue stream in my business that I have as an individual content creator, you know? So that's been
and
really
I'm able to share my message and educate other women through Cantu's platform. So even, you know, you talking to those influencers and working with them to share their voice and their message, you know, about it being a little bit more than hair. Like, what's your story? What's your struggle? What are those things that, you know, you went through to get to this point of being so confident and fierce and having this big afro or short afro or locks or braids? Just getting those stories out in really cool, unique ways. So very excited about what's to come.
It's exciting because I also hear in the way that you talk about your experience with influencers, like the importance of the influencer, of course, being authentic,
Right.
an authentic fan to the brand, and then them being, avid content creators or storytellers in their own right. Would you say that there's also a like lower funnel business objective that you've used influencers for example, sales? I know that you've tapped into them for different like events in person and things like that.
Yeah.
You've used influencers in different ways like that as well.
Yeah, so we always use influencers when it comes to even like ads, like media ads. Consumers want to see someone who looks like them, who they've seen at events before, or they follow on YouTube, or they connect with in a different way, and not so much of models who, they can't relate to. So as far as like paid media ads, in-person events, we always like to hire influencers for meet and greets, for conversations where we can talk about, how they started, how their hair journey. So we use them in different touch points, not just on digital and social, but in-person events. Yes, within sales, we have them kind of come in when we were in office and do lunch and learns, because other parts of the business want to be educated and want to learn the influence marketing world as well. So yeah, we have several different touch points, and we use a lot of hairstylists too at events in person. We tap them and work with them as well when it comes to new product development and developing product, and them knowing the science of hair and working on natural hair all day. So yeah, we use influencers in several different ways. As you can see, I came from and I'm now over here kind of learning so many different things when it comes to branding, when it comes to creating product and launching product. It's been an amazing journey, and I'm so excited that I can use my expertise and knowledge to just help the brand get to the next level.
100%. I see like a TikTok photo booth or like a virtual booth, like at an event.
Oh, yes.
In the next.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming. We're already thinking about it and working on it. Like, I think you can make your own video at our booth, something like that. Yeah, and you can just post it on TikTok straight at the event. It's coming. We're excited to be back in person, because that's just a way for us to connect with consumers in a totally different way. And hear their stories and talk to them about their hair and help them, find the right product that works for them. And here, let them get that one-on-one attention with hairstylists too. That's like very important for us. So it's been very hard during COVID, not having those in-person events, but we're excited to get back out there.
I love that. Can we talk a little bit about, I want to say one of the newer launches, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, has been like Superfoods collection, right? And then the JBCO. Tell us a little bit about like where that came from. I know like you've been heavily involved, again, helping the brand understand what your community has wanted, what they're talking about, what, engagement has looked like as it relates to product ingredients and what they need for different types of hair. What has that launch showed you guys, and what's that success been like for you?
You go down that YouTube rabbit hole sometimes, and even mixing in the kitchen and talking to friends. And it's like, you're mixing this and you're using avocado oil, or you using grapeseed oil, or, different types of oils and butters. Why not? Like, we should make this for them. They should not have to do this at home to put on their hair. So it's like taking that step out and not having consumers having to mix and make what they want at home. And a lot of the foods we eat are also great for our hair, for moisture, for just detangling, for low porosity hair, or high porosity hair. If we have all these different things that we eat that are also great to put on our hair. And just from watching those videos and doing that research and learning about what consumers wanted and listening to them, that listening part, listening to them, is where the Cantu Avocado Collection came from. That was our first one, which we launched, and it's been wildly successful. It's been amazing. Consumers love it. We have like a full range from shampoo, conditioner, all the way down to curling cream and deep conditioners and masks with the grapeseed oil, flaxseed. JBCO was something we listened to when our 4C hair girls, they don't want that shrunken look. They want to be able to stretch the hair. What can we do to help them? Also keep the moisture, but also stretch the hair. So that's where our JBCO collection came in, and we were able to help create some solutions. So that one isn't like a full range, but it's some solutions that can help you along your wash day to achieve the look that you want while keeping the hair very moisturized. So our Superfoods collection has been wildly successful. We have some new things coming early 2022 that we're very excited about, and I can't wait to share. But yes, that all came from listening to consumers and making sure we're understanding their needs and meeting them, kind of where they are.
Yeah, I say that because as we were leaning into TikTok, I mean, I want to say people talking about some of those new collections, the timing was like kind of just right, because most of the mentions, I'm thinking like millions of mentions, were about those two new collections and how they've been like using them. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So
yeah,
I mean,
a lot of the mentions were about
moment.
Yeah, a lot of like the mentions were about that. Like, did you know Cantu had this new collection? Have you ever tried this new collection from Cantu? Like, so many influencers, so many women and men on TikTok gravitating to those newer collections. And then we were able to come in and work with you guys on some of our, for natural hair products, some of our products that have been around forever and that consumers love and always go to. So we were able to say, yeah, we have this new stuff, but did you know about this as well? Which I think is really cool. And working with influencers to do that. And not more so of like models when it came to wanting to interact with the audience over on TikTok.
Yeah, it's like it's definitely definitely authentic, and it's really just super genuine, and it's very telling to the way that you guys again approach the way that your message is being portrayed out there. Authenticity is key. Sure, you can say it. Love the fact that there's an entire crew of people that look like me behind the Cantu brand, but then to also work with influencers, who have their own niche communities, whatever that might be, music, fashion, food, health and wellness. I think that you guys are have a variety of opportunities at your disposal.
Yes, and we always, hair is about beauty is from within. So you have to take care of yourself inside first. If you even want your hair to grow, you're drinking water. What are you eating? Are you working out? So working with different women and men, and not just, beauty and hair influencers or hairstylists, working with women in wellness spaces and educating, consumers there so they can learn, like, are you putting good things on the inside of your body? Are you taking care of yourself? That's how you're going to see your hair flourish and grow also. So yeah, we love wellness type of events. We just came off of one that was definitely surrounded around wellness and taking care of yourself and taking a pause. Like oftentimes especially right now, we're home, we work, but take that pause and like relax and take that moment for yourself. And know that we're going to get back there, but you have a second. And that was around our skin therapy collection. So we have a full line of products, body products now, raw blends and lotions and creams that also is going to be great for TikTok as well.
Yeah.
We're just excited about the possibilities.
I mean, the whole self-care moment, that's the rabbit hole I was in earlier this morning on TikTok, because there's just so many, whether it's a life hack, whether it's, again, about food specifically, fitness, again, knowing my algorithm, it's an opportunity on that platform. And I feel like there's only more to come for sure. I want to lean into some of these questions from the audience. So curious to know, do you have a favorite TikTok video or TikToker? I know you mentioned Kim earlier, but
yeah, I really like Kim. Oh my God, it's so many. It's I think she's like the one that I kind of gravitate to when it comes to beauty and hair. When it comes to fashion, I love Daria Underwood on TikTok. She's amazing. Who else? I'm thinking it's a food blogger that I love as well, but her name's Winnie, and she's actually in Charlotte, North Carolina. If you anywhere in the world, she travels all over, and the food just looks so, oh my God, it's so good. So she's another one that I love. And then all the like TikTok comedians, when I need like a good laugh, a crying laugh, my husband sends me them all the time. So we kind of go for those TikTok comedians over there. It's just so amazing how you can really like get on these platforms and just pour into your passion and what you love to do, which can be something very broad or something very unique and different. And how, you know, it's an audience for that. And it's a fan base for it. So
you mentioned it.
And then all my sneaker girls, girls I'm obsessed with and have to buy all the sneakers.
You're on there, right? Like we can find you, right?
Yes, I'm on TikTok too. So you can find me on there, Melissa Chanel.
You said it a bit earlier, and I was reading something. It's like, you know, TikTok, your audience kind of becomes like, it's like no judgment zone. And then there's people who are really like end up being invested in whatever you're doing. If you're asking for help, I mean, people are crying on there, like being super vulnerable and being really open and thankful for audiences. So when you mentioned, you know, comedy, actually, it's kind of like I've picked up a lot of the more comedic moments sometimes in the comments from people who are like going off of like, if the creator kind of lets them say like, finish this, or what is this for you? Like everyone, no following, never any post, but the funniest one-liners, like TikTok has an audience. They're like, let me lean into this. And it's like, I don't know who you are, but you're hilarious.
They're so good. And sometimes now, like certain TikTokers will take some of those, like that question or those one-liners and put it like in their next video. They'll just have like a little box up top with those one-liners in it. It's always like hilarious. So I'm here for the comment sections too. Live for the comment section,
please. Let's see. Someone's asking, is this where you saw yourself, or where you saw yourself, or what you saw yourself doing a decade ago? Interesting.
Ooh, a decade ago. So I created my blog because it was when I graduated college, it was like a recession. There was no jobs. I couldn't find a job. So it was something that I loved to do. One of my friends, I would get people DMing me on Facebook. Nothing else was around. About, you know, hair and beauty in Cantu. And that's how I kind of just started that on my own and not knowing kind of that it would create a job for me. So no, this probably is not where I saw myself all those years ago, but I'm excited where I am. I always knew that I wanted to help people in a certain way, like help them feel good, help them look good. So I knew I would do that, but I just didn't know how or where. That would be from working in clothing stores, like, you know, doing different things. But I'm excited where I am now and where I'm going next, and just being with Cantu and being able to use my creative mind a lot and share, and, you know, them trusting me to bring something to life. So having something in my mind and then seeing it in real life is just mind blowing. And I'm fortunate to have a team that trusts me 100% and lets me kind of roll with it and rock out.
I love that. And I know there's a lot of, you know, generally people in the market right now looking for, you know, a lot of changes might have been made last year. And so they're looking to lean into what they feel good about, you know, especially if they are working remotely or, you know, wherever they are, a lot of people are doing that. So there's a question, what advice do you have for folks looking to figure out what roles or companies are best for them? What advice would you have for young people getting out there?
Oh, so advice for a company, finding the best fit, learning what you like to do and what you want to do. Write down your goals and dreams and like what you like, interact with. I always tell, you know, everyone who kind of asked me about Cantu and how I kind of got started with them, interacting with them. That's my community. That's who I love and where I am, like interacting with them, supporting them, sharing things, but just writing down a list of like who you are and what you want to give, what you want to do, where you see yourself falling in and being active, like being here and talking to us here, being on, other platforms where you can find more information about jobs that are opening up or that are coming, going to conferences. That's always a great way to meet people, to network, and just to, hear other stories. Sometimes you need to hear other stories to kind of figure out what you want and where you want to be. So definitely do that. Start with that list first and writing those things down of what you like, what you don't like. I always say try different things as well. I've tried so many different jobs from my like early 20s to now. Yeah, I was able to say, okay, you know what? I really like that. I don't like this. I know that wasn't for me, but I did like this. So maybe this is the path I want to kind of go in. So yeah, and if something isn't out there for you, create it. Like it's so much opportunity out here for us to create something and then to get noticed from what we create.
100%. And there's a final question. I feel like we might have time for maybe one or two, but as it relates to TikTok, what are you excited about as it relates to some of the innovative features that TikTok will have to offer? So in my opinion, this could be some of the live stuff. There's a lot of data and insights I know that we're gaining there now, but what does that mean for you? Are you excited about that? And in what ways do you feel like that could be fun?
So some of the live stuff, some of the things that they're doing with creators, I really love. Like they, are specifically working with content creators that are in different spaces. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that was something that was there before. That anybody was doing. So now they're kind of focusing and working with those creators to help elevate them and help get them to a next level. I think that's very important. Like you said, the live features are going to be awesome. I think the music features are going to go crazy at some point. It's going to be even more that we can do with music. So I'm really excited about that. And then how brands come to life more on the platform. I think that's exciting to see, and just to see more, like I said, lifting the curtain and seeing more behind the brand and how they kind of develop products or do different things, or who works for them and who's behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. That's something you normally get to see. Growing up, I know I never would have ever seen, anyone who actually worked or did something for, these different companies. So just being able to expose younger generations to that, as well as older generations. I know the conversation before us was like, my mom is like, should I get on TikTok? I don't know. But it's like you open their mind up to so much. And my mom and my grandma is like, oh, I think she's a model. I had to take my mom with me to an event for her to understand what this girl was and what it is. So I'm like, educating and supporting the older generation and letting them know about these new innovative technologies and tapping into that younger audience so they can see the possibilities are endless for sure.
Yeah, it's you said two things, bridging the gap between being able to socialize and talk about these experiences during Christmas or whatever with your family, but then also you mentioned personifying the brand, which couldn't be more important now, especially, storytelling, yes, but who are you as a brand? I think that's awesome.
And I think that's something now that consumers want to know. I want to go into a store and not say, oh, that's Cantu, let me grab some leave-in. But I want to go in there and say oh my God, they're I get them. They get me. That message they shared, or, that piece of content, I remember that. That storytelling piece again, and being very vulnerable and open. I think, or I saw Melissa on that panel, we're gonna get some Cantu kind of thing. So yeah, I'm excited for the TikTok possibilities, the challenges, the dances. I forgot to say that. I'm not a dancer, but I do love the moves on TikTok.
You'll see me there trying to use whatever I got left.
Yes, Stephanie, let me go. I have to go find your dance videos.
So funny. Well, thank you so much for having us, for being with us in general on this panel today. It's been so fun. So much more to come, I know, for Cantu in the future. So this has been great.
Yes. Make sure you follow us on TikTok, Cantu Beauty, and get excited because we have some really cool things coming soon. Like I said, we like to do our research first and make sure, a platform works out for us, but we're excited to move forward and do great things over on TikTok in the beauty space. So thank you, Tiffany and Chris, for having me and always supporting me. I appreciate it so very much.
Of course.
Thanks so much for joining us. You guys were both excellent.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
See you guys soon.
We'll see you soon.
Bye. See you later.
Bye. All right. So that was another excellent session, and we have another excellent one right on top of it. Thank you, Melissa and Tiffany, for joining us. For our next session, we have 4 people coming to the virtual stage. We have Adrienne Lahens, a very good friend of ours, who is TikTok Creator Marketing Solutions, Elise Schaefer from MeUndies, TikTok creator Parker Smith, and Lee Grant from Influential. Hey, everybody.
Hi.
Hey, Adrienne.
So good to see you.
So good to see you too. For those of you in the audience who don't know, Adrienne was our COO until she came over to TikTok, and we get to work with her all the time now, which is really awesome. So great to see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. And welcome to the stage, Parker and Elise and Lee. Great to have you all here.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for joining our panel.
Absolutely. And I know that we went a couple minutes over, so you guys can go a couple minutes over if you need to as well. I will exit and let you get into it, Lee.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris.
You got it.
Appreciate the intro, Chris. This is a very exciting panel to all of you brand innovators, listeners out there. Adrienne, as Chris mentioned, we go back because before being the global head of operations of the creator marketing solutions at TikTok, she was actually leading operations over at Influential. So really special to have you on board for this conversation. Elise, of course, I've had the pleasure of working with MeUndies and her team over there for the past 2 years. And Parker, an incredibly talented creator and a long-term partner of MeUndies. So it's really exciting to have this conversation with you guys. I believe we're going to get started with one of Parker's really great videos. So Brand Innovators team, if you have that up, you can go ahead and play that whenever you have a moment. We'll see if it goes. Here we go.
Hey Parker, question. What do you wear when you're just hanging around the house? MeUndies. They're great for this. Or this. This too. And this. And of course this. And this. Oh boy. Anytime I'm lounging at home, you can pretty much guarantee I'm in MeUndies.
Thanks so much. So that was one great example of all the amazing content that Parker has created for MeUndies. I know, as Elise will attest, Parker, you're so amazing at really using the kind of unique, content that is available on TikTok. Would love to kind of hear your insight on, your background, how you got started on TikTok, and really kind of the unique platform, things that you can use on there to really boost your creativity in these brand partnerships.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am a Los Angeles-based content creator, originally from Ohio, and I joined TikTok during the pandemic with quarantine. Honestly, my wife was spending a lot of time on there, and she was like, you know what? You love making videos, you like doing weird stuff, you might as well jump on board and see what happens. And that was about a year ago, and things have just kind of blown up. I've really, really loved it just because it's something that I recognize very early kind of has an allowance for any level of, there's not really a barrier to entry. Like, you can create stuff with your phone, you can create stuff with a cinematic camera, and it all fits within the space. There is an audience for quite literally everything. So the fact that I was able to jump on there and just kind of start sharing anything from a tiny little idea that I had to something that was a lot more grand scale, and really get immediate feedback from people that they were enjoying certain things and really enjoying other things, was just an obvious indication to me that I needed to keep going and that I needed to just make this work because I loved it. It's just so much fun.
Definitely. Yeah, it's so much fun. That is a good point. And it's something I know in kind of our initial conversations, Adrian, there's something about TikTok with all the kind of transitions and fun edits that you can do that makes it so much more accessible, not only to brands and creators, but really those partnerships to kind of have your unique voice and make sure that, you can really create something that's unique to you. Would love to hear, Elise, your kind of perspective on how TikTok really changed the game in terms of brand marketing and how you've really kind of changed your approach to content creation and partnerships with, creators like Parker.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that in the social marketing space, it's always been, shared and known that you need to be creating for the platform. But I think with TikTok, it's a must. You really can't just put anything on the platform and expect it to be successful. You have to be really leaning into the trends, tapping into things that are happening in the moment, and knowing how to engage with the audiences. I think, to what Parker said, there is an audience for just about everything, but being able to understand how to kind of translate what you are talking about with the business and the products and making sure that kind of still resonates naturally is super important. So it has kind of forced us to have to create a specific pipeline for the platform. And with how high energy that content tends to be, it works really well across other platforms, but it definitely has forced us to really prioritize what we're focusing on with TikTok itself.
Definitely. Yeah. And Elise, just kind of, and on that thought, how have, you guys really seen the explosion of short form video change your guys' strategy, right? Like, of course, that's happening across platforms, but really TikTok leading the charge in that space. How have you guys kind of had to, let's say, shift on the fly with this new platform?
Yeah, I think that it just continues to reinforce how, with short form video and just knowing how short attention spans are, being really succinct and clear in the message and focusing in on what we know will capture attention, but ensuring that we're saying, what's most important, making it fun and engaging. So it definitely requires a bit of, testing and exploration. And then once you start finding what those messages are and being able to take that down a path and continue to iterate, and so we've been able to identify a few things that have especially worked. And then again, coming back to the platform itself and leaning into new trends or what may be especially resonating with the audiences. How can we kind of take the messages that we need to get across, but make sure that it is going to engage the audience in real time. So definitely have to be acting quickly and be willing to kind of test and learn quickly as well, but still make sure that we're very clear and to the point in what we're saying.
Definitely. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And Adrian, I think you have a really, unique perspective coming from Influential and obviously, really getting a deep understanding across platforms. Tell us a little bit about your background and what kind of inspired you to go over to TikTok and what are some of the, really exciting, unique factors of the platform that are really make it unique compared to the other ones out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much, Lee. And first of all, Parker, what a fantastic ad. It's really amazing how you were able to showcase so many products and styles in multiple settings in such a compact creative piece. So that was really awesome work. And I think that right there is, really what drew me to TikTok, right? It's the creators on our platform that are just so innovative and the creative formats that the platform enables that really drive just so much creativity and joy at the highest levels. And I have spent over a decade of my career really focused on creators and branded content. And as someone who is as passionate about the creator economy as I am, I couldn't imagine a better place to be than an entertainment platform like TikTok that really embraces the creator community in the way that we do.
Yeah, I love that. And for our audience too, I think it would be helpful to kind of explain a little bit more about what you're working on with the creator marketing solutions and kind of what brands have available at their fingertips. I know another thing that we talked about is I think everyone kind of knows they need to be on TikTok, but it's like maybe for some of these, more traditional older brands, it kind of seems intimidating sometimes, right? Like, how do we get started? It seems like it's so like fast moving and trendy. Kind of let's hear a little bit about your perspective on the creative marketing solutions and how brands can get involved.
Yeah, absolutely. So I lead global operations for TikTok Creator Marketing Solutions, which includes the creator marketplace, as well as the products, programs, and services that enrich creator marketing on TikTok. So these are, programs like Creator Marketing Partners, as well as our suite of branded content tools like the Branded Content Toggle, which enables disclosure between creators and brand partnerships, as well as paid media via our Spark Ads products. So it's really that full suite of creator marketing solutions.
I love that. Very awesome. And one thing, Parker, I think you mentioned too, is I think from the creative perspective, it's really interesting how you mentioned when you create these videos, you get such immediate feedback from your audience. How have you been really understanding what your audience looks for, like what makes them tick, what they love, so that you can kind of curate your content to make that resonate best, and also figure out what the best partnerships would be on the brand side?
Sure. To be completely honest, an overwhelming majority of my content is creator prompted. One of my favorite things about the platform is being able to directly answer a comment as a video prompt. I think that's super unique to TikTok, and something that I find has really encouraged me to stay extremely active on the platform. And then just in terms of figuring out the right partnerships, I literally have people asking me questions. So when I see specific things coming in more regularly than others, obviously I can, surmise that is something that is more and more people are probably curious about, or might be curious about, and they don't even realize that they are yet. So for me, number one thing is always ensuring that a partnership is a product that I'm actually a fan of and that I truly do use, like MeUndies. It's quite literally the only undie I have in my drawer. They are a fantastic product, and I've loved them far longer than we've been working together. So it was a pleasure, and it is a pleasure to continue working together. And when I feel that passionately about something, I'm able to convey that. It's an easy sell without being salesy, because I am also a TikTok user, as I would hope, and that it's easy for me to see transparency and just a lack of, it's easy for me to tell when someone's kind of disingenuous about a product that they're pushing, because they probably just kind of did it for the money, which is fine. No judgment to anyone. But I think that it's extremely important for me long-term for my audience to trust what I'm saying and what I'm selling them. And the more that I can be as genuine as possible about that, the better it's going to end up in the long run, both for me as well as for the audience that's engaging with me, as well as the brands that I'm partnering with. Because I would always prefer to partner. I would much prefer to partner with a smaller number of brands on a recurring basis to make sure that people understand, oh, wow, he talks about MeUndies a lot. I should probably try them. They seem pretty legit.
100%. I think that's music to my ears, a lot of the listeners' ears. Is that I love, at Influential, we kind of float around the term NASCAR bumperhood of influencers. Like occasionally you see those influencers do like every other post, it's some different, brand. So I think, a lot of the, buzzwords are authenticity, right? Like how do we find these authentic partnerships between brands and creators and influencers? So I love hearing that from your perspective. Elise, would love to hear kind of, from you on how you guys think about it at MeUndies. Obviously you guys have such a strong brand. How do you guys figure out, like, what are the best types of creators and individuals to work with, and how you're finding them?
Yeah, absolutely. And I will also say that's music to my ears, because we love to find, partners that we obviously can continue to grow in that relationship with. It long-term makes things just continue to thrive between us and the partnership, because with, knowing each other, how we work, what has worked between each other, we can just continue to iterate off and make things better and better. So always love to hear that. In terms of how we're really thinking about like from the start how we think about the different partners that we want to work with and the creators. I think first and foremost, we want to make sure that we are, selecting creators that are really going to help represent our brand in the right ways. And so, we look to really utilizing, especially influential, for being able to dig into different things around like how things around our values are really translating to what they represent, the types of content and how they showcase that with their audience. And so, MeUndies is really focused on self-acceptance, expression, self-care. So we want to be able to see things like how they are creative and also encouraging that creativity, ultimately how they're comfortable and encourage, loving yourself, and then also prioritizing that mental and physical health. And just have playful and having an ability to be inclusive. And so that's always going to be like very top of mind. I think I especially also want to look at what are some of the partners that they work with and how do they represent brands? Does it come off genuine? And, are they a true fan? Could they be a true fan of MeUndies? Are they using our product already? Or, if we, when we do share it with them, we want them to be honest. We don't want them to be just, doing this as a potential opportunity, but actually give an honest and genuine review with their audience. That's really what we hope with our partnership. And so that's definitely important. And then, as I mentioned before, there are certainly certain concepts that I think we have started to identify really work. And I think creators do a fantastic job of being able to provide that like storytelling for us in a way that is really fun. And, for example, I think something that works really well is with transitions and with just the high energy is one of our products or what we really sell is matching pairs. And so you can shop for you and another person and get matching underwear. And that's a really fun concept especially for the space like TikTok. And so sometimes that does require us to identify certain creators who would be willing to have a significant other or friend. And so, that's how we start really narrowing down. But I think first and foremost is, how do these creators really represent themselves and what are their values and how does that work in line with ours? So.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And I think it's so great to be able to see, and have Parker on the line because of, how really unique and kind of fun that partnership is, like showing in that video, just the amazing transitions and how authentic it really is to you is really awesome to see. Adrian, would love to hear from you too, like from the perspective of TikTok, also coming from influential. For the brand marketers out there who are just trying to kind of get started, how can they leverage TikTok and, service providers to find these creators that are going to really be a good match for their brand and create content that really resonates and is authentic for them?
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with everything that Elise and Parker said on that. And, in terms of like, you really want to look at that contextual relevancy as well of like, who is the creator? How does it match with the brand's creative strategy, brand objectives, et cetera? And to kind of take a step back, right? Because marketers are oftentimes like, okay, well, where do I start? Creator marketing might be quite new to many folks. And, there's several challenges that marketers face in approaching creator marketing, not only on TikTok, but really just broadly. And the first challenge, right, is that there's a lot of work involved in creator marketing, right? It's operationally very heavy, in large part because there are humans on both sides of the equation. So it's not as simple as, you add your budget to a platform, you click a few buttons, you check back later for the results. Like there's a whole creative process involved. And then the second challenge is that there's a real lack of domain expertise, oftentimes on both sides of the equation, right? Some brands still think about creator marketing, not MeUndies, of course. You guys are like absolute experts, right? But some brands are thinking about creator marketing, in the 2014 era, right? Where like, this is a PR channel, you send some free swag to a bunch of creators, you cross your fingers, you hope for the best. And there's really so much more that creators can do if you really allocate your budget accordingly. And if you treat the channel like you would a big splashy TV spot, you just happen to get the benefit of a lot more creative assets that are custom tailored to the audience segments, are much more authentic and generate, much greater return on ad spend, frankly. And then the third, challenge is that the space is very fragmented and there's often a lack of standardization. And so it takes a lot of tools, programs, services, data to navigate. And at TikTok, we recognize that many brands, right, are, maybe not scoped or don't have the bandwidth or know-how to execute creator marketing campaigns effectively. And our mission at TikTok and for our team specifically at TikTok is really to make creator marketing easy. And it's a question we ask ourselves every single day, like what can we do to make creator marketing easy? And we center all of our efforts around that across so many different initiatives. And in addition to the innovative technology that we're building with, tools like the Creator Marketplace, one of the ways that we do that as well is through our creator marketing partners like Influential and others who, provide managed services to clients, really help them navigate all of this data and insights, and really help with the entire end-to-end process. So we really embrace the larger ecosystem, beyond the tools that we're building in-house at TikTok. And we think that that's really important to our overall success.
Amazing. Thank you. That was a really, really awesome answer. And I think you mentioned a few things in there that I'd love to build on. First of all, I think a really important thing to remember is the truth around that we're working with people here, right? I think sometimes, especially some of the traditional brands look at influencers and maybe it seems a little not accessible. It's super polished. So I think it's really nice to have Parker on here to kind of get an understanding from your perspective. How do you kind of handle, when you receive the creative brief from a brand, how you continue to stay true to that brand brief, yet also you at the end of the day understand your audience the best. Obviously they're coming to you because you create such awesome content. So how do you kind of balance, making sure that you're kind of sticking to all the brand brief while also making it your own?
Sure. Number one most important thing for me here is just communication. Ultimately it's a relationship. Being very upfront and clear with a brand. MeUndies is fantastic because they allow a lot of creative freedom. It's one of the reasons that I love working with them on a regular basis. However, I've done plenty of jobs where it was treated a little bit more, quote unquote, old school, where things were they tried to be a little bit too rigid and clearly defined with what they wanted. And it ends up putting a bad taste in my mouth. And then that ends up being palpable to the audience. So number one is absolutely having the communication up front before any agreement is signed that, hey, this is the concept I'm thinking. This is kind of the direction that I was wanting to go in. Is that at all interesting to you? Do you have notes on that? Let's discuss this before we get to a place where I've already created the content that I saw and you say, oh, by the way, we like this, this, and this, because it's extremely frustrating from a creator side when I have to, again, creative notes and adjustments are expected. However, getting to a place where I have to almost restart on something that I've already spent my hard-earned, or I've already spent my time on, is extremely frustrating, and it could have been avoided would we have just communicated a little bit more clearly on the front end. And then also from the creator side, come in with like the phrase that I always have in my head is have a take, come in with a POV, come in with an idea, pitch yourself in a way that you're going to be respected because you're not there just like, oh, I'm so grateful to be here. I'll do whatever you possibly need. Come in and allow the brand to understand that you too have experience here and you have a direction that you would like to go, as opposed to it just being a one-sided thing where you're being told what to do. Because ultimately, ideally, like I've talked about already, it will go really well and you'll be able to create this ongoing partnership. And then moving forward, that brand will understand, okay, we definitely want to work with Parker because we know he's going to come in professional. He's going to come in with an idea. And if it doesn't work for us, that's okay. We can workshop it. But ultimately, it's great because it's a partnership here. Because at the end of the day, these are partnerships. These are not just, you're not just hiring me as a traditional model to stand in a scene and get my picture taken. It's very different.
Yeah, that's such a good point. Really, it is that communication and being able to take both sides of the equation and take the learnings and really expertise from both sides. And I think, Elise, we'd love to hear from you because you have a unique position where, as Adrian was mentioning, it's not so much anymore like the PR team and just getting beautiful content, for your social pages. You are really leading the growth team over at MeUndies. And I think when D2C has seen such a massive, growth over the past few years, you guys have really led the charge, have such a strong brand. So how do you, leverage influencers to have their unique, take on the content and make something their own while still making sure that you're creating content that at the end of the day is going to drive revenue because that's what your goal is. So I'd love to kind of hear your perspective on how you balance that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that, ultimately we try to put a lot of the work in up front so that we are not getting to a point that content has been created and we're having to give a lot of feedback. And so I think we rarely get, to the point where we're having to, provide any huge edits. And I think that really speaks to a lot of what Parker was kind of saying. We try to set the scene, we try to provide some strong guidelines, but we definitely want to work in a lot of creative flexibility. We want to rely on the creator to be able to ensure that he or she is able to really take that and run with it and bring some new ideas to the table. We want to be clear in the brief. We want to take the selection process seriously so that we don't get to the point that content is being created and that we're surprised by what we're seeing. In terms of, I think that really paying a lot of attention to that process ensures that we are ultimately getting the right stuff that we can trust in, at least putting out there and feeling confident that it will succeed. And, of course, there's times that we definitely see differences between what's going to really be able to drive revenue and be kind of top performers. But I think that is, that's part of the job. We constantly are having to learn new things. And over time, we're really trying to work together with the team at Influential to make sure that we're constantly focusing on what is working. How do we continue to move more in that direction and still allow for the ability to test into newer areas. But there's definitely been, content that I'm excited to see, but a little bit weary about how is this really going to perform? And then I've been very delightfully surprised. So, but I think a lot of it is just being very thoughtful in the upfront process and understanding that there's a balance between going into what will work well and then allowing the opportunity for things to potentially be a little bit risky, but the reward is also there too.
Definitely. Yeah, I think you brought up an interesting point too. I think that, just in the world that we're living in right now, everything's moving to short form video. Everything is moving so incredibly quickly, especially, among Gen Z. How, as you guys look at it from, I guess, each of your perspectives, how are you kind of staying ahead of the curve? It seems like every day there's new trend coming out, the competition is steep these days, how are you guys staying ahead of everything and kind of making sure that you're staying on trend as much as you guys can?
Parker, you want to go first on that one?
Sure. It is a tough question because there's not really any tried and true formula. You really have to be flexible. You have to be open to trying new things. You have to definitely be ready to fail. and almost view that as view the positive sides of that, and, you know, be willing to continue doing what you're enjoying doing and what's working for you, but also recognizing that that can then become stale, not only from a creator's point of view. That's boring for me to just do the same thing all day. However, when something's working, you definitely want to stick with it. And then when you see it stop working, which is inevitable, start tinkering, you know, and don't feel like you need to just jump ship. Do just small change 20% of what you're doing, rather than being like, okay, I've been doing all fashion, people aren't enjoying it as much, so now I'm going to do like food, or, you know, like it's a giant jump like that is not the answer, obviously, but just being kind of open to trying different things and seeing what sticks. Because here today, gone tomorrow with TikTok, especially, you know, even if something doesn't work, people will forget about it 5 videos later, and it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that that's a really, really good way to put it too, is especially thinking about how the content translates into ads that we could run for more than the week or two that maybe the trend is the most relevant. We have to kind of find the essence of the trend that is really more kind of like evergreen, and kind of lean into that, maybe then like the specific thing that is viral that day. And so, for example, like when we say the word you know, the fun transitions, like the actual transition that might be cool today may be, you know, different from a week ago, but the kind of essence of it being fun to watch people creatively showcase, you know, how they can like make these transitions work, and what they, you know, what that content can look like will still remain the same. So I think that to kind of what Parker said, it's not going 180 just because, you know, maybe what worked last week doesn't work this week anymore, but kind of just continuing to work into what, you know, generally is working, and playing around with that until and kind of keeping up with it in that way.
Definitely.
Yeah, if I can add one more thing too, being, you know, conscious of having something that, as Elise said, is pretty evergreen in terms of format, and then peppering in the trendy stuff as kind of just like fun, he jumped on that one, or, you know, but not feeling like that has to be the essential avenue of your content, because it's impossible and irrelevant a week later a lot of the times. So having that mainstay thing that is your thing, and then being able to try things that are a good fit for you, and hoping that that somehow benefits you in the long run.
Definitely.
And if I could just add to that too, you know, I think what we're all touching on here is that like TikTok is this living, breathing organism, right? And it's the community, and it's a community that really drives culture in so many ways. And so, you know, what we really recommend is brands lean into that, right? And don't be, you know, to Parker's point earlier, don't be so prescriptive with your creative strategy, especially when it comes to working with creators. Like, hire the best creators who align with your brand and really let them run with it. And it's not only for the benefit of, you know, the creator, it's really for the benefit of the performance of the campaign, because the creators are the real TikTok experts. They're like living and breathing on this platform every single day. You know, and the more that the content can feel native to the platform, the more you can allow creators to really have fun with that content, the more your campaign will create like a groundswell, and you'll find much better success.
Definitely. I love that. And I think you guys have all kind of mentioned this a little bit, particularly Parker, you know, understanding your audience so well. I think, and at least like at MeUndies, you guys obviously have such a strong brand as mentioned. How are you guys using data to really understand like those conversations? And Adrian, to your point, that, you know, how TikTok is really leading culture at this point, right? How are you understanding who your audience is and then translating that into kind of your campaigns and content that you're running?
Well, that's a good question. So yeah, we definitely want to really understand who our customers are, and ultimately how we can especially activate on that information to appeal to those who we can hopefully get in the door. And so I think that we ultimately have kind of different cohorts of customers that we especially know are really resonate with the brand. I think that when it comes to TikTok, we're especially still exploring exactly what kind of segment of our customer base we're really seeing engaged there. We're definitely seeing a lot of kind of new customer growth come from TikTok. What's interesting is that, MeUndies has a very exciting, we launch a lot every week. We're launching new prints. And so a lot of our channels in our ecosystem have kind of historically used that as a lot of the ads that we're actually running. However, with TikTok, that is not a really feasible or scalable strategy. So we actually have a really interesting, more evergreen strategy on TikTok as compared to some of our other channels. And so I'm with TikTok being a very emerging channel within our mix, I think that we're still really learning about the differences that we're seeing in the customers that we're acquiring through TikTok in comparison to some of the other channels that we have kind of more of our historical playbook. However, what I'm excited to see is that I think all in all, we're going to continue to try to make these worlds blend a bit more and try to see how we can translate more things from prints, but also more evergreen across channels. So definitely going to be continuing to look towards the audiences that we are seeing come in, and especially understand channel to channel what some of those differences are. And I think with TikTok scaling very rapidly, I think we have assumptions about the audiences on TikTok, but I think especially over the last year, those assumptions are probably not entirely accurate, because I think just about everybody is starting to use TikTok. So I think saying that it's potentially a younger customer isn't the best assumption anymore. So I'm very excited to continue to uncover those insights about the customer from TikTok.
Yeah, I love that. And I think that is very true. I think people kind of assume it's always Gen Z, but now you hear your parents getting on it. Everyone wants a little piece of TikTok. So in our last few minutes here, I'd love to hear each of your guys' kind of predictions, let's say over the next few years. And one, where you kind of really see this short form video going, and also how do you see, the cultural, Gen Z changing brands and the ways that we're ingesting media over the next few years? And Adrienne, maybe we'll start with you.
Yeah, awesome. So I think the question really is what does innovation look like, right, for TikTok? And for us, it's really about ease and simplicity, especially as it relates to creator marketing. So what we're asking ourselves every day is how can we provide solutions that make creator marketing easy, that gives creators more in-app, video editing tools that unlock more creativity. How can we make pages load faster or enable commerce in more seamless ways? How can we automate discovery of products in a more personalized way? My personal favorite sort of question is how can we unlock more monetization opportunities to enable amateur creators to quit their jobs and become full-time creators, right? So these are all the things that we're really working on. And, innovation to TikTok is really focused on how we can help to redefine entertainment, redefine marketing, and redefine commerce.
I love that. That's really interesting. And I think, Parker, from your perspective over the next few years, how do you kind of see it as you kind of really have your finger on the pulse with what these audiences are looking for? How do you, foresee brands having to pivot or kind of trends changing over the next few years?
Ooh, predictions are so hard these days. It's just, things change so quickly. With that being said, I think it's extremely exciting to hear. I already kind of assumed and knew this, but to hear Adrienne mention the creator first mentality is so exciting for someone like me. And honestly, I think the name of the game is transparency, just really making sure that companies are opening the door in a way that they never really have had to before, in showing whether it's their production processes or the people that work there, or just getting more and more personal and being as open as possible so that people can feel enthused about what they're buying, not just because they like the product, but because they can feel that the company is ethical, or the company really cares about their customer, as in addition, obviously, to selling the product, but just really making sure that people are feeling good about spending their money, as opposed to just trying to satisfy the urge of purchase. That makes sense.
That does, definitely. We do have a question from the audience. Do you guys have a favorite trend video or TikTok creator right now?
Oh, I saw a good one recently. It's hard for me to always name a favorite, but I actually had a friend send this to me. Gosh, I'm totally blanking on the name, but it was, I can actually probably find it really quickly. It was somebody who was redoing brand logos, and it was obviously like, what is her name? Emily's TikTok.edu. And she's redoing brand logos, and it's like basically, really bad, but taking things very literally. And so that's been a really good find recently. Made me laugh.
I love it. I know I get stuck on the rabbit hole.
Yeah, that's also a really great one, where like a lot of brands were actively reaching out to her and having her recreate their logos, like just to kind of play into the cultural moment, which was, such a cool thing for those brands to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, they did the NFL. She called it Niffle.
Yeah. There was a Jonas Brothers, and she spelled Jonas wrong, and it's like, I don't know who they are, but it was pretty funny. Yeah.
I wish I was creative like that. I'm on the wrong side of the table, guys. I need to take some tips from Parker.
Yeah, her deadpan delivery is amazing.
I love it. Well, thank you guys so much. It was such a pleasure leading this conversation. Hope you all at Brand Innovators really enjoyed our conversation. And appreciate it to each of you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you guys so much. That was such a great segment. And honestly, it's very rare that we get the full scale picture. Literally, we have the platform, we have the creator, we have the brand, and we have influential. And you guys knocked it out of the park. So thank you so much for such a great job.
Appreciate it, Chris.
All right. We'll see you soon. Bye, everybody. All right, so we are down to our last session of the day. Thank you to all of you for hanging out with us. Hope that you've been learning things and having fun. This is one of the best Brand Innovators events that we've ever had. Really fun to be working with the TikTok team. And now our final session of the day is a new friend of mine, Ken Ehrman. He is the founder and managing partner of Halo Collar. Some very cool TikTok news related to this. So we'll let Ken jump on, and I'm going to stay on to moderate, close out the day. Hey, what's up, Ken?
Thanks, Chris, for having me. Very excited to be here.
Absolutely. Great to see you. I hear it's pretty warm over there on the East Coast today. How's it feeling?
It's definitely one of the few nice days of the year in New Jersey, so I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, I'll take it, right? Awesome, man. Well, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining us. We're excited to have you here. We started a few minutes late, so I'm just going to go ahead and dive into the questions, if that's okay with you.
That's great. No problem.
Got it. All right. So you are the founder of Halo Collar, a cutting edge all-in-one dog safety system. I've done my research and can say that for anybody who has a dog, including me, it's a game changer. But for those of you in the audience who aren't familiar, can you please tell them a bit more about Halo Collar?
Sure. It really goes back to when you own a dog, you want to let them out, and you want to let them, follow, play, explore, do all the things they need to do. But unfortunately, if you Google it, over 10 million dogs are lost every year. And I think it says almost 1 million dogs are run over by a car.
Yeah.
So it's terrible. And, really Halo started out of a tragedy when my niece's dog got out of their invisible fence. So they led around the backyard. They had the invisible fence, which is really like a wire around your property. Their dog, Ruby, got right past the fence and unfortunately became one of the statistics. And, it was my niece's first experience with death, and it was terrible and tragic. We were all crying. And then I was like, oh my God, this is a problem I know how to fix, because I had been in this industry my whole career, which is tracking, monitoring, and making sure they're being safe, high value assets for Fortune 100 companies. So in the past, it was forklifts, rental cars, and trailers. But now it was, people's most prized possession. They're really their family member, their dog. So all it really is if you know the invisible fence, Halo is, instead of a wire that you have to dig around your property and only works on your property, you just go into your phone, see a Google map view of wherever you are, your house or a park or your office or the beach, and you set up a perimeter by drawing a fence. And when your dog gets to the fence line, they're going to hear a beep. They're going to know that's the fence, and they're going to stop. And it's a concept that's been around for 25 years, the invisible fence, but it was using a wire. Now the dog doesn't know the difference between a GPS fence and a wired fence. So now you can just take your dog with you anywhere. So that's the concept.
That's amazing. Yeah. And as I was telling you the other day, I live in apartment living. So I was like, oh, this product isn't necessarily for me. But then you pointed out the fact that you could bring that with you anywhere. And I mean, to know that I could go to the park or take them on a walk and know that you could keep them in a perimeter and not have, some sort of tragedy happen as a result is a super exciting technology.
And by the way, there's a lot of fear. So if you do let your dog off leash, you get nervous, and then maybe kids get nervous. For me, my kids used to cry. I wanted to let my dog off leash. This is before Halo. And they were like, no, you can't. She's going to run away. And of course, I would let her off leash and she'd run away. And then for hours. And I was like, oh, they were crying and it wasn't worth it. So, with Halo, I walk her off leash all the time now, because not only can I keep this perimeter, but one of the coolest features is that you can hit a button on your app that's called the whistle feature. And it's exactly what you would imagine, except with the collar. My dog is around, by the way. I may try the whistle feature and see if she comes running. Although I'm not.
Yeah.
The door is open.
I want to see this.
Yeah, let me see. So there's the app.
Oh, there we go. We get actual demonstration here. I like this.
Yes, and then you go to the command, the instant feedback, and you press the return whistle. Up, I just heard it, and look, there she is.
Oh, hi, babe.
Lucy, there she is.
Good girl.
It's unbelievable. She gets it. I mean, dogs really get it. Like, there's two things that the product comes down to. One is that beep means fence. And the second is that whistle means come. And, when I used to call her name, maybe she would listen 20% of the time. I mean, crazy. She knows exactly what that whistle means. And, I go on hikes in the mountain. I take her wherever I go, and she can run off after a deer. As soon as I hit that whistle button, she stops, turns around, and comes running to me like Lassie. In that case, walk, because she wasn't that far, but
that by itself is worth it. I swear, my dog's name is Bowie, and Bowie does not come for any reason at all unless I say, Bowie, do you want a treat?
Yes.
He's somewhere around the house right now. I'm going to say it again, treat. We'll see if he comes, but that's the
By the
only
way,
chance.
imagine the word treat comes out of the collar. I mean, basically, it's the collar, and there's a speaker on here. And you have, Cesar Millan is our partner. He's the dog. It's amazing. So he was like, all dogs respond to the whistle. It's just like in their life. So he's like, build it into the collar. But we also have Caesar's famous sound,
Oh, nice.
It's on here. We have some dog whistles. We have have like 40 or 50 sounds. it can vibrate. And in an emergency, if you're in a fence and your dog gets near the road and is not responding to the prompts, it can escalate to static. So that gets their attention. But it doesn't
great.
hurt. It just gets
That's
their
good. Glad to hear that. Well, that actually dovetails right into my next question I was going to ask. I mean, it's impossible to talk about Halo Collar without talking about the dog whisperer himself, Cesar Millan. Please tell us what it's like to partner with the world's most famous dog expert and how critical he's been to the company's inception and overall growth.
So I would say that's by far been the best part. Just being able to spend time with Cesar. I mean, obviously, I don't have that much experience with celebrities, so I'd never been around people like this before, but he just, you know, has this energy and this aura around him. It's hard to explain, where like you're enwrapped when you're listening to him speak, and he, specifically around human nature and dog nature. He understands how dogs think because he understands how Mother Nature intended them to think, I guess. So he, you know, speaking of the D'Amelios, I will just mention this. He, the first time, you know, we were so excited to get Cesar together with the D'Amelios. You know, they have 4 dogs. They had 4 Halo collars on their dogs, and we got them to their house, and the dogs were all running all over the place. He comes in, and within an instant, he identifies who the alpha dog was of the 4 dogs, walks over to that dog, puts a leash on the dog, sits the dog down next to him, very comforting. The other 3 dogs stopped in their tracks. They didn't know what to do, and all came over like in a huddle. I mean, it was unbelievable. So like, Cesar knows dogs, and then like they're like, oh, the dogs always bark when the doorbell rings. He's like, I'll fix that. And then he's almost like a magician for dogs. So the bottom line is having him involved for 3 years in the development of Halo Collar. I mean, he's like right on the box, really, because it's all his, you know, kind of wisdom that's built into it, like the return whistle. I mean, he heard the product was just going to replace the fence, and he was like, there's so much more you could do with it. And he continues to have ideas. Like, he's really a big believer in the walk, pack walk. You know, you have to walk with your dogs, and that when you're walking your dog, that's when they're in school. That is when, to the dog, they can play all day long, but when they're walking with you, they're in school, and they need to follow. You're the teacher. And he's a big believer that's a critical part of having a great relationship with your dog, is that pack walk or the walk. And you know, of course, are the pack leader. And so we're going to be able to actually implement that walk feature with the collar as well. So not the way I do it, where you hit the whistle and you can track her anyway, and she'll come back. This would be more of a formal thing where your dog will stay with you and concentrate on you. And then, you know, if you say it's okay, you can let them go and play. So just having Cesar involved in the product is just amazing. I mean, we actually, I would say he's half the product. You have Cesar, who's really the dog part, and then my brother, who's the tech genius. So
where does that leave you?
I just put a few pieces together. I really don't do much, actually.
Good. Well, you said even in the aesthetic part of the design and everything, tell us a little bit about what Cesar did there.
Yes. So, you know, when we first were designing the collar, it was more like a box on the end of a strap. And he was like, that's what everything looks like. That's not beautiful. I want it to look beautiful. So this was the design. So it's kind of a flexible design to fit your dog with these carabiners on it. It attaches, you know, to a strap that's waterproof. You can jump in the ocean with it. But when this is on your dog, it really looks like almost like a medal you might have won from the Olympics. And that's how Cesar wants you to treat Halo. It's like when you put Halo on your dog is going to be doing something fun.
Yeah, your dog is like your best advertisement right here. What a good dog.
I hate to say it, but she's been a real beta tester along the way. All the fun. she had to deal with them.
I hope she's cutting on the profits.
She should.
I love it. Well, let's cut to the topic of today, which we kind of gave a little clue into it, but since the theme today is TikTok, let's dive into some really exciting news. Halo recently partnered with the first family of TikTok, the D'Amelios, to promote Halo Collar. Obviously, Charlie and Dixie are two of the biggest TikTok stars in the world, and have by proxy made their whole family into public figures, including their 4 dogs, who boast nearly 1 million followers on their own account. Tell us how you created this partnership and what made you want to partner with the D'Amelios to promote Halo.
So, we have been going down more of a traditional marketing path. And when I say traditional, it's modern. So it's not like really traditional. I mean, really traditional would be make stores in malls and, have go through Petco or, Best Buy. That's more traditional. We were like, no, we're going to be direct to consumer. We're going to use TV. We're going to use Google ads. We're going to use Facebook ads, Instagram ads. The more, I'm calling it traditional, but it's still fairly modern. So, and Caesar has 12 million followers. That was good. But basically what I was saying to myself is, okay, we got the world's best dog expert. Now we're moving to the marketing phase where we really want to get the word out about Halo Collar. So we've been out now. Some of you may have heard of us. Some of you may not have heard of us, but we've sold about 45,000 Halo Collars over the last year. We've been working out everything, getting the customers as happy as could be. And now we're going to next year where we're going to do probably close to 500,000 collars. So it'll be 10 times the amount. And I believe the most cost-effective way to do that was with a relationship with the, TikTok's biggest star. So I was like, who's the biggest and the best that we could possibly partner with? And just like Caesar was in the dog world, to me, it was about the D'Amelios and Charlie D'Amelio specifically, because I was like, people get their dogs for their kids most of the time. And of course, they end up taking care of it themselves, but they get them for the kids. So, the idea was, look, if the kids are, love their dogs, which everyone does, it's going to be an amazing way to get it out to. I mean, if you look at it now, if you add up, the numbers of followers between Heidi, Mark, Dixie, Charlie, and the family, it's well over 200 million people. So almost like a Super Bowl ad every time they do a TikTok about Halo Collar. So, and it's kind of sets up great for video, because like, I wish I just had that on video when I hit the return whistle, although it is recorded, but like, the cool parts of the Halo Collar, if you own a dog and want to spend time with them, are what you could see on a video. And you could take amazing videos of you and your dog using Halo Collar. And by the way, after Charlie did her first TikTok with Halo, we launched our own channel, and we ended up with like 20,000 followers.
Would it be fair to call that a Halo effect?
Very much so, by the way. Very much.
So I know that the partnership is on the newer side, but what have they actively done for you so far?
So they've done a few things. They did a YouTube video with Caesar. They've done a few TikToks, but we haven't really been pushing it hard yet, because what's interesting is we're trying to match supply and demand. So we're already sold out of the Halo 1s, and now we're actually selling Halo 2s, and those are coming out and actually already shipping. We're doing a really big press release in a week and a half at Mobile World Congress. But the point is that we are now really ready to kick it into the half. We're now is when we want to start leveraging that relationship. We didn't need to. We're able to sell as many as we could build in more traditional methods pretty cost effectively. But now to really go to mass mass use, that's where the D'Amelios are really going to become important.
Okay. Well, between their push and Q4, I think we're going to see a lot of Halo Collars under Christmas trees this year.
Yes, I believe that is true, and I hope that is true. But I think for the dog's sake, I will say, I mean, and I say this a lot, but because what happens is every week for anyone who buys Halo, we do a Zoom webinar just like this for all new customers. So this is something that, we believe in. I do it every time. I walk the customers through, give them an orientation. This is Halo. This is how
you yourself do this?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Wow. I'm very impressed. You must be round the clock on this.
Well, we do it every Wednesday at 4:30, and it's my favorite 2 hours. I mean, I stay on there till every question is answered. It's really my favorite 2 hours of the week. And, sometimes we get 300-400 people on. Sometimes we get more. Sometimes we get 30 or 40 if that week, for whatever reason, not that many people signed up. But I am also a believer, and this is part of why I think TikTok's so great, is in people might not want to watch an hour and a half video of me demonstrating how to get the set up if it was recorded. But live, people like live and
interactive.
Yes, it's so we get a lot of people, and it really, what I was going to say is, so on those weekly calls, I always say, it's like the hair club for men, although obviously I'm not a user of the hair club for men, obviously. But my point is that like him, he was both the founder and the customer.
Yeah.
I'm both the founder and the customer. I mean, I use the Halo collar with my dog every day. So, I see what's great about it. I see when there's issues that we need to fix, and I, have ideas about ways to make it better every night that actually I can do. And, it's amazing. There's just so many ways that I use it. I mean, my father-in-law wanted us to come over and swim in their pool. It was a month ago. It's too cold for that now. And they have all these flowers and flower beds, and they didn't trust that my dog was not going to ruin the flowers. And she has in the past. So with Halo, you have a piece called the beacon. And it's basically just a little Bluetooth beacon that I'll just show it to you because I love it. And again, it's very useful. You take this, I put it in the bushes where the flowers were, and it does the same thing as the fence. It just beeps when she goes near it. She knows beep means don't go any further. And so she won't go in the flower bed. So, you could use that in the city so your dog won't go maybe on a couch. You really are, all it comes down to is teaching your dog beep means fence and whistle means come back. And it's pretty straightforward.
Love it. Also, I'm very relieved to hear that this is a weekly forum with like 400 people. I literally pictured you just like day and night, just on the phone. That would drive you insane, I believe.
I will say the other day I took a big risk. We actually had a situation where we wanted to alert all of our customers of an issue that they could have been having. And so I sent out an email. Hey, you guys, just check if you have this issue. I got a lot of feedback, like, thanks so much for doing that. And then in my reply, I wrote, and if you're having any problems with Halo, if you're not loving it, send me an email. And it went to like 35,000 people. So my team was like, you're crazy. And I ended up only getting about 120 responses. And we dealt with all the issues those people had within a day or two. And now I could feel confident I could send out that kind of email and not be too worried about it.
Well, for now, if you keep going the route that you are, that might be the worst idea. Only worse would be giving him your phone number.
Yeah. Oh God.
Your wife would kill you.
Maybe she would kill me.
All right, let's do one more on the TikTok side, and then we'll go into a little bit more specific on the brand. So with TikTok's meteoric rise, virtually every brand on earth has had to implement it as part of their marketing strategy. Do you plan to make it a part of your larger marketing plan overall?
I think it's one of our main platforms that I want to leverage, because so when someone was going, if you think about it, for our product, we're really trying to be the more modern version of the invisible fence. So if you are going to buy the invisible fence, you can't buy it at Home Depot or Best Buy or Walmart or even Amazon. You have to have someone, for those who know the invisible fence, you have to have someone come to your house, decide where you're going to put the wire around your property, Then they have to come out and dig the wire into the property. They got to give you a quote, of course. You have to be okay with that. It's usually $2,000-$3,000 at a minimum. Then they have to come back and train your dog. So the whole process is like a 2 to 3 week process, and you have to have someone locally doing it. So you find them on Google. So you say, you know, you need a local dealer to install the fence and train your dog. So Google's kind of our #1 disruptive platform, because if someone's searching invisible fence, which people do 500,000 times a month, which is crazy.
Wow.
And if you think about it, you're not really searching it unless you're looking to buy one. So getting them to know there's a wireless version, not just wired, is Google. But second to that, from an awareness standpoint, that's why we, you know, team with the D'Amelios. It's because we really want to get the message out there. And, you know, Caesar's designed it, but not everyone is Caesar. Everyone knows their, you know, like, no, Caesar's unbelievable, but the regular person has to be able to use technology too. And that's what the D'Amelios represent. Like, okay, I'll take Caesar's invention and I'll use it to have a, you know, off-leash, safe life with my dog. So, you know, that's where they kind of fit in. So I would say that #2 channel is going to be through the D'Amelios and TikTok. And then third will be Caesar's, and Caesar does TikToks too. So we're definitely going to get more focused on that, getting him to really embed, you know, kind of the message of Halo in his TikToks as well.
Wow, you are the electric fence slayer. They must be shaking in their boots with you.
Oh, I mean, you would think they would be worried, but you know, there are people who are going to continue to want the old tried and true.
Yeah.
My parents may still have a rotary phone somewhere. I mean,
I was going to say 50 plus maybe, but going younger, I think you got them. That's great. So your brand's been growing rapidly since 2018. Tell us about this journey, and also tell our audience where they can find Halo Collars.
Sure. Well, 2018 was all in the development phase. So that was when we were huddling with Caesar and my brother and trying to envision, you know, we weren't doing something totally radical. In other words, we didn't want dogs already respond to the invisible fence. They've been doing that for 25, 30 years. I mean, that's a technology that works. Of course, in the case of my niece's dog, the problem with it is you can get past the wire. So if your dog just runs past the wire, they're out. So with GPS, you can't really get out. So the first 2.5 years were really the development phase. And then at the end of 2020 is when we started selling the collars. We sold out of the first 3,000 pretty quickly. Those people were called early adopters, because with all technology, we knew we did all this alpha testing, beta testing. You could do all of that, but you know that when you get it out to the first 3,000 people, you're going to find issues. So we sold it and got the Halo collars into the hands of 3,000 dogs. The response was amazing. Everyone really loved it. There were issues, but it was overwhelmingly positive. So we dealt with all the issues and then went to mass production in December of 2020. And since then, like I said, we've sold about 45,000 collars. Which is about $50 million, roughly 40, something like that. So it was a pretty good growth from like 3 million in 2020 to we're on track for about 45 million in sales this year. And then
I think they call that pretty good.
Yes. So we're happy with that. And the good news is that the people who have the Halo One love it. I mean, people come up to me and say it's life-changing. You know, it's something that, you know, unlike things that people have had in the dog industry forever, which are trackers, the trackers, just like if your dog gets out, you could track it, but it's not going to change your life. You're not going to take your dog off leash. You're not going to let them out in the backyard because they're just going to run away. So you can't, people still need fences. They still needed the invisible fence. And now they can use Halo collar. It's much easier. And you could take your dog with you, which is the greatest. And you can use it for so many other things. So I'm just excited for everybody to hopefully have as much of an experience with it as Reese's and I do. And you can get it at halocollar.com. So it's www.halocollar.com.
Awesome. Yeah, well, I can definitely relate. I mean, our dog just came with us to Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. So we've got a world traveler with us, and it'd be nice to have that peace of mind with you.
It's amazing. I mean, you could literally go to the beach, draw a fence. I mean, I could show you that on my phone. Draw a fence, and it works. I mean,
anywhere on Earth?
Anywhere on Earth.
Wow.
Amazing.
That's amazing. Wow. We touched on a little bit, but I want to talk about the specifics of it. So, like myself, people who have dogs in the audience are probably thinking to themselves, most of these collars in the past have been based on shocking the hell out of a dog and scaring the bejesus out of them.
Yes.
What does your product do, and how's it different from competitors?
So a bunch of things different. That's the way Invisible Fence does it, is that way. So they train through fear. So by the way, that does work, sadly, but
sadly.
It's not, it's actually been to my dog's benefit now, because, maybe it did hurt when she learned it from the Invisible Fence people 9 years ago, but she learned it. And now she doesn't even need the static. I showed you on her collar. I don't even have that. She knows beep means fence. So she's learned it, and it's ingrained. The same way now she knows whistle means come back. So the way the training works today is you have a first level, which is a warning. That's going to be the beep. And you really want to train your dog. Beep means fence. You don't want to, you do that inside, you use that beacon until they get that. You don't let them out. So they're not ready. So you're not using static. You're not doing any of that during the training. The training is beep fence. And Cesar Millan walks you step by step through that training. It's a pretty simple concept. It's like leave it. Let's say beep means leave it. It means stop, turn around. So once they learn that, then you can move outside. But once you do, so the way it works is if your dog continues to, so if they hear the beep, but they don't listen, and the Halo understands whether your dog listens, because if your dog stops or turns around, we know they listened. It's very simple. We monitor that. So we have a motion sensor and we have a compass. So it's built into Halo. So if your dog hears that beep and she stops and turns around, everything stops.
Okay.
She keeps going away from safety and out of the fence. It will escalate to whatever the middle level you set is, which most people, the base configuration is vibrate. So now you're just trying to get you, for some reason, they didn't listen to the warning. And by the way, we show you the scores in the app that says, hey, your dog listens to the warning 90% of the time, 95% of the time, whatever it is. So you don't necessarily have to let them out until they're responding appropriately. But then if they don't, it'll go to vibrate. And then if they continue and not respond, so it'll be beeping and vibrating. If they're not going to respond to that, it can escalate to static, where you can configure it to whatever level you want. But what you want to do is configure it to a level that just gets their attention. I mean, you can't even make it any higher than, let's say, if you were walking across the carpet with socks on and you touched the doorknob. It's definitely going to get your attention, but it's not going to hurt. It's like a Thames unit or something. But the idea is to get your attention because, you're about to potentially go on a street. I mean, people use this in places where there's, streets, and 1 million dogs are killed. So, you don't, if they're not listening to the warning, which Reese's does every time, she literally knows. But if she doesn't, it's going to escalate once, and then it's going to escalate again to whatever level you set it at.
By the way, great name, Reese's. Is she a chocolate lab?
She's a rescue, but she has a brindle coloring, which is unusual for a lab. So she's like a brindle lab. They don't know if she's Park Greyhound, those that are DNA tested, but I'm not 100% sure where the brindle came from. Pit bulls usually have a brindle. See where she is. I'm going to whistle her again.
In the meantime, I got another question for you. So you're an early innovator of the IoT space, with one of your companies even going public. Please tell us about your experience in IoT and how that journey ultimately led you to create Halo Color.
That's a great question. Thank you. So I was an engineer. I graduated Stanford in 1991. I actually have my 30-year reunion coming up. I'm going in next weekend. Crazy. But when I graduated, and this is a long time ago, as we just said, I went to work at a tech company in Silicon Valley called Echelon. And it was a hot company founded by one of the founders of Apple. And it was going to be the microchip inside of everything but computers. So they're like, Intel can do the computers. We want to be inside of like air conditionings, light switches, you know, basically they were the Internet of Things, but before the internet. I don't even know if the internet
just of things.
They wanted to be smart things. So I worked there for about a year and a half, loved the concept, and actually left to take their chip and build it into what was then called RFID tags. So basically, you took their chip and you put it into a device that we put on forklift trucks, rental cars, and trailers, like tractor trailers. Like so every Walmart trailer has our technology on it. Almost every forklift in the world has some kind of technology on it now that is based upon the technology that my brother and I invented to control access to forklifts. And it's amazing. You wouldn't know this, but forklifts are the #2 cause of deaths for Fortune 100 companies. So keeping only trained people using the equipment was very important. And, you know, I think it was 100,000 people a year were seriously injured in forklifts. And so it was a big problem. And we worked with Fortune 200 companies to try to solve it. So we were in every Ford forklift, Walmart, Home Depot, Procter and Gamble, all the big companies were using it. And the technology was really focused on collecting information about these assets and making sure they were used safely and efficiently. And then when my niece's dog got out of their invisible fence, basically I had a new calling. There was more dogs than forklifts, rental cars, and trailers combined. And, you know, like Caesar loves to say, you know, birds need to fly, fish need to swim, and dogs need to live a life off leash. They need to, he would say, follow, play, and explore. And it's critical. And so, you know, it's just it's a great mission. It's a great just experience to have so many people say that it's allowed them to have such a better time with their dog and feel safe and comfortable about it. Plus just little anecdotes all the time. Like Caesar was training Russell Wilson and Sierra's dog. And basically he told them to use the beacon in their bassinet to keep their dog away when they weren't there.
Smart.
And they were like, oh, that's such a great idea. And, you know, it's just, there's so many different creative ways our, you know, Halo pack members have been using their collars. And I love hearing their stories. And, you know, I have so many of my own. So it's just, you know, it's a great just thing to be a part of, really.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking to myself, it must feel so rewarding to know that you can help so many people and save so many dogs, especially being a dog, you know, lover and owner yourself. It must be very, very rewarding.
Right. I mean, just, I never really drove a forklift. I did use rental cars.
Fair enough. All right, well, we're about to wrap up, but I have one more question for you to close it out. So we're about to head into 2022. This year has flown by like a blur. What do you look forward to both personally and professionally in the upcoming year?
So to me, it's about meeting amazing people. So, you know, just like you. So, you know, we just
feelings mutual.
Right. Well, that's, to me, over the last year, I've met so many amazing people, including the D'Amelios, as well as, you know, so many other just amazing. The more you do, the more people want to be a part of it. And then I'm just, you know, being exposed to people and things who are all just world-class leaders in their field, you know, amazing people. And to me, that's what I love. I'm, you know, although I love dogs, I also love people. And that's my favorite part. And I'm looking forward to, I don't know yet, all the people I'm going to meet in 2022, but I'm very excited about it.
Awesome. Well, hopefully the world is just that much more open so that we can go back to doing what we do best, which is interact.
Yes, definitely.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ken. I promise next time we're in the same town together, we'll grab a beer, grab some dinner. I've really enjoyed making friends with you over the last couple of days, and definitely going to stay in touch.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate
All right. Take care, Ken.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, folks. So we made it to the end of the day. What a spectacular day of content. You got to hear it all today. You got to hear from brands. You got to hear from creators. You got to hear from experts in the field. You got to hear from the people behind the platform TikTok that we were talking about all day today. So thank you all for staying with us. Let's see. If you want to hear from more live casts from Brand Innovators, there's great news for you. Next week is Advertising Week in New York City, and my friends here at Brand Innovators will be bringing 4 straight days of virtual content starting on Tuesday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Registration is now available on the Brand Innovators website. Until next time, this is Chris Dietert from Influential. Thank you for watching, and always keep innovating.